My fiancé declared, "I'm not moving to that boring small town for your job." I replied, "I understand." Then I took the promotion anyway and moved alone. When she discovered my boring job paid me $600K per year, her reconciliation messages started coming. I, 32 male, had been with Rebecca, 29, for 5 years, engaged for 1. We lived in a major metropolitan area where she worked as an interior designer and I was a senior software architect at a tech company. Life was comfortable. I made around $120, she made about 80 Kellis. We had a nice apartment, went to trendy restaurants, the whole urban professional thing. Last March, my company approached me with an opportunity. They were opening a new R&D facility and needed someone to lead the entire engineering division. The catch? It was in what Rebecca would call the middle of nowhere, a town of about 30,000 people, 3 hours from any major city. The compensation package was insane. $450K base, potential bonuses up to $150K, full relocation package, and equity that could be worth millions if the facility succeeded. Plus, cost of living there was about 60% lower than where we lived. I came home excited to discuss it with Rebecca. "Babe, I got offered an incredible promotion today." She looked up from her iPad where she was scrolling through design blogs. "That's great. When do you start? We should celebrate." "Well, there's something we need to talk about. It's in Millbrook." Her face scrunched up. "Where?" "It's a smaller town, about 3 hours north, but the opportunity is..." "Wait, you're joking, right? You want us to move to some random town?" "Rebecca, this is division head. It's a massive career jump." She laughed, not a happy laugh. "Brian, I'm not moving to some boring small town for your job. My entire career is here. My clients, my network, everything. You could build a new client base. Interior designers work everywhere. In a town of 30,000? What am I supposed to do, redesign barns? That's not fair." "No, what's not fair is you even considering dragging me to the middle of nowhere. We have a life here, our friends are here, culture is here, good restaurants are here. The salary is..." "I don't care about the salary. Money isn't everything, Brian. Quality of life matters. Quality of life includes financial security." She stood up, angry now. "If you loved me, you wouldn't even consider this." My answer is no, absolutely not. I'm not moving to that boring small town for your job or any job. I sat there for a moment, looking at the woman I was supposed to marry. The woman who didn't even ask what the salary was, what the opportunity meant for our future, or what the town was actually like. "I understand," I said quietly. "Good. Now can we please drop this?" But I didn't drop it. I spent the next 2 weeks researching Millbrook. It wasn't the desolate wasteland Rebecca imagined. It had a charming downtown, great schools, beautiful parks, and a growing tech scene, thanks to companies like mine moving operations there. Houses that would cost $2 million in our city were $400K there. Update 1. I accepted the position without telling Rebecca. I know that sounds terrible, but hear me out. Every time I tried to discuss it rationally, she'd shut me down with, "We already decided," or "Stop trying to convince me to ruin my life." She wouldn't even look at the photos I'd found of the town or listen to the financial breakdown. Her friends didn't help. Rebecca told them about the offer, leaving out the salary details naturally, and they all reinforced her position. Can you imagine Rebecca in a small town? Her best friend Natalie laughed at a dinner party. She'd die of boredom in a week. "Brian's being selfish," another friend Jessica added, "expecting you to give up everything for his career. It's honestly toxic masculinity." "I'm sitting right here," I pointed out. "Well, it's true," Jessica shrugged. "In this day and age, expecting a woman to follow a man anywhere is archaic. But expecting a man to turn down a life-changing opportunity is fine?" I asked. "It's not life-changing if it ruins your life," Rebecca said, kissing my cheek like I was a child who didn't understand basic concepts. That night, I made my decision. I called my boss the next morning and accepted. The company gave me 6 weeks to transition and relocate. I started quietly preparing. Opened a new bank account for the relocation bonus and higher salary. Started looking at houses in Millbrook. Began the paperwork for the move. 3 weeks in, Rebecca noticed I was distant. "What's wrong with you lately?" She asked over dinner. "Just work stuff." "Well, stop moping. It's annoying." That's when I knew I was making the right choice. Update 2. 2 weeks before my move date, I told Rebecca, "We need to talk," I said on a Sunday morning. "If this is about that small town thing again." I accepted the job. I'm moving to Millbrook in 2 weeks. She stared at me, then laughed. Very funny. I'm serious. I've already found a house to rent. The movers come next Monday. The color drained from her face. You can't be serious. We're engaged. And you made it clear that your life here is more important than our future together. That's not what I said. You said you wouldn't move for my job or any job. You wouldn't even discuss it. Because there's nothing to discuss. Brian, you're throwing away everything we built for some job. It's not just some job. It's running an entire division. It's a career-defining opportunity. I don't care if they made you CEO, I'm not moving. I know. That's why I'm going alone. She stood up, shaking. You're choosing a job over me? You chose your lifestyle over us. I'm just accepting that choice. If you leave, we're over. I know. You're really gonna throw away 5 years for money? I almost told her about the $600 total compensation then. Almost. But I realized it wouldn't matter. She'd made her decision without even asking about the money. She didn't care about our financial future, only about maintaining her current lifestyle. It's not about money. It's about respect. You didn't even consider my opportunity. You just declared your decision and expected me to fall in line. Because I thought you loved me. I do love you. But I also love myself enough not to sacrifice my entire future because you think small towns are boring. Update 3. The next 2 weeks were hell. Rebecca cycled through every emotion possible. First, anger. She threw my clothes out of our closet, told all our friends I was abandoning her, posted cryptic messages on social media about narcissistic men who only care about money. Then bargaining. What if you commute? 3 hours isn't that bad. You could come home weekends. Rebecca, that's not sustainable. Then I'll visit. We can do long distance. You just said if I leave, we're over. I was emotional. We can make it work. Can we? You won't even visit the town to see it. Then depression. She'd cry constantly, telling me I was ruining her life, that she'd never love anyone else, that I was making a huge mistake. Finally back to anger when she realized I wasn't changing my mind. Moving day came. Rebecca stayed at Natalie's house. She'd already blocked me on everything except email. Needed that for logistics of getting off our shared apartment lease. The drive to Millbrook was peaceful. For the first time in weeks, I could breathe. The town was even better than the pictures. My rental house was a beautiful 3-bedroom Craftsman with a yard, something we could never afford in the city. My new office was state-of-the-art. My team was brilliant and excited. I started my new position and dove into the work. The responsibility was intense but exhilarating. I was building something important, leading a team of 50 engineers, making decisions that would affect the company's future. Update 4. Life in Millbrook was good. Really good. I joined a local gym, made friends with neighbors, found great local restaurants. Yes, they existed. The town had a thriving community, farmers markets, local festivals, outdoor concerts in the summer. My work was going exceptionally well. We'd landed a major contract, and my first quarterly bonus hit, $40,000. My total compensation for the year was on track to hit $600. I bought a house, not rented, bought. A gorgeous 4-bedroom colonial on 2 acres for $425,000. In our old city, it would have been worth $3 million easy. Then the messages started. First from Jessica. Hey Brian, hope you're doing well. Random question. Rebecca said you took a new position? She's being weird about it. Is everything okay? I didn't respond. Then Natalie. Brian, can we talk? Rebecca's been struggling. Maybe you two should talk things through? Also ignored. Then Rebecca's mom, who I'd always liked. Brian, honey, I don't understand what happened. Rebecca says you chose your career over her. That doesn't sound like you. I did respond to her. Hi Margaret. Rebecca decided she wouldn't even consider moving for my career advancement. I respected her choice and made mine. I hope she's well. Margaret wrote back. She didn't tell me it was a career advancement. She said it was a lateral move to nowhere. I didn't correct her. Wasn't my job to manage Rebecca's narrative. Update 5. The dam broke when I posted a photo on LinkedIn. It was from our division's launch party for a new product. Just a professional photo of me with my team, captioned, "Proud to lead this incredible engineering division as we launch Project Phoenix." Amazing what we've accomplished in just 6 months at our Millbrook facility. My LinkedIn exploded. Former colleagues congratulating me, industry connections reaching out. And then, Rebecca's email. Division head, when were you going to tell me you were a division head? I didn't respond. 2 hours later, Brian, please, I just saw the announcement. Your company's website says the division head position, the salary range, is this real? Still didn't respond. The emails kept coming. I looked up the house you bought. It's beautiful. Jessica drove through Millbrook last week. She said it's actually really nice. I made a mistake. Please talk to me. I love you. I'm sorry. We can work this out. Then Natalie started. Brian, Rebecca just told us about your actual position. We had no idea. She made it sound like you were taking some random job in the middle of nowhere. Hey, I owe you an apology. Rebecca wasn't honest about your opportunity. Division head is incredible. Congratulations. Even some of Rebecca's male colleagues reached out, having seen the LinkedIn post, and connected the dots about why we'd split. But the best message came from Rebecca's dad, who I'd barely heard from during our relationship. Brian, my wife told me what happened. I run a small construction company, so I understand business decisions. You made the right call, son. Don't look back. P.S. Rebecca didn't know I was reaching out. She also didn't know I knew about your promotion. Margaret and I are disappointed in how she handled this. Update 6. When I didn't respond to Rebecca's emails, she escalated. First, she tried going through my family. My mom called Brian. Rebecca called me crying. She says she made a terrible mistake. She made a choice, Mom. So did I. But she wants to work it out. There's nothing to work out. She made it crystal clear that her life was more important than I accepted that. People make mistakes. Mom, she didn't make a mistake. She made a decision. She's only regretting it now because she found out how much money I'm making. How much are you making? Including bonuses? About $600. Silence. Then, oh my, and she didn't know? She didn't ask, didn't care, said money wasn't everything. I see. Well, you know, I always thought she was a bit materialistic. Now you tell me. Rebecca tried flying to Millbrook. Yeah, she actually showed up. I was at a coffee shop downtown on a Saturday when she walked in. She looked different. Designer clothes replaced with jeans and a simple sweater, like she was trying to look small-town appropriate. Hi, Brian. Rebecca, how did you find me? Your neighbor told me you come here on Saturdays. You talked to my neighbors? I had to. You wouldn't answer my emails. Because we have nothing to discuss. We have everything to discuss. Brian, I love you. I made a mistake. You didn't make a mistake. You made it very clear that moving here would ruin your life. Direct quote. I didn't know. Didn't know what? How much money I'd make. What the town was like. You didn't know because you didn't care to ask. That's not fair. Rebecca, you called me selfish. You let your friends call me toxic. You said I was choosing money over you. You threw my clothes out of the closet. I was upset. And now you're here because you found out I'm making $600. That's not why. Really? Then why didn't you come 3 months ago? 6 months ago? I needed time to think. You needed time to find out what you walked away from. There's a difference. She started crying. Real tears, not the manipulative kind. Brian, please. I see it now. The house, the community, your success. We could have an amazing life here. I am having an amazing life here. Without me. That was your choice. Let me fix it. I'll move here. I'll start over. I can build a design business. There are wealthy people here who need designers, right? I researched it. There's actually demand. You researched it now, after finding out about the money. It's not about the money. Rebecca, 2 weeks ago you posted on Instagram about small-town people with small-town minds. You were talking about here, weren't you? She went pale. You saw that? Natalie sent it to me. She thought I should know what you were saying. I was bitter. You were honest. You think you're better than people here. You'd be miserable, and you'd make me miserable. Again. I've changed. No, your circumstances have changed. You found out what you gave up, and now you want it. But you don't want me, Rebecca. You want the life my success could give you. Update 7. When emotional manipulation didn't work, Rebecca went legal. I got a letter from a lawyer claiming I owed Rebecca compensation for financial damages incurred due to relationship dissolution under false pretenses. Their argument? I had deliberately concealed the true nature of my job opportunity, causing her to make a decision without full information, resulting in financial and emotional damages. I laughed so hard my neighbor knocked to check if I was okay. My lawyer's response was beautiful. Mr. Thompson attempted multiple times to discuss the opportunity with Ms. Hartley, who refused to engage in such discussions. She ended the relationship based on her stated unwillingness to relocate, regardless of circumstances. Mr. Thompson's subsequent success does not constitute false pretenses. No damages are owed. Rebecca then tried a different angle. She claimed we had a verbal agreement about shared future assets since we were engaged, that I had broken a contract by accepting the job without her consent. My lawyer shut that down too, with the added note that Rebecca had explicitly stated the relationship would be over if I took the job, thereby nullifying any implied agreements. Then came the social media campaign. Rebecca started posting about financial abuse in relationships, and how withholding financial information is a form of manipulation. She never named me directly, but mutual friends knew. It backfired spectacularly. One of her ex-colleagues commented, "Didn't you refuse to even discuss the job with him?" Another wrote, "Girl, you literally said you didn't care about the money." The best response came from, surprisingly, Jessica. "Rebecca, I was there. You shut him down every time he tried to talk about it. This isn't financial abuse. You made a choice without getting all the information. Own it." Update 8. It's been a year since I moved to Millbrook. The facility is thriving. My team just launched a product that's revolutionizing our industry. My total compensation this year hit $625K with bonuses. I bought a second property, a cabin by the lake, 20 minutes from town. Started dating someone, Amy, a local veterinarian, who's smart, funny, and thinks designer labels are a waste of money that could go toward animal rescue. Rebecca's still in the city. From what I hear through the grapevine, she's struggling. Lost some clients during her bitter phase when she couldn't stop talking about our breakup. Natalie apparently got tired of her constant complaints about what should have been. She sent me one last email last month. "Brian, I know you've moved on. I see the photos of you and your new girlfriend. She seems nice. I wanted you to know that I finally understand what I lost. Not the money, though I won't lie, that stings. But I lost someone who was willing to build a future, and I was too shallow to see it. You were right. I didn't want you. I wanted a lifestyle. I thought that lifestyle was in the city, with trendy restaurants and fancy parties. I didn't realize life could be good, maybe better, somewhere else. I'm not asking for anything. I know that ship has sailed. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for not even listening when you tried to share your excitement about the opportunity. I hope you're happy. You deserve it. Rebecca." I actually responded to that one. "Rebecca, thank you for the apology. I appreciate it. I am happy. I hope you find your happiness too, Brian." Final update. Last week I ran into Margaret and Rebecca's dad at a restaurant in the city. I was there for a conference. They invited me to join them for coffee. "We owe you an apology," Margaret said. "We raised Rebecca to value the wrong things, status, appearances, what others think. When she told us the full story, the real story, we were ashamed. She's our daughter and we love her," her dad added. "But you made the right call, son. Man to man, entrepreneur to division head, you made the business decision and the personal decision correctly. Thank you. That means a lot." "She's in therapy now," Margaret said quietly, working on understanding why she couldn't see past her preconceptions, why she wouldn't even listen. "I'm glad she's getting help." "Are you happy?" she asked. "Very. My job is incredible, the town is wonderful, and Amy's amazing." Good. As I was leaving, her dad shook my hand. "For what it's worth, we would have been proud to have you as a son-in-law. Rebecca knows she lost a good one." "Thank you, sir." Here's what I learned from all this. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Rebecca showed me that she valued her comfort and image over our partnership. She wouldn't even have a conversation about possibilities because she'd already decided what mattered to her. The money wasn't the point. It never was. The point was that she didn't see us as a team. She saw her life, her career, her needs, and I was either an accessory to that or an obstacle. To anyone facing a similar situation, Don't sacrifice your future for someone who won't even discuss compromise. Don't dim your light for someone who thinks your dreams are less important than their comfort zone. And for God's sake, if your partner gets a major opportunity, at least ask about the details before saying no. I'm living my best life in my boring small town, leading an incredible team, making more money than I ever dreamed, and with someone who'd move to Antarctica with me, if that's where my dreams led. Sometimes the best thing someone can do is show you exactly who they are, so you can make the right choice to walk away. Thanks for following along, Reddit. Peace out from Millbrook, the boring small town that changed my life.
Last night was one of those moments where your entire life feels like it shifts in a single sentence. I'm John, 29, and if you'd told me yesterday morning that by midnight I'd be sitting alone in a restaurant, staring at an empty chair across from me while strangers snickered, I would have laughed. My girlfriend of almost 2 years, Emily, had invited me out to dinner with her friends at this fancy rooftop place downtown. I thought it was a good sign. She'd never really been into mixing me with her friend group, but lately she'd been talking about taking the next step, whatever that meant. I put on a button-down, even ironed it, which is rare for me, and felt pretty good about the night. At first, dinner seemed normal. Everyone was talking, laughing, sipping cocktails. Emily was telling some story about work, and I was just sitting back, smiling, enjoying the vibe. Then one of her friends made a joke about couples that were matching outfits and how clingy that is. Emily rolled her eyes, turned to me, and said, "See, this is why I told you not to wear that shirt. Honestly, you're embarrassing to be seen with sometimes." She said it loud enough for the whole table to hear. Everyone chuckled, awkwardly, but she just smirked and took another sip of wine. My ears went hot. I laughed it off because what else do you do when your girlfriend publicly calls you embarrassing? It didn't stop there. The rest of the night, she kept throwing these little barbs, half joking, but with that sting that makes you wonder how much of it is true. I'd make a comment, and she'd say something like, "Wow, you really don't get subtlety, do you?" And her friends would laugh. It was like I was the punchline for the entire table. My chest felt tight, but I kept quiet, thinking maybe I was overreacting. Maybe she was just showing off for her friends. I didn't want to make a scene. Then came the moment I'll never forget. The check arrived, $280, and before I could even reach for it, Emily stood up, tossed her napkin onto the table, and said, loud enough that heads turned at nearby tables, "This is over. Pay for dinner, loser." Then she walked out, holding another guy's hand. I recognized him, some guy she'd mentioned from her gym. Everyone at the table went dead silent. Then a few people actually laughed. My girlfriend had just dumped me publicly, humiliated me, and walked out with someone else, and I was sitting there like an idiot, heart pounding in my ears. I didn't say a word. I just sat there, let them all look at me, finished the last sip of my drink, and calmly paid the bill. My hands were shaking when I put my card down, but I forced myself to stay quiet. The waiter gave me this pitying look, which somehow felt worse than the laughter. When I got to my car, I just sat there for a long time, staring at the steering wheel. I wasn't even sad yet. I was just numb, like my brain hadn't caught up to what had happened. When I finally got home, I expected silence. Instead, my phone lit up like a Christmas tree. 22 missed calls from Emily, texts blowing up my screen. The last one said, "We need to talk." It's not what it looks like. I just stared at it, reading it over and over. Not what it looks like. She held another guy's hand and called me a loser in front of everyone. What exactly am I supposed to think? I didn't respond. I put my phone face down and went to bed, though I didn't sleep much. This morning, I woke up to more messages. Some from Emily, some from my mom. Even my sister had texted me asking what I did to make Emily so upset. Apparently, Emily had already gotten ahead of the story and told everyone that I overreacted to a harmless joke and stormed off dramatically. I hadn't even said a word, but sure, now I'm the villain. My mom's message said something like, "Relationships take work, John. Don't throw this away over pride." That's when it really hit me. It wasn't just Emily who thought she could treat me this way. My own family was taking her side without even asking me what happened. I could feel the anger start to bubble under the numbness, slow and hot. For the first time since last night, I felt awake. And that's when the plan started forming in my head. Not fully, not yet, but I knew I wasn't going to let this slide. When I woke up that morning, the house felt too quiet. I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that had gone cold by the time I finished staring at my phone. 22 missed calls, 14 unread texts, 2 voicemails, and now a new group chat notification from my family, where Emily had apparently dropped her side of the story first thing this morning. I opened the chat and scrolled. Emily, hey guys, John and I had a little fight last night. He's probably not going to tell you, but I wanted you to know I still care about him and want to work through this. Mom, we love you, Emily. You two are so good together. Don't give up on him. Emily, I won't. I know he's been stressed. He just needs to grow up a little. My sister, Laura. Yeah, John always overthinks things. Give him space, he'll come around. My jaw clenched so hard I thought I might crack a tooth. There was not a single word about what actually happened. Not one person asked if I was okay. Not one person wondered why their son, their brother, had gone completely silent after being humiliated in public. The entire narrative had already been flipped. Emily, the concerned girlfriend, me, the irrational child. I typed out a reply 3 times and deleted it each time. What was I even supposed to say? Actually, Mom, Emily called me a loser in front of strangers and walked out with another guy? No one was going to believe me. Emily was charming, polished, the type who could make a room light up just by walking in. And me? I was the quiet one, the guy who kept his head down at family dinners and preferred small talk with the dog over small talk with the relatives. Instead of answering, I put my phone down and forced myself to go through the motions of a normal morning. Shower, clothes, keys, work. But even at the office, it followed me like a shadow. Emily's texts pinged every hour. John, please answer. I didn't mean what I said. Can we talk tonight? Please. Babe, I was drunk. You know I get mouthy when I drink. By noon, she'd escalated. If you won't answer me, I'm coming over. Your mom said I could stop by after work. Don't be petty. We need to fix this. And then, the kicker. I told my parents we're working it out. Don't make me look stupid. I sat back in my chair, staring at that last one. This wasn't an apology, it was a command. Don't embarrass me. Don't make me look bad. Not a single word about how I felt sitting there with 20 pairs of eyes on me as she called me a loser. That night, she actually showed up. I didn't answer the door, but I heard her car pull into the driveway and her heels clicking on the front steps. Then came the knock, light at first, then harder. John, open the door. This is ridiculous. I stayed quiet, sitting on the couch in the dark. She knocked again, then called my name louder. I know you're in there. Your truck's outside. After a long pause, her voice softened. Baby, please. I messed up. I'm sorry. You know I love you. I almost broke then. Almost. Because a part of me still wanted to believe she was the girl I'd started dating 2 years ago. The girl who used to sit on the porch with me on summer nights and talk about traveling. The girl who once drove across town at midnight just to bring me soup when I was sick. But I stayed still, staring at the floor until I heard her footsteps retreat and her car pull away. I thought that would be the end of it, but I underestimated Emily. 2 days later, my mom called me out of the blue. John, she said, her voice tight. Why are you punishing Emily like this? She's been trying to apologize. I took a deep breath, gripping the phone. Did she tell you what happened? She said you got upset over a harmless joke and stormed off. John, relationships aren't perfect. You can't just shut her out over one mistake. One mistake, I said, my voice sharp for the first time. Mom, she humiliated me in front of a whole table of people and walked out holding another guy's hand. Silence. Then Mom sighed, the way she does when she thinks I'm being dramatic. John, are you sure you didn't misinterpret that? Emily said he was just a friend walking her to her car. You know how you get when you feel disrespected. There it was, the old family narrative. Sensitive John. Overreacting John. The one who feels disrespected over everything. Mom, I said, my voice low now. I was there. I saw it. She called me a loser and left me with a $280 bill. That's not a joke. Mom didn't answer right away, and when she did, her tone was clipped. Well, maybe you two just need a little break to cool off. But don't drag this out. You're not getting any younger, John. That was the end of the call. After that, it was like the floodgates opened. Laura texted me, telling me I was throwing away a good thing. My cousin even called to say Emily had confided in her about how hard this was for her. The family group chat kept blowing up with memes and casual jokes that always seemed to circle back to me. Laura, we all know how stubborn you are. John, just call her. Mom, you two are perfect together. Don't let pride ruin this. Emily, I'm coming over Friday. I'll bring your favorite takeout. Please talk to me. By Friday, I was exhausted from ignoring everyone. So when she showed up again, I opened the door. Emily stood there holding a bag from my favorite burger place, smiling like nothing had happened. Hey, stranger, she said softly. I let her in, but I didn't smile back. She set the food down on the counter and tried to hug me, but I stepped back. We need to talk, I said. Good, she said quickly, because I've been dying to explain. It wasn't what it looked like. I was just. No, I cut her off. You were cruel. You embarrassed me in front of your friends and then walked out with another guy. That's not a misunderstanding. Her smile faltered, and for a moment, I saw something cold flicker in her eyes. John, she said, her tone suddenly sharper. You can't keep holding this over my head forever. I said I was sorry. You're acting like a child. And there it was again, the switch. From contrite girlfriend to scolding teacher. I stood there, my hands curling into fists at my sides, feeling something inside me harden. She grabbed the takeout bag and shoved it toward me. Eat something. Maybe you'll feel better. I didn't take it. She stared at me for a long moment, then rolled her eyes, muttered something under her breath, and left, slamming the door behind her. I stood there in the quiet house, heart pounding. The burger bag sat on the counter, untouched. I felt something click into place inside me, a kind of clarity I hadn't felt in days. This wasn't about fixing anything anymore. This was about me. About deciding, finally, that I wasn't going to let someone, not Emily, not my mom, not anyone, make me feel small in my own life. And as much as I hated to admit it, a part of me started to feel calm. Calm, but not done. The weekend after Emily slammed my door, I tried to breathe and move on with my life. I worked late, went to the gym, did anything I could to stay busy and avoid staring at my phone. I thought maybe if I gave it time, things would cool off. Maybe even my family would stop pushing. That illusion shattered by Tuesday. I came home from work to find my mom's car in the driveway. My stomach sank immediately. I hadn't told her to come over, and she rarely stopped by unannounced. When I stepped inside, the first thing I saw was Emily, sitting on my couch like she owned the place. Mom was beside her, sipping tea out of my mug, looking at me with that disappointed mother expression I'd known since I was 5 years old. What is this? I asked, dropping my keys on the counter. An intervention, Mom said calmly, as if that explained everything. You two need to talk like adults. I looked at Emily. She was sitting cross-legged, perfectly put together, wearing that sweater I used to love on her. Like this was some casual coffee date, and not the aftermath of her humiliating me in public. You invited her here? I asked my mom. John, she's been miserable. She's tried to apologize, but you won't let her. It's not fair to punish someone for a mistake forever. I turned to Emily. You called me a loser in front of your friends and left with another guy. That's not just a mistake. That's overreaction, she cut in smoothly. John, it was a joke. I grabbed his hand because I was upset and didn't want to cry in front of everyone. It wasn't romantic. You walked out with him, I said, my voice rising. Because you embarrassed me by storming off, she snapped, her mask slipping. Do you know how childish you looked, sitting there sulking? My friends were mortified. I blinked at her. Mortified? You humiliated me in front of them. Mom stood, holding up a hand like she was breaking up a fight between kids. Enough. John, you need to forgive her and move on. We all make mistakes. My jaw tightened. This isn't your decision, Mom. Maybe not, she said, her tone turning sharp. But I'm not going to watch you throw away a good woman because you can't let go of your pride. Your father agrees with me. That last line hit like a punch. Dad rarely weighed in on my personal life, which meant Mom had clearly been working the phones, getting the whole family involved. Emily stood up then, closing the distance between us. Please, she said softly, her eyes suddenly shimmering with tears. Can't we just go back to normal? I miss you. And for a second, just a second, I almost believed her. But then I caught something in her eyes, something calculating. It was the same look she gave me once when we were at a dinner party and she wanted me to play along with the story she was telling. Like this was all theater and I was just a prop. I stepped back. No, I said finally, my voice flat. You need to leave. Emily's tears stopped instantly. Fine, she said coldly, grabbing her purse. But don't come crawling back when you realize what you've lost. Mom gave me one last withering look before following her out. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. 2 days later, I got a call from my boss. "John, we need to talk," he said, sounding uneasy. "Can you come into my office?" When I got there, he closed the door behind me and handed me a printout. It was a series of screenshots, my private text messages with Emily from months ago, where we'd argued about her spending habits. Except someone had cherry-picked the worst ones, cut them out of context, and sent them to HR claiming I had anger issues. "This came in anonymously," my boss said carefully. "We're not taking action right now, but is everything okay at home?" My blood went cold. There was only one person who had access to those texts. When I got home, I called Emily. "Did you send my private messages to my job?" I demanded. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said sweetly. "Don't lie to me." She laughed, then actually laughed. "John, maybe you shouldn't have written such nasty things if you didn't want anyone to see them." "They were private," I said through gritted teeth. "They were mean," she shot back. "I did you a favor. Maybe now you'll think twice before talking to me like that." For a long moment, I couldn't even speak. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. "You crossed a line," I said finally. "Or maybe," she said smugly, "I just taught you a lesson." She hung up before I could reply. That night, I sat in my living room, staring at the wall until my vision blurred. This wasn't just about a fight anymore. This was war. She had tried to humiliate me publicly, turn my family against me, and now she was threatening my job. And the worst part? My family still didn't believe me. When I told Mom what she'd done, Mom said, "John, you can't prove she sent those messages. Maybe someone hacked her phone." "Someone hacked her phone just to get me in trouble at work?" I asked incredulously. "All I'm saying is, don't jump to conclusions," she said, her voice weary. "You've always been so suspicious of people." That was the final straw. I realized then that no one was coming to save me. No one was going to take my side. If I wanted justice, if I wanted peace, I was going to have to take matters into my own hands. But I also knew something else. If I moved too soon, I'd look exactly like what they already believed, the hot-headed guy who overreacts and feels disrespected. No, I needed to wait. I needed to be patient. And as angry as I was, there was something strangely satisfying about that thought. Because for the first time since this all started, I wasn't just reacting. I was planning. The days after Emily's little stunt with HR felt like wading through quicksand. Everything I did took twice as much energy, and every time my phone buzzed, I felt that knot in my stomach tighten. At work, people were polite but distant, like they'd read the report and didn't quite know how to look me in the eye anymore. I kept my head down, finished my projects, and left the office right at 5. At home, the silence was suffocating. I used to look forward to coming back to a warm light on the porch, Emily on the couch scrolling through her phone, music playing softly in the background. Now the house felt like an empty box. I'd sit at the kitchen table with the TV on just for noise, barely tasting the takeout I ordered. One night, I opened the family group chat to see what fresh nonsense was waiting for me. Sure enough, Mom had posted a smiling picture of herself with Emily at some farmer's market, captioned, "Just us girls." Laura chimed in immediately, "You two are the cutest." Then my cousin, "Tell John to stop being dramatic and come to Sunday dinner." I closed the app and set my phone face down on the table. It wasn't just that my family was siding with Emily. It was that they were doing it so publicly, like they were daring me to fight back. It was like they didn't even care how that picture would make me feel. That Sunday, I didn't go to dinner. Mom called me twice, then left a voicemail that said, "Fine, stay mad. You're only hurting yourself." I lay on the couch for a long time after that, staring at the ceiling, wondering how we had gotten here. I used to be the quiet, dependable son, the one who showed up to every barbecue, who fixed Dad's car when it broke down, who helped Laura move apartments 3 times in 4 years. And somehow, in just a few weeks, I'd become the villain of the family narrative. One night around midnight, I grabbed my keys and just drove. I didn't have a destination. I just needed to move, to get out of that house. I ended up at an all-night diner on the edge of town, sitting in a booth with a cup of burnt coffee. That's when the loneliness really hit me. Not just missing Emily, but missing before. Before the public humiliation, before the group chats, before the HR meeting that made me feel like I was standing on a trapdoor. I missed the version of myself who trusted people, who believed that his family had his back. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes, came by and topped off my coffee. Rough night? She asked gently. Rough month, I said, surprising myself. She just nodded like she understood, then left me alone. I sat there until 2 in the morning, just thinking. And for the first time, my thoughts weren't racing. They were sharp, clear. The truth was, I couldn't stay in this place. Not physically, not mentally. Every corner of that house still smelled like Emily's perfume. Every picture frame still held her smile. Even my own family felt like enemy territory now. The next day, I started small. I packed up her things, the sweaters in my closet, the mug she loved, the random shoes she always left by the door, and put them all in a box. I didn't text her to pick them up. I just put the box in the garage, out of sight. Then I started pulling back from my family. I muted the group chat. When Mom called, I let it go to voicemail. When Laura texted, I replied with short, neutral answers. No explanations, no fights, just distance. At first, it hurt. I'd pick up my phone automatically when it buzzed, then set it down again. But after a few days, the silence stopped feeling like punishment and started feeling like peace. One evening, I sat down with a notepad and started writing. Not a letter, not a diary entry, a list. Every single thing Emily had done since that night at the restaurant. Publicly humiliated me in front of her friends. Walked out holding another guy's hand. Lied to my family about what happened. Showed up uninvited. Sent my private texts to my job. Laughed when I confronted her. By the time I finished, I had filled an entire page. Seeing it all laid out like that did something to me. It was no longer just a swirl of emotions I couldn't untangle. It was evidence. Facts. I flipped the page over and started a new list. This one was different. Get new locks. Clean out joint accounts. Talk to HR. Get everything documented. Collect any messages/screenshots. The list wasn't about revenge. Not yet. It was about control. About making sure the next move, whatever it was, belonged to me. The next morning, I called a locksmith. By the end of the day, I had new keys. 2 days later, I moved my money out of the joint savings account Emily and I had opened last year when we talked about maybe buying a house. It wasn't much, just a few thousand, but it was mine. When Mom found out, she called me in a fury. John, do you know how hurtful that is? Emily said she saw the account was empty. It's my money, I said flatly. You're acting vindictive. No, I said calm now. I'm acting careful. Mom huffed on the other end of the line. You can't just cut everyone off. Family is supposed to be there for you. Then maybe they should have been there for me when I needed them, I said, and hung up before she could reply. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. I was still angry, still hurt, but now I had direction. And that was enough to keep me moving. After I changed the locks and moved the money, something in me loosened. It was subtle at first, but I felt taller when I walked into work. I spoke up in meetings again. I started wearing shirts that actually fit me instead of the baggy ones I'd been throwing on half awake. People noticed. My boss even stopped me in the hallway one day and said, "Glad to see you back to your old self, John. We were worried about you for a minute there." That comment stuck with me, not because of the words, but because of the look on his face. He wasn't looking at me like the guy with anger issues anymore. He was looking at me like someone he could count on. I took that and ran with it. At lunch that day, instead of eating at my desk, I went out to a local coffee shop with a couple of coworkers. I laughed more than I had in weeks. It felt good. I realized that while I'd been wrapped up in Emily and the family drama, I'd been neglecting these little parts of my life that made me feel human. At night, I started running again. Just a mile at first, then 2, then 3. There was something therapeutic about pounding the pavement with music blasting in my headphones, my breath coming in ragged gasps, sweat dripping down my back. I'd come home, shower, and feel like I'd burned off some of the anger clinging to me like smoke. One evening after a run, I caught sight of myself in the mirror and almost didn't recognize the guy staring back. My shoulders looked broader. My face wasn't as pale and drawn as it had been a few weeks ago. I looked solid, like someone who had been through fire and come out steel. Around this time, Emily must have sensed something was shifting because the tone of her messages changed. You seem different. Are you seeing someone? Your mom says you've been working late. Don't overdo it. Please just talk to me. We can fix this. I didn't reply. For once, her words didn't sting. They just sat there on the screen, powerless. Mom tried again too. John, I miss you. Can you come to dinner this weekend? No, I texted back simply. There was a time when that response would have been unthinkable. I used to bend over backward not to disappoint my family. But now, I was starting to realize that their approval wasn't the lifeline I thought it was. Instead of going to dinner that Sunday, I took a drive out to the lake. It was a crisp evening, the kind where the water looks like glass and the sky is streaked with orange. I sat on the hood of my truck and just breathed. I thought about everything that had happened: the restaurant, the intervention, the HR stunt. For weeks, those memories had felt like weights tied around my ankles. But now, I could think about them without feeling crushed. That's when the idea started forming. Up until then, my planning had been about survival, securing my money, protecting my space, making sure Emily couldn't blindside me again. But sitting there by the lake, watching the sun sink behind the trees, I realized I didn't just want to survive this. I wanted to win. Not in a petty way, not just to get even. I wanted to make sure Emily, and everyone who doubted me, understood that I wasn't the pushover they thought I was. That night, I opened my laptop and started organizing everything I'd collected: screenshots of her texts, notes about the restaurant night, the HR printouts with dates and times. I made folders, labeled them meticulously. It felt almost clinical, like I was building a case file. Then I started thinking bigger. What if I talked to HR proactively? Not just about the fake report, but about the fact that someone had tried to interfere with my job by sending private, out-of-context messages. That was a serious breach, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I felt. Not in a hot, uncontrolled way, but in that cold, precise way that sharpens you. The next morning, I asked for a meeting with HR. "Thank you for seeing me," I said when I sat down. I wanted to follow up about the complaint. The HR rep looked relieved, like they'd been hoping I'd do this. "Of course, we haven't taken any action. We were waiting to hear your side." I told them everything. Calmly, factually. How the messages had been taken out of context, how they were from a personal dispute, how I believe they had been sent maliciously to damage my reputation at work. By the end of the meeting, the HR rep was nodding. "We'll document this," she said. "And if anything like this happens again, please let us know immediately. You have the right to a safe work environment." Walking out of that office, I felt 10 pounds lighter. It wasn't revenge, not yet, but it was a line in the sand. I started to notice other small changes in my life too. The friends I'd neglected started texting me again, asking if I wanted to grab drinks or catch a game. I said yes, and when I did, I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, for the first time in months. It was like my world was slowly shifting back into color. One night, Laura called me out of the blue. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "You seem different," she said cautiously. "I am," I said simply. She was quiet for a second. "Emily says you still won't talk to her." "That's correct," I said, my tone even. "Are you going to forgive her?" I thought about that for a moment. "Forgiveness isn't off the table," I said slowly. "But trust? That's a whole different conversation." Laura didn't seem to know what to say to that. "You sound scary when you talk like that," she said finally, half joking. "Maybe I'm just done being the family doormat," I replied, and hung up before she could argue. By the time I ended that call, I realized something else. I wasn't afraid anymore. Not of Emily, not of my mom's disapproval, not of what anyone would say about me. And that freedom? It was addictive. Momentum is a funny thing. Once it's on your side, everything seems to line up in ways you didn't expect. A week after that call with Laura, I was at work finishing a report when I overheard two coworkers talking about an upcoming opening for a project lead position. I wasn't supposed to hear about it yet. The official posting hadn't gone live, but apparently the leadership team was already floating names. "John's been killing it lately," one of them said. "Wouldn't surprise me if he gets tapped for it." I sat there, pretending to type, heart hammering. I hadn't even known there was going to be a project lead spot opening up. It was a step up, more responsibility, better pay, and, most importantly, more influence in the company. Influence I could use. That night, I updated my internal portfolio, polished every metric I'd been quietly crushing for the past few months, and made sure my manager saw the numbers. He didn't say much at first, just nodded, but I noticed he forwarded my summary to someone higher up the same afternoon. While that was in motion, I kept building my case file at home. Every time Emily sent me a text, I screenshotted it. Every time a relative made a comment in the family group chat hinting that I was being difficult, I saved it. I even printed out the intervention photos I found later on social media. Yes, they'd taken a smiling selfie together before I came home that day, like the whole thing was some stage performance. The more I collected, the clearer the story became. Emily wasn't just impulsive or emotional. She was deliberate, calculated. She had tried to embarrass me, control the narrative, even mess with my career. And my family, whether by choice or out of sheer blindness, had played right into her hands. One Friday night, as I was going through the screenshots, I noticed something in the metadata of one of her messages. The text had been sent from a device that wasn't her usual phone. It was labeled as Emily iPad. Curious, I dug a little deeper and realized something that made me sit up straight. Months ago, when Emily and I were still good, I had set up a shared iCloud account for our streaming subscriptions, a dumb little convenience thing, so we wouldn't both be paying for Netflix. I had forgotten all about it. I opened the account on my laptop and, to my surprise, saw that her iPad was still linked and synced. Every photo, every message, every note. For a long moment, I just stared at the screen. Then, carefully, methodically, I started reading. What I found made my hands go cold. There were messages between her and the guy from the restaurant. Not just friendly ones, but explicit ones. Photos, even. Conversations where she joked about me, about my boring job and quiet little house. One message from the day after the restaurant incident made my blood run hot. He'll probably cry about it for a week, then come crawling back. He always does. But the part that really got me, the part that made something inside me lock into place, was a thread between her and my mother. Mom, he's not answering my calls again. Emily, he'll come around. He always does. Mom, I hope so. I told your parents you two are solid. I don't want to look foolish. Emily, trust me. I've got this. I sat back in my chair, heart pounding. It wasn't just that Emily was playing me. My own mother was actively colluding with her to pressure me back into the relationship. They weren't just meddling. They were conspiring. That was the moment I knew there was no going back. I spent the rest of the night archiving everything. Not out of panic this time, but with precision. Dates, timestamps, context. I wasn't rushing. I was building something. Over the next few weeks, I kept my head down and played the part of the calm, collected John everyone expected. I answered work emails promptly, volunteered for extra tasks, even started showing up to Friday happy hours again. On the outside, I looked like a man who had moved on. On the inside, I was sharpening every tool I had. I made a quiet appointment with a lawyer, not because I was ready to file anything yet, but to understand my options. He told me that what Emily had done by sending my private texts to my employer could, under certain circumstances, be considered harassment or defamation, especially if it had put my job in jeopardy. I also learned that our joint savings account, which I had already emptied, was technically still open in both our names. If I hadn't moved the money, she could have drained it at any time and left me fighting to get it back. Good instincts, the lawyer said with a nod. Most people don't think that far ahead. That night, I drove home with the windows down, feeling the cool air whip across my face. It wasn't joy exactly, not yet, but it was something close. 2 weeks later, the promotion was official. Project lead. My name on the announcement email. A raise that bumped me into a new tax bracket. The first text that came in was from Emily. Congrats. I always knew you had it in you. Then my mom. See? Good things happen when you let go of grudges. Proud of you, honey. I didn't respond to either of them. Instead, I took a screenshot of the announcement and sent it to my lawyer with a short message. Let's talk about next steps. I had leverage now, professionally, financially, personally. I had evidence. I had control over my own story. And for the first time since that night at the restaurant, I had the upper hand. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was about to turn the tables. When I got the promotion, something shifted permanently. It wasn't just the bigger paycheck or the new title. It was the way people looked at me. Like I'd stepped into a different orbit entirely. My voice carried more weight at work. My suggestions were taken seriously. And suddenly, I was the guy people came to for answers. That power didn't go to my head, but it did give me clarity. I had spent months being on the defensive, trying to protect myself from Emily's chaos and my family's meddling. Now, it was my turn to act. The first step was subtle. I reached out to HR and asked if they could document formally that the anonymous complaint against me had been investigated, found baseless, and closed. They sent me a clean, stamped report the next day. I smiled when I slid it into my growing folder of evidence. Next, I contacted my lawyer again. We sat down in his office with all the screenshots, photos, and messages I had been collecting. He read through them carefully, occasionally raising an eyebrow or scribbling notes. "You've been thorough," he said finally, closing the folder. "Between the attempted character sabotage, the harassment, and the collusion with your family to pressure you, you have a solid basis for a cease and desist. Maybe even a civil claim if you wanted to pursue damages." "Not yet," I said. "I want to give her a chance to make her own mistakes first." He smiled at that, a slow, knowing smile. "Then keep documenting. And when you're ready, we'll make it count." With the legal groundwork laid, I turned my focus to the social side of things. My family still thought I was sulking. They still posted photos with Emily on Facebook, tagged me in family memes, sent group messages as if nothing had happened. Instead of blowing up, I decided to starve the drama of oxygen. I quietly blocked Emily's number. I didn't announce it. I didn't make a scene. I just cut off her access to me entirely. The first time she tried to show up at my house again, she discovered the locks had been changed, and this time, I had cameras installed. I didn't even go to the door. I just watched from my office as she stood there, knocking harder and harder, before finally storming off. Later that night, she sent me an email, a long, emotional one about how she missed us and just wanted to talk. I archived it without replying and added it to the file. A week later, I ran into Laura at the grocery store. "You know Mom's upset, right?" she said, leaning on the cart handle. "Mom's been upset since I was 12, I said calmly, sliding a carton of eggs into my basket. Laura frowned. "Emily says you're ignoring her completely." "I am," I said simply. Laura blinked, caught off guard. "So that's it? You're just going to throw her away?" I turned to her then, looking her dead in the eye. "Laura, she tried to get me fired. She laughed about humiliating me. And you want me to just let that slide?" Laura looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I didn't know about the job thing. Maybe you should have asked before taking sides," I said, my voice even. For once, she didn't have a comeback. By then, I could tell the narrative was starting to shift. My silence was unnerving them. The family group chat got quieter. Mom left me a voicemail saying she just wanted to make sure I was okay. Emily stopped posting those cheerful, passive-aggressive Instagram stories with captions like "Healing takes time, red heart." And then, right on cue, she made her biggest mistake yet. I got a call from an unknown number one afternoon. When I answered, it was the guy from the restaurant, the one she'd left holding hands with that night. "Hey man," he said awkwardly. "You don't know me, but I think we should talk." "About Emily." I stayed quiet, letting him fill the silence. She's been telling people you were abusive. Said you ruined her life after the breakup." My stomach twisted, but I kept my voice calm. "And why are you telling me this?" "Because she's been blowing up my phone for weeks, and when I told her I didn't want to see her anymore, she trashed my car. Keyed it up, smashed the mirror, the whole deal. I filed a police report. Thought you should know." When we hung up, I just sat there for a moment, letting the information settle over me like a heavy coat. Emily hadn't just kept pushing, she'd escalated into destroying other people's property. The next day, I called my lawyer again. "It's time," I said simply. We drafted a formal cease and desist letter that laid everything out in clinical, devastating detail. The public humiliation, the harassment, the anonymous complaint, the digital evidence tying the messages back to her device, and now the vandalism report from another victim. The letter made it clear that if she continued contacting me or spreading false claims, we would file for damages. When the letter was served to her, she must have gone ballistic, because within an hour my phone was blowing up with messages from my mom and Laura. "What did you do? Emily is hysterical. You can't just threaten her. John, this is too far." I didn't answer. Instead, I sent one text to the family group chat. Just one. "I have kept quiet for months while all of you believed a version of events that was never true. Emily humiliated me, tried to damage my career, and lied about me to my own family. I have the evidence, and if anyone wants to see it, I'll be happy to share it. Otherwise, this conversation is over." Then I muted the chat again. The silence that followed was deafening and beautiful. Over the next few days, I heard through the grapevine that Emily had deleted half her social media accounts. Mom stopped calling for almost a week. Laura texted me once to say, "I didn't know it was that bad. I'm sorry, it wasn't a public spectacle. I didn't post anything online or blast anyone on social media." But the message was clear. I wasn't the quiet, compliant John they could push around anymore. I had taken my power back, and I hadn't even raised my voice. Fallout is quieter than people think. It doesn't come with fireworks or shouting matches in parking lots. It comes with long silences, late-night phone calls that go unanswered, and the look on someone's face when they realize the story they've been telling isn't going to work anymore. After my cease and desist was served, Emily went completely silent for 3 days. Then, suddenly, she broke that silence with a single email, formal, short, and as cold as the legal letter she had received. I acknowledge receipt of your notice. I will not contact you again. No apology. No attempt at reconciliation. Just the end of the line. When I read it, I felt something inside me unclench that I hadn't even realized was still tight. It was done. Whatever she had hoped to get out of this, whether it was power, control, or some twisted form of revenge, it was over. But the real fallout came from my family. That Sunday, I got a text from Laura. "Can you come over to Mom's? She wants to talk." I debated ignoring it, but something told me to go. Not for them, for me. When I walked into the house, Mom was sitting at the kitchen table, looking older than I'd ever seen her. She didn't get up when I came in. "John," she said softly. I read the letter. I said nothing, waiting. I didn't realize how far things had gone. I thought she just made a bad joke that night. I didn't know she tried to hurt your job. "You didn't want to know?" I said calmly, setting my keys on the counter. "You wanted to believe the version where I was the problem because that was easier." Mom flinched at that, but she didn't argue. "You could have told me," she said after a pause. "I did," I replied evenly. "You just didn't believe me." She sat back in her chair, and for once, she looked small. "I'm sorry," she said finally, and I could tell it cost her something to say it. "I thought I was helping." "You weren't," I said, but my tone wasn't angry now. Just tired. "You chose her over me. All of you did. And I'm not going to let that happen again." Laura was standing in the doorway, arms crossed, her face pale. "We messed up," she said quietly. "I should have had your back." I nodded once. "You should have." There was a long silence. For years, I'd been the one to fill silences, to smooth things over, to be the peacemaker. This time, I let it sit. "Finally," Mom asked, almost timidly, "So what now?" I picked up my keys. "Now, I live my life. You can be part of it if you respect it. If not, I'll be fine." I left before they could say anything else. In the weeks that followed, I kept to myself. Not out of spite, just because I was busy. My new role at work was challenging, but it felt good to be challenged. I started saving for a down payment on a new place, somewhere fresh, somewhere that didn't carry the ghost of late-night fights and slammed doors. Then, one Friday evening, as I was leaving the office, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "Thought you'd like to know, Emily moved out of town. Lost her job. She's staying with her aunt in another state." It was from the guy from the restaurant. I stared at the message for a long moment, then put the phone back in my pocket without replying. There was no satisfaction in knowing her life had fallen apart. Not really. What satisfied me was knowing it wasn't my problem anymore. A month later, I hosted a small cookout at my place for a few coworkers and friends. We grilled burgers, played music, laughed late into the night. For the first time in a long time, I felt light. Toward the end of the night, Laura showed up. She looked nervous, holding a six-pack like a peace offering. "Can I stay?" she asked. I nodded, and she joined us in the backyard. Later, as the crowd thinned and we were putting out the last of the candles, she said quietly, "I'm proud of you, you know, for not letting them break you." I smiled at that, a small, genuine smile. Me too. When everyone had left and the yard was quiet again, I sat on the porch with the last beer of the night, watching the smoke from the grill curl into the dark sky. I thought about that night at the restaurant, about the look on Emily's face when she called me a loser, about the months of silence, the plotting, the evidence folders sitting in my desk drawer. And for the first time, the memory didn't sting. It didn't feel like a wound anymore. It felt like a scar, proof that I had been through hell and come out the other side. I raised the bottle slightly, like a private toast to the night sky, and said quietly to no one, "Never again." Then I smiled, finished my drink, and went inside, leaving the past where it belonged.
I sensed my wife planning to divorce me for money, so I secretly moved our fortune. 6 months later, she came crawling back when her affair partner fled with her credit cards maxed out. What started as small changes in Grace's behavior eventually revealed a calculated betrayal that nearly cost me everything I'd worked for. I thought I knew the woman I'd been married to for 6 years, but people can surprise you in the worst possible ways. Grace and I had what everyone called the perfect marriage. We'd been together for 8 years total, married for 6 of those, living in our comfortable suburban Dallas home that we'd bought 3 years ago when my software development career really took off. I worked remotely for a tech company while she managed a trendy boutique downtown, and we'd fallen into this really nice routine of weekend wine tastings and exploring hiking trails around Texas. Our friends always said we were the couple they aspired to be: financially stable, genuinely happy, planning our future together with the kind of careful consideration that builds lasting relationships. About 8 months ago, everything started shifting in ways that felt subtle at first but became impossible to ignore. Grace began checking her phone obsessively during our morning coffee ritual, something that had always been our sacred time to connect before starting our days. She installed privacy screens on all her devices and started angling them away from me whenever notifications came through. The woman who used to share every detail of her boutique operations suddenly became secretive about her daily activities, brushing off my questions with vague responses about busy vendor meetings and complicated inventory issues that apparently required her full attention. These mysterious vendor meetings started requiring her to dress in outfits I'd never seen before, expensive designer pieces that seemed way beyond what her boutique budget should allow. She'd return home with shopping bags from high-end stores, claiming everything was business research for upcoming seasonal collections. When I asked to see what she'd bought, she'd wave me off saying it was all boring work stuff I wouldn't understand. The Grace I married had always been excited to show me her latest finds and get my opinion on styling choices. More concerning was how she began redirecting our conversations away from anything involving future plans. Our European anniversary trip that we'd been planning for months suddenly became too stressful to think about right now. Our ongoing discussions about starting a family, something we'd both wanted for years, got dismissed with comments about bad timing and needing to focus on her career growth. She stopped participating in our weekly game nights with friends, claiming she was too tired or had early morning obligations that never seemed to materialize. The emotional distance felt like watching someone slowly disappear while still sharing the same house. Grace started criticizing my career choices in ways she never had before, suggesting I wasn't ambitious enough for someone my age and questioning whether I was really maximizing my potential in the tech industry. These comments came out of nowhere and stung because she'd always been supportive of my work-life balance and the stability my position provided for both of us. She'd make offhand remarks about other couples we knew, specifically mentioning how successful their husbands were and how they could afford luxury vacations and expensive restaurants without worrying about budgets. When I pointed out that we were doing well financially and could afford nice things too, she'd roll her eyes and mutter something about me not understanding what real success looked like. The woman who used to brag about my programming skills to her friends was now acting like my 6-figure salary was somehow inadequate. She started comparing me unfavorably to men in her social circle, mentioning how this person's husband had just gotten promoted or that person's boyfriend had started his own business. It felt like she was building a case against our relationship, collecting evidence of my supposed shortcomings to justify something I couldn't quite identify yet. Our physical intimacy decreased dramatically during this period, and when I tried to initiate conversations about what was bothering her, she'd deflect with complaints about being tired or stressed from work. The boutique that had always been her passion project suddenly became this overwhelming burden that consumed all her energy and attention, leaving nothing for our marriage or our shared goals. Grace's emotional withdrawal became impossible to ignore as she systematically dismantled the foundation of our relationship. She stopped participating in our weekly game nights with friends, claiming she had early morning meetings that required her to get to bed early, but I'd often find her scrolling through her phone until well past midnight. When our friends asked where she was, I found myself making excuses that became increasingly hard to believe. Grace is really focused on expanding the boutique right now, I'd say, while wondering if I was trying to convince them or myself that our marriage was still intact. Her criticism of my career intensified in ways that felt calculated and deliberate. During a dinner with her college roommate and her husband, Grace made pointed comments about how some people were content with just getting by, while others had the drive to build real wealth. "David's comfortable with his little programming job," she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, "but some of us want more from life than just comfortable." The sting of being dismissed in front of people we'd known for years was bad enough, but the way she said it felt rehearsed, like she'd been practicing these put-downs for maximum impact. Around this time, Grace began pressuring me to consolidate our financial accounts in ways that seemed innocuous at first but raised my suspicions. We'd always maintained separate investment portfolios and retirement accounts while sharing our checking and savings for household expenses. Suddenly, she was pushing for us to combine everything for better tax efficiency and easier financial planning. "We should really get organized," she'd say, spreading financial documents across our kitchen table. "My boutique accountant says married couples should consolidate everything to maximize deductions." When I suggested we consult with my financial advisor first, she'd get irritated and accuse me of not trusting her business judgment. The breaking point came during what should have been a romantic dinner at our favorite steakhouse downtown. Grace excused herself to take a call, claiming it was an urgent vendor issue that couldn't wait. I watched her pace outside the restaurant windows, gesticulating animatedly while speaking to whoever was on the other end. When she returned 15 minutes later, she seemed flustered and distracted, barely touching the expensive meal she'd insisted we order. Later that night, I realized I'd been subconsciously straining to catch fragments of her conversation, and what I'd heard didn't sound like business at all. Phrases like, "the timeline is perfect," and "he'll never see it coming" echoed in my mind as I lay awake wondering what exactly Grace was planning. Her sudden interest in our prenuptial agreement details sent genuine alarm bells ringing in my head. We'd signed a fairly standard prenup before our wedding, mostly to protect the small inheritance I'd received from my grandmother and to establish that any business either of us started would remain separate property. Grace had been completely supportive of this arrangement originally, saying it was smart and practical for both of us. Now she was asking detailed questions about specific clauses and whether certain assets would be considered community property under Texas law. "I'm just trying to understand our financial picture better," she'd explain when I questioned her sudden legal curiosity, but her timing felt suspicious given all the other changes in her behavior. The late nights at the boutique became more frequent and less believable as weeks passed. Grace would text me around 6 saying she had to work late on inventory or meet with potential investors, but when I decided to surprise her with dinner one evening, I discovered the store had been dark and locked up for hours. The parking lot was empty, and according to the neighboring shop owner, Grace had left around 4 that afternoon. When I confronted her about it later, she claimed she'd gone to a coffee shop to work on business plans and must have forgotten to mention the change in location. Her explanation felt rehearsed and hollow, delivered with the kind of defensive tone that suggested she'd been preparing for this exact question. Grace's increasingly suspicious behavior finally pushed me past the point of giving her the benefit of the doubt. I'd always been someone who trusted first and questioned later, but the accumulating evidence of deception was impossible to ignore any longer. After spending several sleepless nights weighing my options, I made the decision to hire a private investigator through a referral from my attorney brother-in-law in Houston. The choice felt like a betrayal of our marriage vows, but Grace's behavior had already crossed that line months ago. The private investigator, a former Dallas police detective named Rodriguez, began surveillance within a week of our initial consultation. His first report arrived via encrypted email 3 days later, and the contents confirmed my worst suspicions while revealing details I'd never imagined. Grace had been frequenting upscale hotels and restaurants throughout Dallas during her supposed work hours, always in the company of the same well-dressed man who appeared to be in his late 30s. The photographs showed them holding hands across candlelit tables, embracing in hotel lobbies, and entering rooms together at establishments that cost more per night than Grace's weekly boutique income. Rodriguez's investigation expanded beyond simple surveillance to include digital forensics that revealed the depth of Grace's deception. Using software to recover deleted browser history from our shared laptop, he discovered Grace had been researching divorce attorneys for months, specifically focusing on firms that specialized in maximizing asset division for wives. She'd bookmarked articles about Texas community property laws and had even started preliminary paperwork for several different legal firms, apparently shopping around for the most aggressive representation she could find. More disturbing was the evidence of secret financial maneuvering that Grace had already begun. Rodriguez uncovered applications for credit cards in her name only, accounts I'd never known existed despite our supposedly transparent financial arrangement. She'd been systematically documenting our assets, photographing important documents, and building what appeared to be a comprehensive portfolio of everything she believed she'd be entitled to in divorce proceedings. The level of premeditation was staggering and made me realize I'd been living with a stranger who'd been planning my financial destruction for months. Armed with this information, I immediately contacted my brother-in-law Marcus, who practiced family law in Houston and had warned me years ago about protecting assets in community property states like Texas. Marcus explained that timing would be crucial for any defensive measures I wanted to take, and that I needed to act quickly while maintaining absolute secrecy about my knowledge of Grace's plans. The goal isn't to hide assets illegally, he explained during our emergency meeting, but to restructure ownership in ways that protect what you brought into the marriage and what you've earned through your individual efforts. The asset protection strategy Marcus recommended involved creating a family trust managed by my retired banker father, who lived in Austin and had extensive experience with financial instruments and estate planning. This approach would allow me to legally transfer ownership of certain investments and properties into the trust while maintaining beneficial interest, effectively removing them from the community property pool that Grace seemed so confident about claiming. The process required careful documentation to establish that these transfers were legitimate financial planning decisions rather than attempts to defraud a spouse during divorce proceedings. Over the following weeks, I began systematically photographing and copying every important financial document in our house, creating secure digital backups of bank statements, investment portfolios, property deeds, and insurance policies. I opened a safety deposit box at a different bank and stored physical copies of everything along with detailed records of my separate property and inheritance documentation. The work felt like preparing for war while living with the enemy, maintaining normal conversations about weekend plans while secretly planning for the battle I knew was coming. The most challenging aspect was transferring our jointly owned real estate investments and my substantial cryptocurrency portfolio into the family trust without arousing Grace's suspicion. My father helped coordinate the complex paperwork through his banking contacts, ensuring every transaction was properly documented and legally sound. We structured the transfers to appear as routine estate planning rather than defensive maneuvering, spreading them across several weeks to avoid creating obvious patterns that might alert Grace or her future attorneys to what was happening. 6 months after I'd begun my protective measures, Grace finally revealed her hand in the most casual, devastating way imaginable. I was sitting at our kitchen table on a Sunday morning, reading the news on my tablet while drinking coffee from the mug she'd given me for our 3rd anniversary. Grace walked in wearing the silk robe I'd bought her for Christmas, poured herself coffee with the same routine we'd shared for years, then sat across from me and dropped a bomb that would have destroyed my financial future if I hadn't been prepared. "David, we need to talk about something important," she said, her voice carrying a tone I'd never heard before, confident, almost businesslike, completely devoid of the warmth that had characterized our relationship for 8 years. She reached into her robe pocket and pulled out a manila envelope that she placed carefully on the table between us. "I've filed for divorce. These are the papers you need to review." The shock I displayed wasn't entirely feigned, even though I'd been expecting this moment for months. Having your spouse casually announce the end of your marriage over Sunday morning coffee while wearing the gifts you'd given her felt surreal and cruel in ways I hadn't anticipated. Grace watched my reaction with what appeared to be satisfaction, like she was enjoying the power dynamic of catching me completely off guard. "I've hired Jessica Morrison from Morrison, Blake and Associates," she continued, naming one of Dallas's most prominent family law firms. "She specializes in complex asset division and has assured me that Texas community property laws will ensure I receive exactly what I deserve from our marriage." The way she emphasized, "what I deserve," made it clear this wasn't about fair division but about maximizing her financial gain from our relationship. Grace then proceeded to outline her demands with the confidence of someone who believed she held all the cards. She wanted half of what she calculated to be our $2.3 million estate, including our house, my company stock options, my cryptocurrency investments, and ongoing spousal support despite her own successful business. Jessica says I'm entitled to half of everything you've earned during our marriage, plus compensation for the career opportunities I've sacrificed to support your success, she explained, as if she'd memorized talking points from attorney consultations. The irony of her claiming to have sacrificed career opportunities for my success wasn't lost on me, considering I'd discovered her affair and her months of planning my financial destruction. But I maintained the devastated husband act, asking questions about counseling and whether this decision was final. David, I've moved beyond trying to save something that clearly isn't working, she replied with practiced sympathy. We want different things from life, and I deserve to be with someone who matches my ambitions and can provide the lifestyle I've always envisioned. Her mention of deserving someone who could provide a better lifestyle confirmed what I'd suspected about her affair partner's role in this decision. Grace had clearly been promised a more luxurious future by whoever she'd been seeing, and our divorce settlement would fund her transition to that new life. The calculated coldness with which she discussed dismantling our shared life while sitting in the kitchen where we'd planned our future together revealed a side of her personality I'd never seen before. When I asked for time to process everything and find legal representation, Grace graciously agreed to mediation rather than immediate court proceedings. I think we can handle this civilly, she said, already standing to clear away our coffee cups as if we just discussed weekend plans instead of the end of our marriage. Jessica says most couples in our situation can reach reasonable agreements without dragging things through expensive litigation. Her confidence was absolute, built on the assumption that I had no idea what was coming and no way to protect myself from her legal strategy. The private investigator's expanded report on Grace's affair partner arrived 2 days after she served me with divorce papers, and the details were both illuminating and infuriating. Wade Thompson was a 34-year-old real estate broker who specialized in luxury properties throughout the Dallas-Fort Worth area, operating out of a high-end firm that catered to wealthy clients seeking million-dollar homes and investment properties. His professional headshots showed a conventionally handsome man with perfectly styled hair, expensive suits, and the kind of confident smile that probably worked well on clients looking to spend serious money. Rodriguez's investigation revealed that Wade had a documented pattern of targeting married women during his real estate career, particularly those going through relationship difficulties or showing signs of marital dissatisfaction. He'd been investigated twice by his real estate board for inappropriate relationships with clients, though no formal disciplinary action had been taken due to lack of concrete evidence. Several former colleagues described him as charming but manipulative, someone who used his access to wealthy households to identify vulnerable targets for personal relationships that always seemed to coincide with expensive divorces. The timeline of Wade and Grace's relationship painted a picture of calculated seduction that had been building for over a year. They'd first met when Grace contacted his firm about potentially investing in rental properties, something she'd mentioned to me as a way to diversify our income beyond the boutique. Wade had apparently positioned himself as her financial advisor and mentor, gradually convincing her that I was holding her back from achieving real wealth and status. Security footage from upscale restaurants showed their relationship progressing from business lunches to intimate dinners, with Wade clearly orchestrating Grace's growing dissatisfaction with our marriage. What made Wade's manipulation particularly insidious was how he'd systematically reinforced Grace's insecurities about money and social status. According to text messages Rodriguez had recovered from Grace's cloud backup, Wade had spent months telling her she deserved better than a middle-class programmer, and that women like her were meant for luxury lifestyles funded by men who understood real success. He'd convinced her that divorce settlement money would give her the financial independence to start fresh with someone who truly appreciated her worth. The most disturbing aspect of Wade's character became clear when Rodriguez investigated his financial background and discovered a pattern of gambling addiction and mounting debts. Wade owed substantial money to several high-end casinos and had been using credit cards and personal loans to maintain his expensive lifestyle while working toward bigger scores. The investigator found evidence that Wade had been using Grace's credit cards for expensive trips and luxury purchases, apparently with her permission but clearly without her understanding of his true financial situation. Rodriguez's surveillance revealed that Wade was simultaneously maintaining relationships with at least 2 other women, both of whom appeared to be wealthy and potentially going through marital difficulties. He'd been photographed having intimate dinners with a doctor's wife from Plano and an attorney's wife from Highland Park, apparently running the same playbook on multiple targets. The expensive restaurants, the luxury hotel rooms, the designer gifts, Wade was living well beyond his means by exploiting women who thought they'd found someone who could provide the lifestyle they believed they deserved. Bank records that Rodriguez obtained through legal channels showed Wade had maxed out Grace's personal credit cards over the past 3 months, racking up over $80,000 in charges for luxury vacations, high-end electronics, and cash advances that had apparently funded his gambling habits. Grace had no idea she was essentially financing Wade's addiction while he promised her a future of financial security and social advancement. The man who'd convinced her to leave her stable marriage for a better life was systematically destroying her credit and financial stability while planning his own exit strategy. The investigators' final report included evidence that Wade had already begun distancing himself from Grace as her divorce proceedings approached, apparently recognizing that her settlement might not materialize as planned and that her usefulness as a financial resource was diminishing. Phone records showed his calls to Grace had decreased dramatically over the past 2 weeks, and surveillance indicated he was spending more time with his other targets while making excuses to avoid seeing Grace. The classic pattern of a predator preparing to abandon one victim while securing others suggested that Grace's dream of a wealthy new life was about to become a nightmare of debt and abandonment. The formal mediation took place in a sterile conference room at Grace's attorney's downtown office, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Dallas skyline that Grace kept glancing at like she was already envisioning her new life. She arrived wearing a designer dress I'd never seen before, probably purchased with one of Wade's credit card sprees, and carried herself with the confidence of someone who believed victory was guaranteed. Jessica Morrison, her attorney, was exactly what I'd expected: sharp, expensive, and clearly accustomed to maximizing settlements for wives who'd decided their husbands weren't worth keeping. Grace's opening statement was a masterpiece of entitlement wrapped in victim language. She talked about the sacrifices she'd made for our marriage, the career opportunities she'd passed up to support my success, and her need for financial security to rebuild her life after our irreconcilable differences. Morrison presented a detailed breakdown of what they considered our marital assets, complete with professional valuations and projected settlement amounts that would have left Grace with over $1.2 million while I retained responsibility for most of our joint debts. The moment I'd been waiting for arrived when my attorney, David Kim, presented our counterdocumentation with the calm professionalism of someone delivering routine legal papers. Your Honor, we need to address some significant changes in asset ownership that occurred prior to the filing of divorce proceedings, he said, sliding a thick folder across the table. Morrison's confident expression faltered slightly as she began reviewing the notarized documents that detailed the trust transfers I'd completed months earlier. Grace's face went through a fascinating transformation as Morrison quietly explained what the paperwork meant. First confusion, then disbelief, then a growing horror as she realized that the house, the investment properties, and my cryptocurrency portfolio, everything she'd been counting on to fund her new life, were completely beyond her reach. The assets had been legally transferred into my father's family trust well before she'd filed for divorce, with documentation showing the moves were part of legitimate estate planning rather than attempt to hide marital property. "This can't be legal," Grace whispered, her voice breaking slightly as the reality of her situation became clear. Morrison requested an immediate recess, visibly frustrated that her client had failed to disclose any knowledge of asset transfers and had essentially wasted expensive legal fees pursuing an impossible case. I watched Grace's world crumble in real time as she frantically called Wade from the hallway, probably hoping he could provide the legal miracle or financial support she desperately needed. The recess stretched for over an hour while Morrison researched the legality of the trust arrangements and Grace made increasingly frantic phone calls that went unanswered. When they finally returned to the conference room, Grace looked like she'd been crying, and Morrison's professional demeanor had shifted from confidence to damage control. "My client would like to explore alternative settlement options," Morrison announced, essentially admitting that their original demands were no longer viable. But Grace's humiliation was just beginning. While she'd been discovering her settlement dreams were worthless, Wade had been implementing his own exit strategy with ruthless efficiency. Rodriguez texted me updates throughout the mediation process, confirming that Wade had cleaned out Grace's remaining credit accounts, opened several new cards using her information, and purchased a one-way ticket to Las Vegas with cash advances that pushed her total debt over $95,000. By the time Grace realized her affair partner had vanished, he was already 3 states away with her financial future in ruins. The final blow came when Grace's phone buzzed with a notification from her credit monitoring service. She glanced at it during our resumed mediation session, and I watched her face go completely white as she read about unauthorized charges and account closures that meant Wade had stolen not just her money, but her identity and creditworthiness. Her attorney was still trying to negotiate some form of settlement when Grace suddenly stood up, mumbled something about feeling sick, and rushed out of the conference room without another word. Grace's carefully constructed world collapsed completely within 2 weeks of our failed mediation. Wade had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a trail of financial destruction and several other women who discovered they weren't his only romantic interests. Grace lost her upscale downtown apartment when she couldn't make rent payments that had been inflated by her attempts to maintain the lifestyle Wade had convinced her she deserved. The landlord had no sympathy for her sob story about fraud and identity theft, especially when she couldn't provide any legal documentation of Wade's crimes or her status as a victim. Moving in with her sister Kelly in Fort Worth was perhaps the most humiliating aspect of Grace's downfall, given how she'd spent years looking down on Kelly's modest suburban lifestyle and middle-class husband. Kelly worked as a nurse and lived in a 3-bedroom ranch house with her family, the kind of simple, practical life that Grace had always considered beneath her aspirations. Now Grace was sleeping on Kelly's fold-out couch, surrounded by her designer clothes and expensive handbags that served as bitter reminders of the fantasy life she'd been living on borrowed money and stolen time. The boutique failed spectacularly within 8 weeks of Grace's personal crisis, as creditors seized inventory and equipment to cover the debts Wade had accumulated using her business credit accounts. Grace had been so focused on her divorce settlement and new relationship that she'd neglected the store's actual operations, letting vendor payments slide while Wade convinced her that her settlement money would solve all financial problems. When customers stopped coming and suppliers demanded immediate payment, Grace discovered that Wade had been using her business accounts as his personal ATM for months. Grace's desperate attempts to contact me began with formal letters through her attorney, evolving into personal texts, voicemails, and eventually showing up at places where she thought she might find me. Her early messages tried to frame her affair as a temporary mistake caused by confusion and Wade's manipulation, claiming she'd been victimized by a predatory man who'd taken advantage of her vulnerable state. "David, I know how this looks, but I was completely manipulated by someone who saw me as an easy target," she wrote in one lengthy text. "Wade convinced me that you didn't appreciate me, but I realize now that he was just using me to get to our money." As her financial situation became more desperate, Grace's messages shifted from explanations to outright begging for assistance with the mounting debts Wade had created in her name. She offered to sign away all future claims to my assets in exchange for help with credit card payments, student loans Wade had taken out using her information, and legal fees for the identity theft case that was going nowhere. "I'll give you a complete divorce with no settlement demands if you can just help me get out from under this debt," she pleaded in a voicemail that lasted over 3 minutes. "I know I don't deserve your help, but I don't have anyone else to turn to." Her final attempt at reconciliation came through Kelly, who called me 6 months after our divorce was finalized to say that Grace was considering bankruptcy and was genuinely sorry for everything that had happened. "She's really learned her lesson, David," Kelly said, clearly uncomfortable with being put in the middle of our situation. "She realizes now that Wade was just using her, and she keeps saying you were the best thing that ever happened to her." Kelly mentioned that Grace had started therapy and was working at a retail job in Fort Worth, trying to rebuild her life from nothing while dealing with the legal consequences of Wade's financial crimes. I listened politely to Kelly's plea for forgiveness and reconciliation, then explained calmly that Grace had made her choices with full knowledge of the consequences and that I'd moved on completely. By that point, I'd already relocated to Austin, started a new position with a tech startup, and was dating someone who appreciated stability and honesty over expensive restaurants and designer handbags. My new life was everything my marriage to Grace had never been: peaceful, authentic, and built on mutual respect rather than financial dependency and manipulation. The last I heard about Grace came through mutual friends who mentioned she'd moved somewhere out of state after declaring bankruptcy and losing her legal battle to recover any money from Wade's schemes. Apparently, she'd learned a valuable lesson about choosing partners based on their character rather than their ability to fund her lifestyle fantasies, but that education had cost her everything she'd worked for and destroyed relationships that had taken years to build.
My girlfriend chose her friend's birthday over being there when I had a serious accident. Now I'm questioning everything. So this happened 2 weeks ago and I'm still processing it. I need some outside perspective because I honestly don't know if I'm overreacting or if this is as messed up as it feels. Some background first so you guys could understand this situation better. My girlfriend Jasmine and I have been together for 2 years. We live together, split bills, the whole 9 yards. I work in tech sales and just got promoted to senior account manager last month, something I'd been grinding toward for over a year. The promotion came with a 40% raise and basically set up my entire career trajectory. The day this all went down started amazing. My boss called me into his office around 3 p.m. and told me I got the promotion. I was over the moon. First thing I did was text Jasmine. "Baby, I got it. The promotion is official. Want to celebrate tonight? How about that steakhouse you love?" Her response was lukewarm. "That's great, babe, but I can't tonight. It's Jessica's birthday party. You knew about this." Here's the thing, I vaguely remembered her mentioning something about Jessica's birthday, but I figured if something this huge happened in my life, she might want to celebrate with me first. Jessica is Jasmine's college friend who she sees maybe 3 or 4 times a year, while this promotion was literally life-changing for us. I tried one more time. "I get that, but this is kind of a big deal. Could you maybe show up late to the party after dinner with me?" Her response hit different. "Don't be selfish, Mike. Friends only have one birthday a year. Your promotion isn't going anywhere. We can celebrate later." That word, selfish, just sat wrong with me. But I didn't want to fight, so I said fine and told her I'd just grab drinks with my coworkers instead. Fast forward to around 9 p.m. I was leaving Murphy's Pub, the place across my office building where my team and I had gone for celebratory drinks. I was texting my buddy Dave, trying to coordinate meeting up later when I stepped into the crosswalk. I never saw the Honda Civic run the red light. Next thing I knew, I was on the pavement with people screaming around me. My left leg felt wrong, really wrong. There was blood on my face and my ribs felt like they were on fire every time I breathed. Someone was already calling 911. The paramedics were great, got me stabilized and to the hospital fast. Turned out I had a fractured tibia and 3 broken ribs. Could have been way worse, but I was looking at surgery and weeks of recovery. Here's where it gets really messed up. I'm in the ER. They've got me on pain meds, but I'm coherent enough to use my phone. The doctor said I was stable but would need surgery in the morning. Something about waiting for the orthopedic surgeon and making sure there's no internal bleeding they missed. They wanted to do more scans and have me fast overnight before the operation. All I wanted was to hear Jasmine's voice, to have her there with me. I was scared, alone, and everything hurt. I called her around 11 p.m. "Mike, what's up? I'm at Jessica's party." "Jasmine, I got hit by a car. I'm in the hospital. Can you come?" Silence for like 10 seconds. Then, "What? Are you serious? How bad is it?" "Pretty bad. Broken leg, broken ribs. I need surgery tomorrow." Another pause. I could hear music and laughing in the background. "Well, can it wait till tomorrow morning?" I'm right in the middle of Jessica's thing and everyone's here. It would be weird to leave now. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Jasmine, I got hit by a car. I'm asking you to come to the hospital." "Look, you're obviously fine enough to call me. Just sleep it off or call your mom. We're doing karaoke and I already paid for bottle service. I'll come tomorrow morning, okay?" the line went dead. She hung up on me. I stared at that phone for probably 20 minutes. The nurse came by and asked if I needed her to call anyone else. I ended up calling my mom, who lives 3 states away, and my buddy Dave. Dave dropped everything and was there within an hour. But here's what really got me. Around midnight, Jasmine posted an Instagram story from the party. She's got a drink in her hand, huge smile, with the caption, "Girls' night is everything. Priorities, friends, forever priorities," while I was lying in a hospital bed with a broken leg. The worst part, several of my coworkers had seen the accident happen. It was right outside our building and apparently pretty dramatic, ambulance, police, the works. By the next morning, word had spread around the office about what happened. So picture this. Everyone at work knows I got seriously injured. They're sending flowers and well wishes, and then they see my girlfriend's Instagram showing her partying that same night with captions about priorities. I had surgery the next morning. Dave stayed the whole time. Jasmine never showed up, didn't even text. She finally texted me the next afternoon. "Hey, hope the surgery went okay. Jessica's party was crazy lol. When are you coming home?" That's when it hit me. I started thinking about other times she'd done this. When I graduated with my MBA 2 years ago, she skipped my graduation dinner because her friend group had planned a wine tasting. When my grandfather died last year, she came to the funeral but left early because her college roommate was in town. There's always been someone else's priority that came before supporting me at important moments. I'm still in the hospital now, day 3 post-surgery, and I keep asking myself this question over and over again. If you can't show up when your partner is literally in the emergency room, when exactly will you show up? Dave's been a rock through this whole thing. He's taking time off work to help me when I get discharged. Meanwhile, Jasmine has visited exactly once for about 20 minutes, spent most of it on her phone, and complained that the parking garage was expensive. Reddit, I need some perspective. Am I overreacting? Is this relationship salvageable, or am I finally seeing her true colors? Edit. Thanks for all the responses so far. Someone asked about the Instagram post. Yeah, it's still up. Several coworkers have seen it, and the timing is not good for her reputation around the office. Update 1. Jesus Christ, I wasn't expecting that response. Thank you to everyone who commented. It really helped me see this situation clearly. So I got out of the hospital 3 days ago. Jasmine picked me up, but spent the whole car ride complaining about having to leave work early and how the hospital parking fees were adding up. Not once did she ask how I was feeling or if I needed anything. The first 2 days home were enlightening. I'm on crutches, can barely get around, and need help with basic stuff. Jasmine's version of taking care of me was leaving a sandwich on the counter and telling me she was going out with friends because being cooped up is bad for her mental health. But the real wake-up call came yesterday. I'd been doing a lot of thinking while laid up, and I started really looking at our relationship patterns. You guys were right, this wasn't a one-off thing. So I did something I probably should have done years ago. I made a list. Times Jasmine wasn't there when it mattered. My MBA graduation dinner, chose wine tasting with friends. My grandfather's funeral, left early for college roommate visit. My job interview for this current position, chose brunch with her sister. Now this accident. Times I dropped everything for her. Drove 4 hours to get her when her car broke down. Skipped my cousin's wedding to comfort her during a friend breakup. Left a work conference early when she had a panic attack. The pattern was so clear it actually hurt to look at. But wait, it gets better. Yesterday, my coworker James stopped by with some work documents I needed to sign. He's usually pretty professional, but he seemed uncomfortable about something. Finally, he just said, "Dude, I don't know if I should tell you this, but people around the office are talking." Turns out, Jasmine's Instagram post from the night of my accident has been making rounds at work. The timestamp shows she posted it around midnight, right after I called her from the hospital. Someone screenshot it before she could delete it. The caption about priorities, while I was getting emergency surgery, is not playing well with my colleagues or our mutual friends. James told me the reaction has been pretty universal. People were genuinely shocked. The guys in the office are calling it ruthless and ice cold. The women are even harsher. Apparently Lisa from accounting said, "I wouldn't even treat my ex like that, let alone my current boyfriend." Even people who barely know Jasmine are talking about it. But here's the kicker, Jasmine has no idea people know. She thinks she's been subtle about it, or she simply doesn't see anything wrong with what she did to realize how it looks to others. She even had the audacity yesterday to say, "I think people at your work don't like me. They're being weird when I stop by." Last night, I made my decision. I called my buddy Dave, who's been an absolute legend through this whole thing, and asked if he could help me move out this weekend. I can't do heavy lifting, obviously, but I can pack and supervise. Dave instantly agreed to take the day off work and come over to help. I haven't told Jasmine yet. I've been pretending everything's normal while I get my ducks in a row. Found a small one-bedroom apartment across town that allows short-term leases. It's nothing fancy, but it's mine. I'm planning to leave Saturday while she's at her weekly yoga class. I'll pack what I can. She'll come back to a half-empty house and a single note I leave on the kitchen counter. I keep second-guessing myself, though. Part of me wonders if I should try to talk it out first, see if she can change. But then I remember lying in that hospital bed, calling the person I loved most, and being told that bottle service at a birthday party was more important than being there for me. Dave says something that stuck with me. "Bro, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. She's shown you multiple times. How much longer are you planning to put up with this?" I think he's right. I think I've been making excuses for her for 2 years because I wanted her to be someone she's not. The hardest part is that I do love her, but I'm starting to understand there's a difference between loving someone and being loved back. I've been doing all the loving in this relationship. I'll update you guys after I move out. Wish me luck. Update 2. Holy shit, you guys. I wasn't prepared for what happened after I moved out. So Saturday went according to plan. Dave and 2 other friends helped me pack and move while Jasmine was at yoga. I took only what was absolutely mine, being extra careful not to mix up anything that belonged to her. My leg was still pretty messed up, so I mostly sat in a chair and directed traffic while they did the heavy lifting. We got all my stuff out in about 3 hours. I left the note on the kitchen counter where she'd see it immediately, kept it simple. "Jasmine, I needed you once, really needed you, and you chose someone else. That tells me everything I need to know about our relationship and what I mean to you. I hope Jessica's birthday was worth it. Please don't contact me, Mike." Then I turned off my phone and went to my new place. I turned my phone back on Sunday morning to 47 missed calls and 23 text messages, all from Jasmine. The first few texts were confused. "Where are you? Your stuff is gone. What's happening?" Then shifted to angry real quick once she discovered the note. "Are you seriously doing this over one mistake? You're being ridiculous." Then defensive. "I had no idea it was that serious. You sounded fine on the phone." Then manipulative. "I was scared of hospitals, you know I don't handle blood well." Then desperate. "Please call me back, we can work this out." And finally, what I was waiting for, victim mode. "I can't believe you're abandoning me like this. You're just like every other guy." I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I blocked her number. But blocking her number didn't stop the drama. Sunday night, my friend Cody, who's friends with both of us, called me. Apparently Jasmine had shown up at his apartment crying, asking if he'd seen me. She told him I disappeared over a little disagreement and was trying to get him to convince me to come back. "Cody is a good friend," he said. "Jasmine, the whole friend group knows what happened. Mike got hit by a car and you chose a party. That didn't seem like a little disagreement. Not to anyone but you." According to Cody, she just stood there for a minute and then said, "It wasn't like that," and left. Monday morning, the real shitshow started. I'm working from home this week because of my leg, but I was on a video call with my team when my phone started blowing up. Group texts, Instagram DMs, even LinkedIn messages. Apparently, Jasmine had spent Sunday night and Monday morning doing damage control. She'd been calling mutual friends with her version of events. I was emotionally manipulative. I was punishing her for having a social life. And my personal favorite, I was controlling and couldn't handle her independence. The problem: multiple people from my office had already heard the real story, and that Instagram post was still screenshot and circulating. Jasmine was clearly panicking. According to Cody, she'd been doing a full court press on damage control, calling people multiple times, showing up unannounced at friends' places, even trying to get mutual acquaintances to talk sense into Mike. But the more desperate she seemed, the worse it looked. People started avoiding her calls entirely. By Monday evening, her narrative was falling apart. Jessica, yes, birthday girl Jessica, actually reached out to me directly. She said Jasmine never told her about my accident during the party, and if she'd known, she would have told Jasmine to leave immediately. No birthday party is worth that, Jessica said. I'm actually kind of horrified she used my party as an excuse. The social fallout was getting worse for her too. Cody told me that their usual friend group chat had gone quiet whenever Jasmine posted, and she'd been noticeably left out of a few weekend plans. Jasmine was apparently getting paranoid about it, asking people if they were mad at her for some reason, and getting increasingly defensive when no one would give her straight answers. Tuesday was even better. Remember how I mentioned people at work were talking? Well, apparently someone had shared the story, without names, on a company Slack channel as a "what would you do" scenario. The universal response was shock and disgust. When people started putting two and two together about who the story was actually about, Jasmine's reputation at her own job started taking hits too. We work for companies that do business together, so there's some crossover in our professional networks. Apparently word got back to her office through a mutual client. Her boss's assistant, who knows people at my company, heard the whole story and it spread from there. I'm told people at Jasmine's work are now giving her the cold shoulder, especially the women. Someone mentioned that she got excluded from a girls' lunch this week, something that never happened before. Wednesday, Jasmine showed up at my new apartment. I saw her through the window and almost didn't answer the door, but I figured I'd have to deal with this eventually. She looked awful, like she hadn't slept in days. First thing she said was, "We need to talk." I stayed in the doorway, didn't invite her in. There's nothing to talk about, Jasmine. That night, I made a mistake. I was drunk and I panicked and I didn't understand how serious it was. You hung up on me when I told you I was in the hospital. I know, but I can change, I'll be better. Here's what got me: she was crying, but it felt performative. Like she was crying because she was supposed to, not because she actually understood what she'd done. I said, "Jasmine, when is the last time you asked me how I'm feeling? Physically, emotionally, anything?" She opened her mouth and then closed it. She literally couldn't answer. I have 3 broken ribs and a fractured leg. I'll be in physical therapy for months. I can barely sleep because of the pain. And in the 2 weeks since this happened, you've never once asked me how I'm dealing with it. Even now, standing here, you haven't asked. She started crying harder, but I was done. You taught me something important, Jasmine. You taught me the difference between someone who loves you and someone who's just comfortable with you being around. I hope it was a good lesson for both of us. I closed the door. She stood outside for maybe 10 minutes, sometimes knocking softly, sometimes just standing there. Eventually she left. I haven't heard from her since. The crazy thing is, I feel lighter. Like I'd been carrying around this weight I didn't even realize was there. Dave came over last night with pizza and we just hung out like old times. He said I seem more like myself than I have in years. I start physical therapy Monday. Work has been incredibly supportive. I've got a good friend group that has my back. My new apartment is small, but it's peaceful. I keep thinking about what would have happened if I'd stayed. If I'd accepted her apology and tried to make it work. Would she have changed, or would I have just taught her that she could treat me like an afterthought and I'd always come back? I think I know the answer. Thanks for all the support, Reddit. You guys helped me see clearly when I needed it most. Edit. Someone asked about the Instagram post. She finally deleted it, but the internet is forever. Several mutual friends had already screenshot it before she took it down. Final update. I thought I was done with updates, but Jasmine showed up at my apartment again yesterday, and I think you guys deserve to know how this ended. It's been almost a week since our last conversation. I've been doing well, physical therapy is helping, work is good, and I've been reconnecting with friends I'd kind of lost touch with while I was with Jasmine. Dave pointed out that I'd become pretty isolated from my friend group, which I hadn't really noticed until now. Yesterday around 6 p.m., there was a knock at my door. I looked through the peephole and saw Jasmine standing there with what looked like a care package, one of those fancy gift baskets with snacks and tea and stuff. Part of me wanted to just not answer, but I figured ignoring her forever wasn't sustainable if we were going to run in the same social circles. I opened the door but didn't invite her in. "I brought you something," she said, holding up the basket, "for your recovery." "That's thoughtful," I said flatly, "but I don't need anything." "Mike, please," she looked desperate, "can we just talk? 5 minutes." Against my better judgment, I let her come in. She sat on my couch and I stayed standing, partly because sitting down with my leg still hurts, but mostly because I didn't want this to feel comfortable or casual. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," she started, "and I realize I haven't been a good partner to you." I didn't say anything. I talked to my therapist about what happened, and she helped me see that I have this pattern of putting other people first because I'm afraid of confrontation. Like, I was afraid if I left Jessica's party, she'd be mad at me. "So you were more afraid of Jessica being mad than me being hurt?" She was quiet for a minute. "When you put it like that, yes. And that's messed up, I know that now." I sat down across from her. "Jasmine, do you remember what you said when I called you from the hospital? I was drunk and panicked, and you told me to sleep it off or call my mom. I was calling you because I was scared and hurt, and I needed the person I loved to be there with me before a surgery. And instead, you told me to just sleep it off like it was just some random headache." She started crying again, but this time it felt different, more real maybe. "I know, I replay that conversation every day. I hate myself for it." "I don't want you to hate yourself." I shook my head, "but I also can't be in a relationship where I come second to everyone else in your life." "You don't. You're the most important. Name one time in the past year where you chose me over someone else when it mattered." She opened her mouth and then closed it. "Same thing that happened last week." "I can name a dozen times I chose you," I said. "I chose you over family events, work opportunities, friendships, but I can't think of a single time you did the same for me." She was really crying now. "I can change, I can be better." "Maybe you can, but not with me." "What does that mean?" I took a deep breath. "It means I think you need to learn how to prioritize the people you care about, and I can't be your practice dummy while you figure it out. I deserve to be with someone who already knows that when I call from a hospital, they drop everything and come, not someone who needs to learn that lesson. So that's it, 2 years together and you're just done." "Yeah, I'm done." She sat there for a few more minutes, crying quietly. Then she said something that actually surprised me. "You're right about all of it. I do put other people first because it's easier than disappointing them. And I took you for granted because I knew you'd always forgive me." She looked up at me. "I'm really sorry, Mike, for who I was to you." That was the first apology that felt genuine. "I appreciate you saying that," I said. "I really do." She stood up to leave, then turned back. "For what it's worth, I hope someday you can forgive me, not for my sake, but for yours." After she left, I sat in my apartment for a long time thinking about that last conversation. There was something different about her, like she finally understood what she'd done instead of just being upset about the consequences. Dave came over later and asked how I felt about it. "Sad," I said, "but not regretful." And that's the truth. I'm sad that 2 years ended this way. I'm sad that she had to lose me to understand how she'd been treating me and learn her lesson, but I'm not regretful about leaving. My ribs are healing. My leg is getting stronger. I start a new project at work next week. Dave and I are planning a guys' weekend next month when I'm fully mobile again. I'm good. Really, genuinely good. Thanks for following this journey with me, Reddit. You guys helped me find my backbone when I needed it most.
You know, I'm not a jealous guy. I'm not. But I'm also not an idiot. For 8 years of marriage, I'd listened to my wife, Sarah, talk about her 4 college friends. They were a package deal, a tight-knit sorority of secrets and inside jokes that I was never fully allowed into. There was Becca, the loudmouthed ringleader, Laura, the follower who echoed everything Becca said. Emily, the quiet, anxious one. And Karen, the one who always seemed a little too normal for the group. I tolerated them. I hosted them for dinners, smiled through their cackling brunches, and endured the passive-aggressive comments Becca would make about my job or my taste in movies. So when Sarah announced 2 months ago that the 5 of them were planning their annual Ultimate Girls trip, this time to Miami, I already had a knot in my stomach. It wasn't about the trip itself, it was about her behavior leading up to it. She was jumpy and secretive with her phone, angling the screen away from me whenever a text came in. She started talking about a new, expensive gym she'd joined across town, insisting she needed a different vibe for her workouts. The spending on our joint credit cards ticked up. New clothes, new shoes, a new set of luggage. When I questioned it, I was met with a wall of indignation. God, Jason, can't I have anything for myself? It's for my trip with my friends. Are you saying you don't trust me? It was a classic manipulation tactic, and I saw it for what it was. It wasn't about trust, it was about deflecting from a legitimate question. I didn't push it, but I didn't forget it either. I'm not the kind of man who ignores red flags just to keep the peace. I observe, I file it away, and I wait. The Thursday she was supposed to leave, the atmosphere in our condo was tense. I helped her with her bags, a row of shiny new suitcases I'd paid for. She gave me a quick, almost formal hug and a peck on the cheek. I'll miss you, she said, but her eyes were already somewhere else, looking past me toward the door. Have fun, I said, my voice neutral. Be safe. The moment the door clicked shut, a strange sense of quiet descended. It wasn't peace, it was the eerie calm before a storm. I had a feeling, a deep, gut-level certainty that this trip was a turning point. I just didn't know how right I was. That afternoon, the proof arrived. It came in the form of a direct message on Instagram, from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was blank. The message contained a screenshot of a group chat. The chat's name was Miami Mayhem, and the members were Sarah, Becca, Laura, and Emily. Karen was conspicuously absent. I read the messages, my blood turning to ice. Becca's the dude finally gone? You free? Sarah. He's gone. Finally, he was being so clingy and suspicious this morning. I swear, he's like a warden. Forget him. Alex is gonna make you forget his name in about 5 minutes, lol. That's the plan. He's already checked into the hotel. This weekend is going to be legendary. Below the screenshot, another message from the anonymous account appeared. This is Karen. Just so you know, the rest of us are in Vegas. This was all a lie she cooked up with Becca and Laura. Emily and I had no idea until this morning. I can't be a part of this. I'm sorry, Jason. I stared at the screen, my mind racing, connecting the dots, the new gym, the secretive texts, the lies. It was all a carefully constructed theater, and I was the unsuspecting audience of one. Or so they thought. I wasn't hurt. The time for hurt was long past. My suspicions had already built a callus over that part of my heart. This was something else. This was a declaration of war. I typed a single reply to Karen. Appreciate it. Say nothing. Enjoy Vegas. Then I opened a new folder on my desktop and saved the screenshot. I renamed the folder Project Severance. The plan began to form, not out of rage but out of a cold, clear necessity. She hadn't just cheated. She had conspired with her friends to humiliate me. She had used my money to fund her betrayal. She saw me as an obstacle, a dud to be managed and deceived. She was about to find out how this particular dud managed a crisis. The trip was scheduled to last 3 days. It was all the time I needed. Update 1. The first phase of Project Severance was information and containment. I spent the rest of Thursday evening in a state of hyper-focused activity. My first call was not to a lawyer, but to a private investigator, a guy named Rick, who my firm used for discreet background checks. I gave him the name Alex, the name of Sarah's gym, and the location, Miami. I told him I needed photos, hotel records, and a full profile. I told him money was no object. My second call was to my sister Jessica. She's a corporate lawyer, sharp as a tack, and completely unsentimental. I sent her the screenshot and gave her the rundown. Her reaction was immediate and practical. Lock down your finances, now, before she can drain them. So I did. Our main asset was the condo we lived in, which we owned jointly. That would be a fight for later. But our liquid assets were vulnerable. We had a joint checking account, a joint savings account, and a home equity line of credit I'd set up for renovations, which she had full access to. At 9 a.m. on Friday morning, I was at the bank. I opened a new set of accounts under my name only. I calculated our total shared liquid assets and transferred exactly half, down to the cent, into my new accounts. Then I put a freeze on the home equity line. I didn't take her money. I secured mine. Next, I called the credit card companies. We had 2 joint cards, both of which I was the primary account holder on. I explained that my wallet had been stolen and that my cards, as well as my wife's authorized user cards, needed to be canceled immediately and reissued to my business address. It was a clean, simple lie that would prevent her from being able to use them for the rest of her trip. The consequences of that would be her problem to solve. While I was handling the financials, Rick, the PI, called back. He was good. He was fast. He had a full name, Alex Thorne, a personal trainer with a history of dating wealthy married women. He had photos of Sarah and Alex checking into a luxury hotel on South Beach. He even had a copy of their reservation, which showed they had booked a 3-night stay in the honeymoon suite. The irony was so thick, I could have choked on it. That afternoon, I took another step. My sister had warned me that Sarah's inevitable defense would be to paint me as abusive or controlling. "She'll say she was driven to it," Jessica had advised. "You need to protect the narrative." So I ordered 2 small high-definition security cameras. They were discreet, motion-activated, and completely legal to have in my own home. I installed one overlooking the main living area and another pointed at the front door. By Friday evening, the foundations of my strategy were in place. I had evidence, I had secured my finances, and I had protected my home. Now, it was time to go on the offensive. I thought about Karen, the friend who had warned me. Then I thought about Emily, the quiet one. I looked back at the screenshot. She hadn't participated in the mocking, but she hadn't defended me either. She was a weak link. I found Emily's number and sent her a text. "Emily, it's Jason. I know what's going on. We need to talk." Her reply came almost instantly. "Please don't be mad. I didn't know what to do." I called her. She sounded terrified. I kept my voice calm and even. I told her I wasn't mad at her, but that I needed to know everything. For the next hour, she spilled it all. This wasn't a one-time thing with Alex. It had been going on for months. Becca had introduced them. The girls' trip was a deliberate, calculated plan to spend a weekend with him, funded by my money. She told me Sarah and Becca were constantly mocking me behind my back, calling me old-fashioned and boring. She said Sarah had been talking about leaving me, but that she wanted to wait until the market was better to sell the condo, and that she had been talking to a lawyer about how to get the maximum amount of alimony. But then Emily dropped a bombshell that changed everything. She told me Sarah had been complaining about her father's failing business for months, and that about 3 months ago, she had mentioned co-signing a loan for him. A big one. She had used the condo as collateral. A cold dread washed over me. I had no knowledge of this loan. I had never signed anything. I ended the call with Emily, promising to keep her out of it as much as possible, and immediately started digging through the files in our home office. It took me an hour, but I found it, tucked away in a folder of old tax documents. It was a business loan agreement for $200,000, co-signed by my wife and her father. And she had, without a doubt, forged my signature on the document. The betrayal was deeper and darker than I could have ever imagined. This wasn't just cheating, this was criminal fraud. I now had the weapon I needed to not just end the marriage, but to obliterate her entire false reality. The final pieces of the plan clicked into place. I spent all day Saturday with my lawyer, Marcus Thorne, a man who looked more like a bulldog than an attorney. When I showed him the forged loan document, a slow, predatory smile spread across his face. "Well now," he said, "this changes things. This changes everything." Update 2. The trap was set for Sunday evening. Sarah's flight was scheduled to land at 7 p.m. At 5 p.m., I had a process server arrive at the condo. He was a big, imposing man who looked like he moonlighted as a bouncer. I gave him a thick envelope containing 2 sets of documents. The first was the petition for divorce. The second was a formal eviction notice giving her 30 days to vacate the property. taped to the front door, I placed a separate, smaller envelope. Then I went to my sister's house to wait. I was not going to be there for the initial confrontation. The cameras would capture everything I needed. At 7:23 p.m., the first alert came from my security app. A motion notification at the front door. I opened the live feed on my phone. There she was, tanned from the Miami sun, looking relaxed and happy. She reached for her keycard to the main building entrance, swiped it, and was denied. The look of annoyance that crossed her face was deeply satisfying. She tried again, denied. She buzzed the concierge, her voice sharp and entitled. I could hear the tinny audio through my phone speaker. "This is Sarah Miller from Unit 1201. My key isn't working." The concierge's voice was professionally bland. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Your access has been deactivated at the request of the primary resident." Her confusion quickly morphed into outrage. "That's ridiculous. Let me in immediately." "I'm afraid I can't do that, ma'am," the concierge replied. "However, there is a gentleman here to see you." The process server stepped into the frame. "Sarah Miller?" he asked, holding out the large envelope. The scene played out exactly as I had imagined. She refused to take the papers, so he dropped them at her feet. "You've been legally served," he said, and walked away. The camera in my living room captured her storming into the condo after the concierge finally let her into the building, her face a mask of thunderous rage. She tore open the envelope, her eyes scanning the documents. The sound she made, a half scream, half sob, was the sound of a cornered animal realizing the trap had sprung. That's when she saw the smaller envelope taped to the inside of the door. Her name was on it. She ripped it open. Inside was not a letter from me. It was a copy of the $200,000 loan agreement, with the forged signature circled in red marker. On the top, I had written a single sentence. "I know everything. Your move." The phone calls started moments later. I let the first one go to voicemail. It was a rambling, hysterical message filled with threats and accusations. I saved the recording. I answered the second call and put it on speaker, with my sister listening as a witness. "What is this, Jason? What have you done?" she shrieked. "I've simply responded to your actions, Sarah," I said, my voice as calm as a frozen lake. "You can't just kick me out. This is my home. You're insane." "Is it your home, Sarah, or is it collateral for your father's failing business? A business you used our shared asset to secure without my knowledge or consent by forging my signature on a legal document." The line went dead silent. The rage evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark terror of being caught. How did you find out about that?" she stammered. "It doesn't matter how I found out," I said. "It only matters that I did. The divorce papers are real, the eviction notice is real, and the criminal complaint for bank fraud that I will be filing on Monday morning is also very real. Unless, of course, you and your father decide to be extremely cooperative." I could hear her panicked breathing. "What do you want?" she whispered. "I want you to sign an uncontested divorce agreement. You will walk away with nothing but your personal belongings. You will make no claim on this condo, our savings, or any of my future earnings. You will waive your right to alimony. In exchange for your signature on that agreement, I will consider not pressing criminal charges for the fraud. You have 24 hours to decide. I suggest you talk to your father." I hung up the phone. Phase 2 was complete. The leverage was absolute. The next 24 hours were a flurry of panicked calls between Sarah, her parents, and their lawyer. My own lawyer, Marcus, handled all communication. Their initial response was bluster and threats. Their lawyer tried to argue that the forged signature would be hard to prove. Marcus calmly informed him that we had already retained a forensic handwriting expert. Their lawyer tried to argue for a more equitable settlement. Marcus replied that any settlement other than the one on the table would result in a criminal investigation that would not only land Sarah in serious legal trouble, but would also likely bankrupt her father and destroy his reputation. By Monday afternoon, they had folded. Sarah signed the agreement, her hand shaking so badly she could barely hold the pen. She agreed to everything. She walked away with nothing but the contents of the boxes I had packed for her. The fallout with her friends was just as swift. Karen and Emily, the two who had shown a conscience, cut ties with Sarah, Becca, and Laura completely. The story of the betrayal, the fake trip, and the bank fraud spread through their social circle, and Sarah became a pariah. Becca and Laura, the loyal co-conspirators, found themselves ostracized as well. No one wanted to be associated with that level of toxicity. Final update: it's been a year now. The divorce was finalized in record time. As per our agreement, Sarah's name was removed from the deed of the condo, and I bought out her half of the equity. The amount she received was immediately swallowed up by the debts her father had incurred. His business eventually went under, a casualty of the scandal and his own financial mismanagement. The relationship between Sarah and her parents is, from what I've heard, incredibly strained. They blame her for the public humiliation and the financial ruin. The last I heard, Sarah is living in a small apartment rented by her parents. She had to get a full-time office job, a far cry from the life of leisure she had planned for herself. Alex, the gym trainer, disappeared the moment the scandal broke. He wanted a wealthy mistress, not a broke and disgraced divorcee. A few months ago, I was at a charity gala my company sponsors. I was talking to a group of colleagues when I saw her across the room. She was there with her mother, who was clearly trying to network her way back into social relevance. Sarah looked tired and bitter. Our eyes met for a moment, and I saw a flicker of the old hatred. But there was something else there, too. Defeat. She looked away first. My revenge was not a single explosive act. It was a quiet, methodical dismantling of a life built on lies. I used her own deception, her own greed, as the tools of her undoing. She thought she was playing a game, but she was playing it against an opponent who had already read the rulebook and seen all the hidden moves. She didn't just lose a marriage. She lost her home, her friends, her financial security, and the future she thought she was entitled to. And she has no one to blame but herself. The quiet in my condo is no longer eerie. It's peaceful, and it's mine.
Nothing in this house ever broke during normal business hours, when I could actually fix it without wanting to murder something. I lay there in bed, listening to the damn thing clanking like a ghost in chains, while Caroline snored peacefully beside me. Must be nice to sleep through everything when you're not the one who has to crawl into the basement at ungodly hours. I grabbed my toolbox and headed downstairs, muttering every curse word I'd learned in 23 years of marriage and 15 years running Murphy's Home Repair. Yeah, that's me, Danny Murphy. The guy who fixes everyone else's problems while his own life falls apart, one rusty pipe at a time. The basement was colder than a banker's heart, and the water heater was leaking all over the concrete floor. Perfect. I knelt down with my flashlight, trying to figure out if this piece of junk was worth saving, or if I should just put it out of its misery. That's when I heard voices drifting through the open window above my head. Why can't you just admit Dad's a loser? That was my daughter Ellie's voice, sharp and cruel in the night air. Ellie, don't talk about your father that way. Caroline's voice, but without much conviction behind it. Come on, Mom. Chad makes you happy. You deserve better than some blue-collar nobody who can't even afford to send me to a decent college. I wish Chad was my dad. I froze, wrench halfway to the pipe fitting. Chad? Who the hell was Chad? And why was my 18-year-old daughter wishing some stranger was her father? It's complicated, honey. Your father and we've grown apart. So divorce him already. Chad's got money, he's got style, he actually takes care of himself. Dad looks like he crawled out of a construction site. Well, there's a newsflash. I work construction, so yeah, I tend to look like it. Forgive me for not getting manicures between installing kitchen cabinets and fixing broken toilets. We'll figure it out, Caroline said. Just give me time. Their voices faded as they went back inside, leaving me crouched in my own basement like some kind of troll, processing what I'd just heard. My wife was apparently seeing someone named Chad, and my daughter was actively rooting for him to replace me. Christmas morning had nothing on this gift. I finished the water heater repair on autopilot, my brain spinning like a slot machine. Chad. The name kept bouncing around my skull like a pinball. Who was this guy? How long had this been going on? And more importantly, what kind of idiot name was Chad anyway? Sounded like the kind of guy who wore boat shoes without socks and called everyone bro. Back upstairs, I found Caroline still asleep, looking innocent as an angel. Funny how people can look so peaceful when they're busy destroying your life. I stood there watching her breathe, wondering how long she'd been lying to my face. Months? Years? I'd always been good at fixing things, Pipes, electrical, roofing, you name it. But apparently, I'd missed the biggest break of all. The one in my own marriage. The next morning came too soon and not soon enough. Caroline was already up, getting ready for work at Henderson Real Estate, where she'd been climbing the ladder for the past 3 years. She looked good. Better than she had in years, actually. New clothes, new haircut, hitting the gym regularly. I'd thought she was finally taking care of herself. Turns out she was taking care of herself for someone else. "Coffee's ready," she said without looking at me, applying lipstick in the hallway mirror. "Thanks." I poured myself a cup and watched her primp. "So, how's work going?" "Fine. Busy. We've got that new development project starting up. Working with anyone interesting?" She paused, just for a second, but I caught it. "Just the usual team. You know how it is." "No, Caroline, I don't know how it is. Why don't you tell me about Chad?" But I didn't say that. Instead, I sipped my coffee and played the part of the oblivious husband. 23 years of marriage teaches you to pick your battles, even when you're pretty sure the war's already over. After she left for work, I sat at the kitchen table staring at her coffee mug. It had a real estate company logo on it, not Henderson's, but some outfit called Pinnacle Properties. When had she gotten a new mug? And why didn't I recognize the company name? I pulled out my phone and Googled Pinnacle Properties. Fancy website, upscale listings, the kind of place that sold million-dollar homes to people who probably had never touched a wrench in their lives. And there, on the Our Team page, was a photo that made my blood pressure spike. Chad Brennan, associate broker. 30-something, perfect teeth, hair that probably cost more to maintain than my truck payment. He looked exactly like the kind of guy who'd steal someone's wife and convince their daughter he'd make a better father. I clicked on his bio. Harvard MBA, former investment banker, quote, bringing a fresh perspective to luxury real estate. Of course he was. Because nothing says homewrecker like an Ivy League education and a trust fund. My phone buzzed with a text from my first job of the day. Mrs. Patterson needed her kitchen faucet replaced. Simple job, honest work, the kind of thing that used to make me feel useful. Now it just reminded me that while I was crawling under sinks, my wife was apparently crawling under Harvard Boy. I grabbed my tools and headed out, trying to push down the rage that was building in my chest like steam in a boiler. But as I drove through our little town of Millbrook, population 8,000 and falling, I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was looking at me differently. Did they know? In a town this size, secrets had a shelf life of about 15 minutes. If Caroline was running around with Chad, chances were half the town was already placing bets on when I'd find out. Mrs. Patterson's faucet was a straightforward job, but I found myself taking longer than usual, double-checking everything. Anything to avoid going home and pretending everything was normal. She made small talk while I worked, asking about Caroline and Ellie, and I found myself wondering if there was a hidden meaning behind her questions. "Your wife's doing so well at that new job," she said, refilling my water glass. "I see her around town with that handsome young man from the real estate office. They make such a professional team." There it was. Professional team. Right. "Yeah, she's really dedicated to her work," I managed. "Oh, absolutely. They were at Morrison's Steakhouse last week, working over dinner. Such commitment. Morrison's Steakhouse. The most expensive restaurant in a 50-mile radius. Caroline and I hadn't been there since our anniversary 3 years ago, and even then we'd split an appetizer because of the prices. I finished the faucet repair and packed up my tools, Mrs. Patterson's words echoing in my head. Working dinner. Professional team. Either the woman was completely naive, or she was giving me the world's most polite heads up that my wife was cheating on me. Driving home, I made a decision. I needed proof. Not suspicions, not overheard conversations, not gossip from well-meaning neighbors. Real, solid evidence of what Caroline was doing and who she was doing it with. Time to stop playing defense and start playing detective. That evening, I did something I'd never done in 23 years of marriage. I snooped. Caroline was in the shower, singing some song I didn't recognize, and her phone was charging on the nightstand. My hands were shaking like a teenager's as I picked it up. Password protected, naturally. But I knew Caroline. She wasn't exactly a cybersecurity expert. I tried her birthday. Nothing. Ellie's birthday. Nope. Our anniversary. Bingo. Her text messages opened up like Pandora's box, and I immediately wished I could slam the lid shut. There were dozens of messages from CB going back months. At first, they were professional enough, Meeting times, client information, work stuff. But as I scrolled down, they got progressively more personal. C. B. Thinking about you. Caroline. Me too. This is crazy. C. B. Crazy good. When can I see you again? Caroline. Danny's working late tomorrow. My place? Can't wait to hold you. I kept scrolling, my stomach turning with each message. Photos. Not completely explicit, but suggestive enough to leave no doubt about what was happening. Caroline in lingerie I'd never seen. Chad, shirtless, in what looked like an expensive apartment. The shower was still running, so I kept digging. Her email, her social media, looking for any clue about how long this had been going on. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. It wasn't just an affair. Caroline was planning to leave me. There were emails to divorce attorneys, searches for apartments in the city, even a job application to Pinnacle Properties. She was building an entire new life with Chad, and I was apparently the last to know. The water shut off upstairs. I quickly put her phone back and tried to look casual, but inside, I was falling apart. 23 years of marriage, and she was ready to throw it all away for some pretty boy with an MBA. You're quiet tonight, Caroline said when she came downstairs, toweling her hair dry. Just tired. Long day. She sat next to me on the couch, close enough that I could smell her shampoo. It was a new brand, something expensive. Danny, we need to talk. Here it comes, I thought. She's going to tell me about Chad, ask for a divorce, explain how she's outgrown our little life together. Ellie's tuition payment is due next week, she said instead. We need to figure out how we're going to cover it. Not the conversation I was expecting. I thought we had it handled. We did, but with the business being slow, she trailed off, not meeting my eyes. The business wasn't slow. I'd been busier than ever, actually. But I'd noticed some irregularities in our joint account lately. Money going out that I couldn't account for. Now I had a pretty good idea where it was going. I'll figure something out, I said. Maybe it's time to consider community college for her first 2 years. Save some money. Right. Save money so she could spend it on hotel rooms with Chad. Ellie's got her heart set on state. Her heart might have to adjust to reality. The irony was almost funny. Caroline was lecturing me about reality while living in a fantasy world where she could have her cake and eat it too. Keep the stable home life with reliable Danny while playing house with exciting Chad. Well, reality was about to get very real for all of us. The next day, I did something I'd never done before. I followed my wife to work. I felt like a stalker, sitting in my truck across from the Henderson real estate office, watching Caroline through the window. She looked animated, happy even, talking on the phone and typing on her computer. At lunchtime, she came out and got into her car. Instead of heading to her usual sandwich shop, she drove across town to Pinnacle Properties. My heart hammered as I watched her park and walk into the building like she owned the place. She stayed for 2 hours. When she came out, Chad was with her. He was even more obnoxious in person than in his photos. Tall, perfectly groomed, the kind of guy who probably had his shirts professionally pressed. They stood by her car talking, and I could see her laughing at something he said. Then he kissed her. Right there in broad daylight, in front of his office building, he kissed my wife. Like they were teenagers. She melted into him like butter on hot toast. I gripped the steering wheel so hard I thought it might snap. This wasn't just an affair anymore. It was a public humiliation. How many people had seen them together? How many of my friends and neighbors knew what was happening while I was obliviously fixing their toilets and rewiring their basements? They separated and Caroline got in her car. Chad watched her drive away with this smug smile on his face, like he'd just won the lottery. Which, I guess from his perspective, he had. He got the wife, the intimacy, the excitement, while I got to pay the bills and play the fool. That night at dinner, I studied Caroline and Ellie like I was seeing them for the first time. Caroline picked at her food, distracted and distant. Ellie scrolled through her phone, occasionally showing Caroline something that made them both laugh. I felt like a stranger at my own table. "Dad, you're staring," Ellie said without looking up from her phone. "Just thinking." "About what?" "About how my daughter wishes another man was her father. About how my wife is planning to leave me for a guy who probably makes more in a month than I make in a year. About how I've apparently become invisible in my own life." "Work stuff," I said. After dinner, I went out to my workshop in the garage. It was my sanctuary, the one place in the house that was purely mine. Tools organized just the way I like them, projects in various stages of completion, the smell of sawdust and motor oil. I'd built this space with my own hands, just like I'd built our life together. But apparently, what I'd built wasn't good enough anymore. I pulled out a beer and sat on my workbench trying to figure out what to do next. I could confront Caroline directly, but then what? She'd probably just deny it, or worse, she'd admit it and ask for a divorce right there on the spot. I could confront Chad, but that would just make me look like the jealous husband everyone probably already thought I was. Or I could do something else entirely. I'd spent my whole adult life being the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who fixed everyone else's problems. Maybe it was time to cause some problems of my own. My phone buzzed with a text from my buddy Mike Kowalski, who ran the local boxing gym where I'd been working out for the past few years. Fight night tomorrow. You in? I've been doing some amateur boxing as a way to stay in shape and blow off steam. Nothing serious, just local guys throwing punches in a ring that had seen better days. But suddenly, the idea of hitting something really appealed to me. Yeah, I texted back. I'm in. Maybe it was time to stop playing defense and start throwing some punches of my own. The Millbrook Boxing Club occupied a converted warehouse on the wrong side of town, the kind of place where the American dream went to sweat out its frustrations. The ring was surrounded by heavy bags, speed bags, and the ghosts of 1,000 broken noses. It smelled like liniment and lost hopes, and tonight, it felt like home. You look like hell, Murphy, said Mike Kowalski, wrapping my hands with practiced efficiency. Mike was 60-something, built like a fire hydrant, and had been training fighters since before I was born. What's eating you? Just need to hit something. Fair enough. Tommy Breslin's looking for a sparring partner. He's about your size. Tommy Breslin worked at the tire shop downtown and had hands like sledgehammers. Perfect. I needed someone who could hit back hard enough to make me forget about Chad and Caroline, at least for a few rounds. We touched gloves and started circling each other. Tommy was a brawler, all power and no finesse, which suited my mood perfectly. I let him come forward, slipping his jabs and working his body. The rhythm of boxing was like meditation: jab, cross, hook, duck, move. For 30 minutes, nothing existed except the next punch. Tommy caught me with a right hand that rattled my teeth, and suddenly I was seeing Chad's smug face instead of Tommy's. I unloaded a combination that sent Tommy stumbling backward, surprised by the sudden aggression. Easy there, killer, Tommy said, grinning behind his mouthpiece. Save some for the other guy. But there was no other guy. Just me, alone in the ring with my anger and my humiliation, throwing punches at shadows. After the gym, I stopped at Flanagan's Pub, the kind of dive bar where the beer was cold and the conversation was minimal. I was nursing my second beer when the door opened and Chad Brennan walked in. Of all the gin joints in all the towns, right? He didn't see me at first, too busy scanning the room like he was looking for someone. He was dressed down from his usual real estate uniform, jeans and a polo shirt that probably cost more than most people's car payments. Even casual, he looked like he'd stepped out of a catalog. He spotted me, and his face went through about 6 different expressions in 2 seconds. Surprise, recognition, guilt, calculation, and finally, arrogance. He walked over to my table like we were old friends. Danny Murphy, right? I'm Chad Brennan. I work with your wife. Work with. That's one way to put it. I know who you are, I said. He sat down without being invited, signaling the bartender for a drink. Caroline's told me so much about you. You're the contractor, right? Among other things. That's great, really great. This town needs more skilled tradesmen, like I was some quaint local attraction. I could feel my jaw clenching, and my knuckles were still sore from hitting Tommy Breslin. So how long have you been working with my wife? I asked. About 6 months now. She's incredible, really talented. You're a lucky man. The balls on this guy. He was sitting 3 feet away from me, talking about how lucky I was to be married to the woman he was sleeping with. I had to admire the sheer audacity. Yeah, she's something special, I said. We've been together 23 years. That's amazing. Real commitment. You don't see that much anymore. No, you don't, especially when guys like you are around. His drink arrived, some kind of craft beer that probably had a story about hops grown on a mountaintop by monks. He took a sip and studied me like I was a problem he needed to solve. You know, Danny, I've been thinking. Caroline mentioned you might be interested in some contract work. Pinnacle Properties is always looking for reliable contractors for our higher-end listings. Higher-end listings. Translation, Rich people's houses that I could fix while he screwed my wife in the master bedroom. I'll think about it, I said. Great. Really great. Here's my card. He slid a business card across the table. Chad Brennan, associate broker, with a phone number I'd already memorized from Caroline's text messages. I should get going, he said, finishing his beer. Early day tomorrow. You know how it is. No, Chad, I don't know how it is. Why don't you explain it to me? But he was already standing, throwing money on the table like he was buying drinks for the whole bar. Great meeting you, Danny. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of each other. He walked out, leaving me alone with his business card in a rage that was building like pressure in a boiler. The guy had just sat at my table, drunk my air, and basically told me he was stealing my wife while offering me the chance to work for him. The bartender, a guy named Pete who'd known me since high school, slid another beer across the bar. That guy's new in town, he said. Yeah. Heard he's been making quite an impression. Pete had that look people get when they know something you don't know they know. The look that said the whole town was talking about my business while I was the last to figure it out. What kind of impression? Pete shrugged and wiped down a glass. You know how it is in a small town. People talk. People talk. About my wife and her boyfriend. About how the contractor's getting played by some city boy with perfect teeth. About how Danny Murphy's too stupid to see what's happening in his own house. I finished my beer and headed home, Chad's business card burning a hole in my pocket. The house was dark, except for the glow from Ellie's room, where she was probably posting on social media about how much she hated her life in this boring town with her boring father. Caroline was already asleep, or pretending to be. I stood in the doorway watching her breathe, wondering how long she'd been planning this. How many nights had she lain there thinking about Chad, while I slept next to her like an idiot? I went downstairs to my workshop and pulled out my laptop. Time to do some research on Mr. Chad Brennan, associate broker, homewrecker, and all-around piece of work. What I found was interesting. Chad had only been in town for 8 months, hired by Pinnacle Properties after leaving a firm in Boston under what the internet described as unclear circumstances. There were some complaints filed against him with the Massachusetts Real Estate Board. Nothing that stuck, but enough to suggest he had a pattern of boundary issues. Like sleeping with married women. I dug deeper, following links and cross-referencing names. Chad had left quite a trail across New England. 3 different real estate firms in 5 years, always moving on just before things got complicated. He was a serial job hopper, probably a serial homewrecker too. And now he'd landed in Millbrook, population 8,000 and falling, where he'd set his sights on my wife and my life. But here's the thing about small towns that guys like Chad never understand. We take care of our own, and when someone comes in from outside and starts causing problems, we have ways of dealing with it. I closed the laptop and cracked my knuckles. My hands were still sore from boxing, but they felt good. Strong. Ready. Time to start fighting back. The next morning brought the kind of autumn rain that makes everything look gray and defeated. I was replacing a garbage disposal for the Hendersons when my phone rang. Caroline's name lit up the screen. "Danny, we need to talk," she said without preamble. "I'm working. This can't wait. Meet me at Morrison's at noon. Morrison's Steakhouse. The same place where she'd been having working dinners with Chad." The irony was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Fine. I finished the disposal job in record time and drove across town, my mind racing. This was it. The conversation I'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. Caroline was finally going to tell me about Chad, ask for a divorce, explain how she'd outgrown our marriage like an old coat. She was already there when I arrived, sitting in a corner booth, looking nervous. She'd dressed up for the occasion. New dress, professional makeup, the works. Like she was going to a job interview instead of destroying her husband's life. "Thanks for coming," she said as I slid into the booth across from her. "What's this about, Caroline?" She fidgeted with her napkin, not meeting my eyes. "I've been thinking about our marriage, about where we are. And where are we? We're stuck, Danny. We've been going through the motions for years. You know it. I know it." The waitress came over and took our drink orders. Coffee for me, white wine for Caroline. Liquid courage, apparently. "So what are you saying?" I asked when the waitress left. "I'm saying, maybe it's time to admit that we've grown apart. That we want different things. What kind of different things?" She finally looked at me, and I saw something in her eyes I'd never seen before. Pity. She felt sorry for me. Her husband of 23 years had become an object of pity. I want more, Danny. More excitement, more opportunity, more life. And I'm holding you back from that? We're holding each other back. You're a good man, but we're not good together anymore. A good man. The kiss of death in any relationship. I'm a good man, but not good enough to keep my wife interested. Is there someone else? I asked. The question hung in the air like smoke. Caroline's face went through the same series of expressions I'd seen on Chad's face at the bar. Surprise, guilt, calculation. That's not what this is about, she said finally. That's not an answer. Danny, is there someone else? She took a sip of wine, buying time. I've met someone, yes, but that's not why I want a divorce. There it was, the words I'd been expecting but still weren't prepared to hear. Divorce. The end of everything we'd built together. Who is he? Does it matter? It matters to me. Another sip of wine. His name is Chad Brennan. He works in real estate. I know who he is. I met him. That surprised her. You met Chad? Last night at Flanagan's. Nice guy. Really charming. He offered me some contract work. Caroline looked confused, like she was trying to figure out how the pieces fit together. He didn't mention that he was screwing my wife? No, that didn't come up in conversation. Danny, please don't make this ugly. It's already ugly, Caroline. The question is how much uglier it's going to get. Our food arrived. Sandwiches neither of us wanted. The waitress sensed the tension and retreated quickly, leaving us alone with our imploding marriage. I want this to be amicable, Caroline said, for Ellie's sake. Ellie already knows. She told you she wishes Chad was her father. Caroline's face went white. You heard that? I hear a lot of things. Small house, thin walls. She put down her sandwich, her appetite apparently gone. I never meant for it to happen this way. How did you mean for it to happen? You've been planning this for months, Caroline. The apartment searches, the job applications, the lawyer consultations. This isn't some sudden decision. Now, she looked genuinely shocked. How do you know about all that? I'm not as stupid as you think I am. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of 23 years pressing down on us like a collapsed roof. All those anniversaries, birthdays, holidays, quiet evenings watching TV together, all of it reduced to this. Two people who'd become strangers, sitting in a restaurant, negotiating the end of their life together. I'll move out, she said finally. Give you time to adjust. Where will you go? She didn't answer, but she didn't need to. She was moving in with Chad, probably into that expensive apartment I'd seen in the photos. What about Ellie? She's 18. She can make her own decisions. Right. And we both knew what decision she'd make. Ellie would follow the money and the excitement, just like her mother. I'll have my lawyer contact you about the details, Caroline continued. The house, the business, custody arrangements. Custody arrangements. Like Ellie was still a child, instead of a college freshman who'd already chosen sides. This is really what you want? I asked. Yes. And there's nothing I can do to change your mind? No. I nodded and stood up, throwing money on the table. Then I guess we're done here. Danny, wait! But I was already walking away, leaving her sitting there with her white wine and her guilty conscience. I had work to do. That afternoon, I drove to Pinnacle Properties. The building was all glass and steel, the kind of modern architecture that screamed money and success. Chad's BMW was parked in the lot, gleaming like a jewel among the lesser vehicles. I walked into the reception area where a young woman with perfect teeth and a practiced smile asked how she could help me. I'm here to see Chad Brennan. Danny Murphy. Do you have an appointment? He's expecting me. It wasn't true, but she buzzed him anyway. A few minutes later, Chad appeared, looking surprised but trying to hide it. Danny! Great to see you. Come on back to my office. His office was exactly what I'd expected. Expensive furniture, motivational posters, awards on the wall, a shrine to his own success, built on other people's misery. "So," he said, settling behind his desk like a king on his throne, "ready to talk about that contract work?" "Actually, I wanted to talk about my wife." His smile faltered for just a second. "Your wife?" "Caroline. You remember Caroline, right? About 5'6", brown hair, married to me for 23 years. Danny, I think there might be some misunderstanding." "No misunderstanding, Chad. She told me about you two. About the divorce. About her moving in with you." He leaned back in his chair, and I could see him calculating his next move. Fight or flight, charm or intimidation. "Look, Danny, I know this is difficult. You don't know anything about me or what's difficult for me. You're right, I don't. But I care about Caroline, and I think if we could all be adults about this." "Adults? You want to talk about being adults?" I stood up and walked around his desk, close enough that he had to crane his neck to look at me, close enough that he could see the calluses on my hands and the scars from 20 years of honest work. "An adult doesn't sleep with another man's wife," I said quietly. "An adult doesn't break up a family for his own entertainment. An adult doesn't come into someone else's town and think he can take whatever he wants." Chad's face was flushed now, his carefully maintained composure starting to crack. "I didn't plan for this to happen. But you're not sorry it did?" "No," he said, some of his arrogance returning. "I'm not sorry." He stopped himself, but the damage was done. "Better than what, Chad? Better than me?" "I didn't say that. You didn't have to." I leaned closer, close enough that he could smell the sawdust and honest sweat on my clothes, close enough that he could see I wasn't some harmless small-town contractor he could push around. "Here's what's going to happen," I said. "You're going to stay away from my wife until the divorce is final. You're going to stop filling my daughter's head with fantasies about a better life, and you're going to show some respect for the fact that you're destroying a family." Or what? The question hung in the air between us. Or what indeed? What was I going to do to this Harvard-educated, BMW-driving, wife-stealing piece of work? I smiled, and something in my expression made him lean back in his chair. "You'll find out," I said. I walked out of his office, leaving him sitting there with his mouth open and his confidence shaken. The receptionist looked up as I passed, probably wondering what had happened to make her boss look so rattled. Outside, the rain had stopped, and the sun was trying to break through the clouds. I sat in my truck for a moment, my hands shaking with adrenaline and rage. Caroline wanted a divorce? Fine. She could have one. But it wasn't going to be as clean and simple as she thought. Time to remind everyone in this town that Danny Murphy might be a small-town contractor, but he wasn't anyone's fool. 3 days later, I put my plan into motion. It started with a phone call to my lawyer, Jim Hendricks, who'd handled the legal work when I started my business. Jim was old school, the kind of lawyer who still kept paper files and believed in handshake deals. "Divorce, huh?" he said, leaning back in his chair. "Sorry to hear it, Danny." 23 years is a long time. Yeah, well, apparently not long enough. Caroline got herself a lawyer yet? I assume so. She seems to have everything planned out. Jim nodded and pulled out a legal pad. "Let's talk about assets. The house, the business, retirement accounts, all that fun stuff." We spent an hour going through the details of my life, reducing 23 years of marriage to a list of possessions to be divided up. The house was in both our names, but I'd put most of the down payment from an inheritance from my father. The business was mine alone. I'd started it before we got married, and Caroline had never been involved. "What about the daughter?" Jim asked. "She's 18. Legally, she can do whatever she wants. But she's still in college. Someone's got to pay for that. Someone. Meaning me, probably." Even though Ellie had made it clear she'd rather have Chad for a father, I'd still be expected to foot the bill for her education. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," I said. After the lawyer's office, I drove across town to the Millbrook Savings Bank, where I'd been banking for 15 years. I knew most of the staff by name, including the branch manager, Susan Walsh. "Danny Murphy," she said when I walked into her office. "How's the family?" "Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about." I explained the situation, and Susan's face went through the usual expressions of shock and sympathy. In a town this size, everyone knew everyone, and my divorce was going to be front-page news in the gossip circles. "I need to protect my business assets," I said. "Make sure Caroline can't clean me out while the divorce is pending." Susan nodded and pulled up my accounts on her computer. "We can set up some safeguards. Move the business accounts to your name only. That sort of thing. What about the joint accounts? Those are trickier. Legally, she has as much right to that money as you do. I'd figured as much. But there were other ways to protect myself. That evening, I was in my workshop when Ellie came home from college for the weekend. I heard her car in the driveway, heard her talking to Caroline in the kitchen. Their voices were animated, excited, like they were planning something fun. A few minutes later, Ellie appeared in the doorway of the workshop, looking uncomfortable. Dad? Can we talk? Sure, kiddo. What's on your mind? She sat down on an old milk crate I used as a stool, fidgeting with her phone. Mom told me about the divorce. I figured she would. She also told me you met Chad. I did. What did you think of him? I put down the wrench I'd been holding and looked at my daughter. Really looked at her. When had she gotten so grown up? When had she started looking at me like I was some kind of problem to be solved? You want the honest answer? Yeah. I think he's a selfish piece of garbage who's destroying our family for his own entertainment. Ellie's face flushed. That's not fair, Dad. You don't even know him. I know enough. He makes Mom happy, really happy. I haven't seen her smile like that in years. And what about me, Ellie? What about making me happy? She looked away, unable to meet my eyes. You and Mom haven't been happy together for a long time. Everyone can see it. Everyone. There was that word again. So you think I should just roll over and let some stranger take my place? He's not taking your place, Dad. You'll always be my father. But you wish Chad was. She looked shocked that I knew about that conversation. I didn't mean, yes, you did. And that's fine, Ellie. You're 18. You can make your own choices. But don't expect me to pay for them. What do you mean? I mean, if you want Chad to be your father figure, maybe he can help with your college tuition. Her face went white. Dad, you can't be serious. Very serious. You want to choose sides in this divorce? Fine. But choices have consequences. That's not fair. Fair? I stood up, and she shrank back on the milk crate. You want to talk about fair? Is it fair that your mother's been cheating on me for months? Is it fair that you've been encouraging her? Is it fair that I'm supposed to smile and pretend everything's okay while my family falls apart around me? Tears were streaming down her face now. I never meant for this to happen. But you're not sorry it did, just like Chad. She ran out of the workshop, leaving me alone with my tools and my anger. A few minutes later, I heard Caroline's car start up and drive away. Taking Ellie somewhere safe, probably. Somewhere away from her mean old father who wasn't handling the destruction of his life with appropriate grace. My phone rang. Caroline's number. What the hell did you say to Ellie? She demanded. The truth. She's crying her eyes out, Danny. She's just a kid. She's 18. Old enough to vote. Old enough to make adult decisions. Old enough to deal with adult consequences. You can't cut off her tuition. That's her future. Then maybe her future stepfather can help out. I hear he's got money. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then, you're being cruel. I'm being realistic. You want a divorce, Caroline? You want to start a new life with Chad? Fine, but don't expect me to subsidize it. This isn't about money. Everything's about money. That's why you're leaving me for a guy who makes 10 times what I do. That's not true. Come on, Caroline. If Chad was a mechanic or a plumber, would you be so eager to start over? She hung up on me. I sat there in my workshop, surrounded by the tools of my trade, and felt something inside me harden like concrete. They wanted to play hardball? Fine. I've been playing defense my whole life, trying to be the responsible one, the reliable one, the one who kept everything together. Time to try a different strategy. The next morning, I drove to Pinnacle Properties again. This time, I didn't go inside. Instead, I parked across the street and waited. At 11:30, Chad came out and got in his BMW. I followed him. He drove to an upscale apartment complex on the other side of town, the kind of place with names like the Residences at Millbrook Commons, and rent that cost more than most people's mortgages. He parked and went inside, carrying a bag from an expensive restaurant. Lunch date. Probably with Caroline. I waited in my truck, watching the building, thinking about the conversation I'd had with Ellie. She was right about one thing. Caroline and I hadn't been happy for a long time. We'd been going through the motions, playing house, pretending everything was fine. while we slowly drifted apart. But that didn't give her the right to cheat. That didn't give Chad the right to waltz into our lives and take whatever he wanted. That didn't give Ellie the right to choose sides and expect me to pay for her betrayal. An hour later, Caroline's car pulled into the parking lot. She got out and hurried toward the building, looking around nervously, like she was afraid someone might see her. Too late for that, sweetheart. I took out my phone and started recording. Caroline walking into Chad's building in the middle of the day, carrying an overnight bag. Not exactly smoking gun evidence, but it would look interesting in divorce court. She stayed for 3 hours. When she came out, her hair was messed up, and she had that satisfied look women get after good intimacy. She practically floated to her car. I followed her back to Henderson Real Estate, where she went inside and pretended to work for the rest of the afternoon. Just another day at the office. Except for the 3-hour intimacy break with her boyfriend. That evening, she came home acting like nothing had happened. Made dinner, asked about my day, played the part of the dutiful wife. The performance was almost impressive. I talked to Jim Hendricks today, I said over dinner. Who's Jim Hendricks? My lawyer. She put down her fork. You hired a lawyer? You said you were getting one. I figured I should level the playing field. Danny, I was hoping we could handle this amicably. So was I. Then I found out you've been screwing your boyfriend in his apartment while I'm at work. Her face went red. How did you know about that? I followed you today, Caroline. Saw you go into Chad's building with an overnight bag. Stay for 3 hours. Come out looking like you'd just been thoroughly satisfied. You followed me? I did. And I recorded it. Amazing what technology can do these days. She stared at me like she'd never seen me before. I don't know who you are anymore. I'm the same guy I've always been. The difference is, I'm not playing by your rules anymore. I stood up and headed for the door. Where are you going? She called after me. Flanagan's. I need a drink. Danny, we need to talk about this. No, we don't. We need to let our lawyers talk about it. That's what you wanted, right? Keep it professional? I left her sitting at the kitchen table, probably calling Chad to tell him about the new development. Let them figure out their next move. I had moves of my own to make. At Flanagan's, I sat at the bar and ordered a beer. Pete, the bartender, slid it across to me with a knowing look. Heard you and Caroline are having some troubles, he said. News travels fast. Small town, you know how it is. I did know, and I was counting on it. Pete, you know that guy Chad, the one who was in here the other night? Yeah, I know him. Comes in sometimes with different women. Real player. Different women. Interesting. He ever mention any of them by name? Pete thought about it. There was one he was pretty serious about. Some married lady. Said he was going to help her leave her husband. He say anything else about her? Just that the husband was some local contractor. Said the guy was too stupid to see what was happening right under his nose. I gripped my beer bottle tight enough to leave fingerprints in the glass. He said that? Yeah, real cocky about it. Like it was some kind of game to him. A game. My marriage, my family, my life. It was all just a game to Chad Brennan. Well, games have winners and losers, and I was tired of losing. Thanks, Pete. No problem. You need anything else? You let me know. I finished my beer and drove home, my mind spinning with possibilities. Caroline's car was gone, probably at Chad's apartment, planning their next move. The house was dark and empty, like a shell of the life we'd built together. I went to my workshop and fired up my laptop. Time to do some more research on Chad Brennan, serial homewrecker and game player. What I found made my blood run cold. Chad had a pattern, all right. 3 different towns, 3 different married women, 3 different families destroyed. He'd move into a community, target a wealthy or successful married woman, break up her marriage, and then move on to the next conquest. Caroline wasn't his girlfriend. She was his mark, and when he was done with her, she'd be left with nothing but a broken marriage and a guilty conscience. I printed out everything I could find. Court records, news articles, social media posts from his previous victims, a pattern of behavior that painted Chad not as a romantic hero, but as a predator who specialized in destroying families. Tomorrow, I was going to have another conversation with my wife, and this time, I was bringing evidence. But first, I had a phone call to make. I dialed Chad's number, the one from the business card he'd given me. Hello? Chad, it's Danny Murphy. Silence. Then, Danny. This is unexpected. I bet it is.
We need to talk.
I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not asking, Chad. I'm telling. Meet me at Flanagan's in an hour, or I start making some phone calls you won't like. What kind of phone calls? The kind that involve your previous employers in Boston and Hartford. The kind that involve the women you left behind in those towns. The kind that involve your boss at Pinnacle Properties. Another long silence. I'll be there, he said finally. Good. And Chad, come alone. I hung up and smiled for the first time in days. The game was about to change, and I was finally going to start playing offense. Time to show Mr. Harvard MBA what a small-town contractor could do when he put his mind to it. The gloves were coming off. Flanagan's was nearly empty when I arrived. Just a couple of regulars nursing beers and watching a baseball game on the ancient TV above the bar. I chose a table in the back corner, away from prying eyes and curious ears. This conversation needed to be private. Chad showed up 10 minutes late, probably hoping to make some kind of power play entrance. He looked nervous, though, his usual confidence replaced by something that might have been fear. Good. He sat down across from me without ordering a drink, his hands folded on the table like he was in a job interview. So, he said, trying to sound casual, what did you want to talk about? I pulled out a manila folder and set it on the table between us. Your career history. His face went pale. I don't know what you mean. Sure you do. I opened the folder and spread out the papers I'd printed. Hartford, Connecticut. Sarah Mitchell, married 15 years, 2 kids. You worked at Prestige Properties. She was a client. Sound familiar? Chad's jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything. Sarah left her husband for you, I continued. Moved in with you, started planning a new life. Then 6 months later, you got a job offer in Boston and disappeared. Left her with nothing but a broken marriage and a guilty conscience. That's not what happened. Boston. Jennifer Walsh, married 12 years, 1 kid. You worked at Elite Realty. She was a fellow agent. Same pattern, Chad. She left her husband, you two played house for a while, then you got bored and moved on. I pulled out another set of papers. And before Hartford, there was Springfield. Rebecca Torres, married 20 years, 3 kids. Shall I go on? Chad was sweating now, despite the cool October air. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You're a predator, Chad. You target married women, break up their families for entertainment, then move on to the next town when things get complicated. It's not like that. Then what is it like? He ran his hands through his perfect hair, messing it up for the first time since I'd known him. Look, these things just happen. I don't plan them. Bullshit. You've got a system. Target successful married women who are feeling neglected. Make them feel special, desired, understood. Promise them a better life, then disappear when reality sets in. Caroline is different. Caroline is exactly the same. Middle-aged, successful, married to a blue-collar guy she thinks is beneath her. You probably spotted her the first day you got to town. Chad slumped in his chair, the fight going out of him. What do you want? I want you to leave. Tonight. Pack your bags, quit your job, and get out of Millbrook. I can't do that. Sure you can. You've done it 3 times before. Caroline won't understand. Caroline doesn't need to understand. She needs to wake up and realize she's about to make the biggest mistake of her life. I leaned forward, close enough that he could see I wasn't bluffing. Here's what's going to happen, Chad. You're going to break up with Caroline. Tell her you've realized it was a mistake, that you're not ready for a serious relationship, whatever. Then you're going to leave town. And if I don't? I smiled, and something in my expression made him lean back. Then I make some phone calls. Your boss at Pinnacle Properties finds out about your history of sleeping with clients. The Massachusetts Real Estate Board gets a complaint about your pattern of unethical behavior. Sarah Mitchell, Jennifer Walsh, and Rebecca Torres all get your current contact information in case they want to file civil suits. You can't prove anything. I don't have to prove anything. I just have to raise questions. How long do you think Pinnacle Properties will keep you on once they start getting calls about your history? How long before the whispers start? The rumors, the uncomfortable questions. Chad was quiet for a long moment, staring at the papers spread across the table. His whole, carefully constructed life reduced to evidence of a pattern he couldn't deny. She'll hate you for this, he said finally. Maybe, but she'll thank me later, when she realizes what you really are. And you think she'll come back to you? The question hit harder than I'd expected. Would Caroline come back? Did I even want her to, after everything that had happened? I don't know, I said, honestly. But at least she'll have the chance to make that decision without being manipulated by a professional homewrecker. Chad stood up, his face a mixture of anger and defeat. You have no idea what you're doing. Caroline and you are nothing. You're a fantasy, Chad. A midlife crisis with perfect teeth and a BMW. But fantasy doesn't pay the bills, or hold your hair when you're sick, or stick around when things get difficult. He started to say something else, then thought better of it. Instead, he turned and walked out of the bar, leaving me alone with my evidence and my empty victory. I gathered up the papers and headed home, wondering if I'd just saved my marriage or guaranteed its destruction. Either way, Caroline deserved to know the truth about the man she was planning to build a new life with. The house was dark when I got home, Caroline's car still missing from the driveway. Probably at Chad's apartment, planning their future together. Well, that future was about to get a lot more complicated. I went to my workshop and poured myself a whiskey from the bottle I kept hidden behind my toolbox. The alcohol burned going down, but it felt appropriate. Everything was burning lately. My phone buzzed with a text message. Caroline, we need to talk. I'm coming home. 20 minutes later, her headlights swept across the garage windows as she pulled into the driveway. I heard her car door slam, heard her heels clicking on the concrete as she walked to the house. She was angry. I could tell from the sound of her footsteps. She appeared in the workshop doorway, her face flushed and her eyes bright with fury. What did you say to Chad? She demanded. We had a conversation. He's talking about leaving town, Danny. Says it's too complicated, that he made a mistake. Maybe he did. Don't play games with me. What did you do? I pulled out the manila folder and set it on my workbench. I showed him some research I'd done. What kind of research? The kind that reveals what he really is. Caroline snatched up the folder and started reading. I watched her face change as she went through the papers. Confusion, disbelief, anger, and finally, a dawning horror. This can't be real, she whispered. It's all real. Court records, news articles, interviews with his previous victims. Chad Brennan is a serial homewrecker, Caroline. You're just his latest mark. She sank into a chair, the papers scattered across her lap. But he loves me. He told Sarah Mitchell the same thing, and Jennifer Walsh, and Rebecca Torres. They all thought they were special, too. You're lying. Call them. Their contact information is in there. Ask them about Chad's promises, his talk of a new life together, his sudden departure when things got real. Caroline was crying now, tears streaming down her face as the truth sank in. 23 years of marriage, and I'd never seen her look so broken. I was going to leave you for him, she sobbed. I was going to give up everything. I know. Ellie was so excited about having a new stepfather. Ellie will get over it. She's young, she'll bounce back. Caroline looked up at me, her mascara running down her cheeks. Can you forgive me? The question I'd been dreading. Could I forgive her? Could I forget the months of lies, the betrayal, the humiliation? Could I pretend that our marriage hadn't been broken long before Chad arrived on the scene? I don't know, I said honestly, but I'm willing to try if you are. She nodded, unable to speak. I walked over and put my arms around her, feeling her body shake with sobs. She smelled like perfume and guilt and 23 years of shared history. I'm so sorry, Danny. I'm so sorry. I know. We stood there in my workshop, surrounded by the tools of my trade, holding each other while our marriage hung in the balance. Outside, Millbrook slept peacefully, unaware that one of its favorite scandals had just come to an abrupt end. My phone rang. Chad's number. You win, he said when I answered. I'm leaving tonight. Good. But this isn't over, Danny. Caroline will realize what she's giving up. She'll come looking for me. Maybe. But you won't be there. I could fight this. I could stay. Tell her the truth about what you did. Go ahead. Tell her how I exposed your history of destroying families. Tell her how I showed her what you really are. See how that works out for you. There was a long silence. Then, take care of her. I always have. He hung up. I looked at Caroline, still crying in my arms, and wondered if we could really put this back together. If trust, once broken, could ever be fully repaired. But we were going to try. we owed each other that much. After 23 years. The next morning, I woke up alone in bed. For a moment, I panicked, thinking Caroline had changed her mind and gone back to Chad. Then I smelled coffee brewing downstairs and heard her voice on the phone. I found her in the kitchen, fully dressed, talking to someone in her professional voice. "Yes, I understand," she was saying. "No, I don't think that will be necessary." "Thank you." She hung up and looked at me with red, swollen eyes. "That was my lawyer," she said. "I'm calling off the divorce." "Are you sure?" "No, but I want to try to fix this, if you'll let me." I poured myself coffee and sat down across from her. "It's not going to be easy, Caroline. There's a lot of damage to repair." "I know, and I'm not the same person I was a week ago. I'm not going to just roll over and pretend everything's fine. I wouldn't expect you to. We'll need counseling, both of us. I've already made some calls." I studied her face, looking for signs of deception or doubt. All I saw was exhaustion and regret, and a desperate hope that we could somehow salvage what we'd built together. "What about Ellie?" "She's devastated. She really thought Chad was going to be her new father. She'll get over it." "Will you forgive her for what she said? For choosing sides?" I thought about my daughter, 18 years old and caught between loyalty to her parents and dreams of a better life. She'd made a mistake, but she was still a kid. Still my kid. Yeah, I'll forgive her, but she's going to have to earn back my trust. Caroline nodded. "What about Chad? Is he really leaving?" "He's gone. Left town last night." "Just like that?" "Just like that. It's what he does, Caroline. When things get complicated, he runs." She was quiet for a moment, processing the reality of how close she'd come to destroying everything for a man who would have abandoned her the moment things got difficult. "I feel so stupid," she said finally. "You're not stupid. You were lonely, unhappy, looking for something that was missing in your life. Chad saw that and exploited it. But I should have known. How could you have known? He's a professional, Caroline. This is what he does for a living." My phone buzzed with a text from Mike Kowalski at the boxing gym. "Fight night tonight. You in?" I looked at Caroline, sitting across from me in our kitchen, trying to piece together the wreckage of our marriage. A week ago, I would have said yes to the fight, would have welcomed the chance to hit something and get hit back. Now, I had more important battles to fight. "No," I texted back. "I'm busy." Caroline saw me typing and raised an eyebrow. "Boxing gym," I explained. "I'm taking the night off." "Since when do you box?" "Since I needed somewhere to work out my frustrations without destroying the house." She almost smiled at that. Almost. "Danny, can I ask you something?" "Sure." "When did you know?" "About Chad and me?" I thought about it. "I suspected for a while. You were different. Happier, more energetic. But I knew for sure when I overheard you and Ellie talking about him. You must have been so angry." "I was. I wanted to kill him, actually. But then I realized that wouldn't solve anything. It would just make everything worse. So you investigated him instead." "I did what I do best. I fixed a problem." Caroline reached across the table and took my hand. Her fingers were cold, trembling slightly. "Can we really fix this?" she asked. I looked at our joined hands, calloused and soft. Working man and office worker, 23 years of shared history and separate dreams. "I don't know," I said, "but we can try." Outside, Millbrook was waking up to another ordinary day. People were going to work, kids were going to school, life was continuing its normal rhythm. But in our kitchen, Caroline and I were starting over, trying to rebuild something that had been broken almost beyond repair. It wouldn't be easy. There would be arguments, setbacks, moments when we both wondered if we were making a mistake. But we were going to try, because sometimes trying is all you can do. And sometimes, if you're lucky, it's enough. 3 months later, I was installing a new kitchen faucet for the Hendersons when Mrs. Henderson asked about Caroline. "She seems so much happier lately," she said. "You both do." "We're working on it," I said. "And that handsome young man she used to work with? Chad something? He moved away." "Oh, that's too bad. He seemed like such a nice fellow." I tightened the last fitting and tested the water pressure. Perfect. "Yeah," I said, "real nice." That evening, I came home to find Caroline cooking dinner and Ellie setting the table. My daughter looked up when I walked in, and for the first time in months, she smiled at me. "Hey, Dad." "Hey, kiddo. How was school?" "Good. I made the dean's list." "That's great, Ellie. I'm proud of you." She hugged me, and I could smell her shampoo and feel her arms around my neck. My little girl. Not so little anymore, but still mine. "I'm sorry," she whispered in my ear, "for everything." "I know, it's okay." Caroline watched us from the stove, tears in her eyes. We were still fragile, still healing, but we were together. We were a family. After dinner, I went out to my workshop to finish a project I'd been working on, a jewelry box for Caroline's birthday. It was made from oak, with dovetail joints and a hand-rubbed finish, the kind of thing you can't buy in a store, the kind of thing that takes time and patience and love. Caroline appeared in the doorway, watching me work. "What are you making?" "It's a surprise." She walked over and ran her fingers along the smooth wood. "It's beautiful." "It's not finished yet. Neither are we." I looked at her, my wife of 23 years, the mother of my child, the woman who'd almost thrown it all away for a fantasy. She was older now, grayer, with lines around her eyes that hadn't been there when we were young. But she was here, and she was trying. And sometimes that's all you can ask for. "No," I said. "We're not finished yet." I put down my tools and took her in my arms, breathing in the scent of her hair and feeling the warmth of her body against mine. Outside, Millbrook slept peacefully under a canopy of stars. And inside, our workshop, surrounded by the tools of my trade. We held each other and planned for tomorrow. The water heater was working perfectly, the roof wasn't leaking, and all the broken things in our house had been repaired. Most of them, anyway. The rest would take time.
I'm pregnant, but I think my boyfriend has an inappropriate relationship with his mother, because I heard weird noises from her room while I was sleeping and now I'm questioning whether to stay or leave. My boyfriend, 23M, and I, 22F, have been dating for 6 months now. We were friends for 3 years before dating. I am also pregnant. He has been an absolutely amazing boyfriend, but I am noticing weird things with his mother that are really creeping me out and making me question this relationship and this pregnancy. I have been pretty much living with my boyfriend, under his mother's roof, for about 4 months now. I sleep here every single night. She is a single mother and in her 60s. My boyfriend's dad is remarried, and he has told me that since the divorce his mom has been depressed and never been quite the same. They divorced when he was quite young, maybe around 7 years old. She still cries to this day about the divorce and infidelity as well as his father remarrying, and I don't think she has ever truly gotten over him. She does not date and hasn't since the divorce. My boyfriend had told me multiple times in arguments with his mother she'll constantly compare him to his father, and say things like "You're just like your father, you don't care about me." Also want to note that my boyfriend looks exactly like his father. I noticed pretty early on that it seems like she takes out her feelings about her ex-husband on my boyfriend. When we first started dating, he would say that his mother is jealous that she's not spending as much time with him anymore, and she's been like that with all of his exes. I noticed she doesn't make much of an effort to talk to me. She is a bit awkward, and when she is home she pretty much just stays locked in her room. He says she likes me, and she is always kind when she talks to me, but for some reason my intuition is strongly telling me otherwise. There have been multiple times where we pick up food and he asks her if she wants anything and she says no. When we come back with food she'll send him texts or say to him personally that we only care about ourselves and not her. I noticed these red flags early on, but brushed it off. Here is where things get really weird and twisted. I don't want to believe this is what's going on and I feel crazy for even having these thoughts, but it's hard to find another explanation about things that I have heard. One Saturday morning, everything was going as normal. My boyfriend and I woke up together, did our morning routines and decided to play a couple games on the PS5 together as we normally do on weekends. I was feeling tired as I am pregnant and the hormones have been making me super exhausted, so after a couple of games I decided to take a little nap. He turned off the PS5 and put a YouTube video on the TV kind of loud. He said he would make me breakfast while I napped, so I dozed off as he left the room. It sounded like he went straight to his mother's room and shut the door. Her door is creaky and I can hear every time it opens as it is right next to his room. He often goes into his mother's room and talks to her for a while, so I paid this no mind and continued to rest. I am a very heavy sleeper, by the way. Not sure how much time passed, but I woke up to the sound of banging on the wall, very loud. I then heard the door open and him say, "Oh, so you." And I didn't hear the rest, but it almost sounded like, "Oh, so you wanna be bad, huh?" Or something along those lines, and the loud banging continued, now sounding like it was in the hallway right outside the door. I heard mumbling that literally sounded like the way he talks to me when we have sex. I sat up in bed confused, and listened for a couple more minutes. I could have sworn I heard her like gasp or something. At this point I was getting freaked out because it literally sounded like sex noises. I got up and sat in front of the TV, which is next to the door, and put it on mute. Right after I did that, the banging stopped, almost as if they heard me awake and stopped doing whatever they were doing. I then heard shuffling and his mother say, "Lie," and he said, "Yes, Mom." I heard him go downstairs for a few minutes, then he came back into the room with a bowl of cereal. Mind you, usually when he makes me breakfast it's pancakes, bacon, eggs and hash browns. I straight up asked him what was that noise. He looked super nervous and then said I was arguing with my mom. I asked about what, and he was stuttering nonsense and said he was arguing about a Christmas present. I thought this made so sense. I asked him if the argument got physical because I was hearing loud noises, and he said no. I was pressing him, asking him what that could have been. Was he moving furniture or something? It was very loud. He began pacing around the room nervously and said quietly, "I am filled with regret." After like an hour of pressing him about it and him telling me it was just an argument, he didn't know what noise I was talking about, etc., I dropped it because I literally thought I was going insane. I know what it sounded like, but I didn't want to believe that something so twisted was going on, and the fact that they were doing it while I am in the next room, sleeping and pregnant. I was literally uncontrollably shaking, extremely disturbed at what I just heard. It was clear as day what it was, but I genuinely thought I was maybe losing it. Later that night I brought it up again and implied I think something was going on, or maybe the argument got physical and he shouldn't be afraid to tell me. He then was like, "Want me to ask my mom if we were hitting each other?" He then goes to his mom's room and asks her if anything went on and was telling her how I think they got into a physical fight. He comes back to me and tells me his mother said that it's just pregnancy hormones and I'm overthinking, and then she proceeded to text him, "We don't live like that," which he showed me. I took a day to think about it and came to the conclusion that I am not crazy. I know what I heard. I started thinking back on if I ever heard weird things or felt weird vibes concerning his mother, and it turns out there were a couple things I overheard in the past that made me look at them sideways. Some examples. 1. I heard him walking up the stairs behind her and say, "I can still feel around," and she laughed. 2. I once heard the sound of clapping coming from her room when he was in there talking. 3. Heard them in the kitchen semi-arguing and him saying to her, "I'm trying my best, how can I be better for you?" As if they're in a relationship or something. 4. He once told me that as a child the doctor thought his mother was molesting him because he saw her hair wrapped around my boyfriend's penis. 5. Now that I think about, I think I have heard banging or weird noises before when they are talking for long periods of time, whether it be in her room or downstairs in the living room and kitchen. 6. All day every day his mother is constantly texting him, bothering him about coming home, seeing what he's doing, etc. 7. One day he said he was going to make me breakfast a separate time from the one mentioned above, and I fell back asleep. His mom was also home in her room. I woke up to him coming back in the room freshly showered with only a towel around his waist with no breakfast for me. This is unusual because usually when he says he is going to make me breakfast, he goes to make it right away and wakes me up with it. Also, he never showers at this time of day. After hearing the weird stuff I have now heard, it makes me wonder if he was in his mother's room. 8. I once heard his mother go downstairs while he was in the kitchen and he thought I was sleeping. I then heard him saying, "Come on, Mom," and her laughing and walking away. He kept calling her to come back and she goes, "Not tonight, baby." Could he have been asking her for sex? It has now been a couple of weeks since the incident where I heard the loud banging. It has been running through my mind every single day. His mother already gave me uncomfortable and off-putting vibes since the beginning, but now I feel very paranoid and creeped out about her and their relationship. I have since pressed him about it again, and pretty much told him what I heard sounded very weird and like something sexual was going on. We argued about it for like 2 days straight. He insists that him and his mother do not have a weird relationship, and him and his mother have no idea what loud noises I was hearing. How can they have possibly not heard something so loud, especially when the noises were coming from where I heard both of their voices? He has tried to explain it away in every possible way, but nothing makes sense. He said it could have been the dog, neighbors, or footsteps, but I've been living here for 4 months now and know what all of those things sound like. This was absolutely none of those things. I wish I had opened the door to get physical proof, because now it just feels like I'm being lied to. I have been doubting myself, thinking, could this actually be possible? But when I think back to what I heard, it was so clear. I am slowly putting the pieces together and I don't know what to do. Today, I feel like I have reached my breaking point. I don't know if I'm being paranoid now, but something that happened today has made me overthink this situation even more. We were hanging out as normal. I noticed him and his mother texting back and forth a bunch. He then went downstairs to make me soup as I was feeling nauseous. I thought I heard her door quietly open and close, which is weird because she usually swings it open loudly and I hear the creak. She also has super loud footsteps, but I didn't hear her going downstairs, so I thought I was tripping maybe. Then I heard banging coming from downstairs, which I figured was just my boyfriend cleaning and making food. The soup only takes 5 minutes to make, it is a packaged soup. He was downstairs for about 30 to 40 minutes. He comes back upstairs with my soup and then I hear his mother loudly coming upstairs. So I was right, I did hear her door open as if she was sneaking downstairs so that I would not hear. I asked him what took so long and he nervously was saying a bunch of things that didn't make sense. He made no mention of his mother being downstairs. I then asked if he was talking to someone and he nervously said, "Yeah, my mom." Then he accused me of being paranoid about his mom and that I think I'm hearing things. I made no mention of his mom or hearing things even though I did hear banging. So does this mean he knows he was being loud and I could have heard it? It seemed like projection and him feeling guilty about something he's doing with his mother. At this point I do not trust him being around his mother and I am disturbed and drained. I am horrified and don't know what to do. I know this all sounds so crazy and outlandish, but my gut is telling me something is wrong. There's no mistaking what I heard that day. Am I being crazy or should I trust my gut and what I know I heard? I feel like the signs and things I have heard now are so blatantly obvious and I cannot ignore it anymore or try to explain it away. It genuinely seems as if something incestuous is going on with my boyfriend and his mother. I have always said I do not want to be a single mother or raise a child in a broken home, and now I am 3 months pregnant. I am also in fear that if he does have a sick and twisted relationship with his mother, who's to say he wouldn't try to do the same with our child? I am seriously considering terminating the pregnancy and breaking up with him. What should I do, and does it sound like I am overreacting or should I trust my gut? Comments where Op has replied. Comment 1. Firstly, this is wild. You say you have been friends for 3 years before being together. Can you not ask other friends whether they think his mom is a bit clingy? You never know what people might say. Do you have contact with his dad? Maybe worth seeing whether he thinks their relationship is sketchy. There is a possibility what you're hearing isn't what you're thinking. I suffer with extreme paranoia at times and I have previously convinced myself someone is in my house when I'm home alone. I even had a friend come round to check on one occasion. Then by chance I saw a magpie one day trying to get through a window making noises similar to what was triggering the paranoia. I moved a shiny plant pot off the windowsill and the noises no longer happen. In my head I made this noise into intruders even though logically it made no sense, but I have previous trauma that means I live on the edge expecting bad things to happen. This sounds insane and not at all logical, I know, but is entirely true. And with hindsight pretty embarrassing. I am a little unhinged, before anyone else says it. I'm telling you this because without seeing that magpie I would still be convinced of people trying to get in my house. Even though I knew it was not logical. So as much as you don't want to, next time you hear it you need to look, then you will know. If it is happening, be calm, don't confront them, just turn around and walk away. Return for your things at a later date with support. If it is not happening, seek help. Therapy saved my life. Good luck either way. Oop, before all the weird stuff happened, my best friend who actually introduced me to my boyfriend said that it sounds like his mom is in love with him and that she's jealous of me. And yes, I have a very good relationship with his father. Comment 2. If you honestly think they are having an incestuous relationship, why are you still there? How did you get pregnant? Did you BF mess with the contraception? Because if this is real, maybe he wants the baby for him and his mom. Oop, I think I have been doubting myself because I don't have physical evidence, and when I have confronted him about it he lies. But at this point I don't even think I can stay to get the physical evidence because 1. I am scared if I genuinely caught them in the act they may do something to me, and 2. I know what I have heard. I can't doubt myself anymore. Oop posted a comment thanking Redditors for support. Thank you to everyone who is offering me genuine advice and support. Many people are making comments about how I've handled things so far. I am a 22-year-old college student with a lot on my plate and this is my first pregnancy. How would you handle this? I'm trying my best and trying to go about this in a way that is safest for me. And to those of you leaving insensitive comments, this is my real life and the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. Please have some empathy. Thank you. Update. Hi everyone, it has been a little while since I made that post asking for advice. I appreciate those who had kind words and genuine advice, thank you. Sorry if this post is a little all over the place and long as was my last one. A lot has gone on in the time since I last posted and I am just venting it all out and documenting my experience here. I want to start by addressing a couple things people commented on my last post. 1. People asked why I never go in the kitchen or make food myself. I am not lazy at all and I gladly would make him and myself food because I actually love cooking. But but he would never let me go in the kitchen because he says he's embarrassed of the state of it. I have offered numerous times to cook, but he would never let me. One day when him and his mother were at work, I did go peek in the kitchen to see what the fuss was about and why he wouldn't let me in there. It was a mess, the sink overflowing with dishes, cabinet doors falling off, clutter everywhere and dog piss on the floor, so I guess I see why. 2. Why did I never leave the room? It is an extremely small house. His mother does nothing around the house and it is a mess, and he gave up on trying to clean because she and the dog destroy everything. Downstairs consists of the kitchen, bathroom and living room. He didn't want me in the kitchen, and nobody ever uses the living room. I only would need to go downstairs to use the bathroom. We both stay in the room together as that was literally the only habitable space for us. We have had numerous conversations about how I feel something weird was going on that day I heard the banging, and I feel like something is very off about his relationship with his mother. I straight up told him it sounded like they were having sex. I also told him that if something like this was going on, it has clearly been something he has been dealing with since a child, and I would be willing to get him help, but he needs to realize that this is fucking sick. And whether or not the relationship was sexual, she clearly is emotionally incestuous with him and he needs to do something about it or he will lose me forever. I cried to him and expressed how if such a thing was going on, not only do I feel sorry for him and I can empathize as I have been a victim of childhood sexual abuse, but I need him to understand how I feel being dragged into such a fucked up situation when I'm just a girl who fell in love with him having no idea what I was getting myself into. He has never outright admitted that something was going on that day / in general. But things he has said and his behavior leads me to believe he was being taken advantage of by his mother. I've straight up said if I am crazy or having delusions to think something so sick is going on I will gladly get help or check myself in somewhere, to which he has said you're not crazy, I don't think you're crazy. In our conversations about this he has cried, he has said he is probably traumatized by her, and he has said things like she's sick. He expressed to me how he wants to get out of there and be away from her. I could see in his face when confronting him about this he looks visibly traumatized and just sick. He gets worked up in a way that to me just screams that he is traumatized. Sometimes he hyperventilates when talking about it and stutters and his voice cracks. The things he says feels like he's trying to tell me / confirm it without saying it. He once said I'll tell you more about my mother and my childhood when we are out of here. Meaning moved out. Maybe it was uncomfortable to talk about especially because we still were around her. All of these things feel to me like subtle confirmations. Since then I have noticed he has created distance from her. He would leave the door wide open anytime he stepped out. He tells me he wants me to trust him and I can go downstairs if I ever am feeling weird. He has expressed how much he truly loves me and does not want to lose me over this and has been proving it with his actions. He also has made a massive effort to move out of there and away from his mother. I am still pregnant. I actually had made an appointment to terminate the pregnancy because of this. I was in the worst mental state and depression I've ever been in. My appointment fell on the last day it was legal to terminate in my state, and it was 2 hours away because the clinics closest to me didn't have available appointments. I ended up missing this appointment. Looking back now it feels like fate maybe? I now am in a better mental state, and I have grown to love my baby and I am glad that he is still here. It's a boy. I expressed to him that I would not ever feel comfortable with his mother around my baby and he agreed with me. Another subtle confirmation to me, my boyfriend and I have since moved out and got our own place. We are going on 2 weeks here now. I haven't brought up the situation again as we have been busy with moving and I am giving it some time. But I do believe now that we are in our own place he will eventually open up to me about this hopefully and we can seek some sort of therapy / professional help. Lastly, I want to note some disturbing behavior from his mother I noticed in the weeks leading up to our move. We went out to dinner with her on 2 separate occasions where she says weird inappropriate things. My BF was talking about the food saying that every time he comes to this restaurant his food comes out different, to which she replied every time I come it's different. During the car ride there, we all rode in the same car. We were talking about how my BF used to have 2 jobs but he left one of them because he didn't have time for anything anymore. And then she says no time for sex. Also, he was talking about how the car had good seat warmers and she made a comment about how the heat feels on his balls. Very weird and uncomfortable ew. A couple days before we officially moved out she sent him a nasty text that was reeking of jealousy. He read it to me and showed me. She was berating him and me, calling us all types of names, saying she is so glad we're going to live happily ever after. Sarcastically obviously, she hopes our baby doesn't come out with issues, clearly backhanded and being fucking nasty, that we are selfish and horrible people, and she never wants to see him again. Clearly lashing out because she is jealous and angry that her son that she is so in love with is moving out and starting a life without her. Mind you, this is a woman in her 60s, acting like this towards her son. Despicable. The last time we were at the house packing our final things up to move to our apartment, I think she was trying to ask him for sex like the sick fuck that she is. If it is not something sexual going on, she was still being weird and making him, and me, uncomfortable. He was downstairs packing some things, left the bedroom door wide open, and as he was coming back up the stairs she comes out of her room. He tells her that he's about to leave and she's like, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Innocent enough, right? She then asks if he's going to walk the dog, I believe trying to get him away from me for enough time. Then I hear her ask can he hang out with her for old time's sake, to which he tells her no. She starts mumbling, I make out the word cuddle and then she's like, "Real quick, just 5 seconds please?" And he tells her no again. I hear her say, "You're never coming back." Sounding sad. When he comes back into the room he looks visibly uncomfortable and his face is red. The energy was just off and uncomfortable, which leads me to believe this was not an innocent interaction on her part. And it was clear to me he wanted to be far away from her. I then go into the hallway where she's still standing there like a creep, like trying to wait for him to be alone, and I tell her I'll go walk the dog with him. Me and him walked the dog, put our final things in the car and finally got the fuck out of there. Dealing with this situation has not been easy in the slightest. I have chosen to move forward with him because I see the effort he has been making to make me feel more secure. I do believe he realizes how weird this relationship is with his mother, and I truly empathize and I do love him and want to get him help because I believe he is a victim and this is not his fault and he is surely traumatized by this lady. I'm already traumatized by her and haven't dealt with her for nearly as long as him. I hope and pray that from now on we no longer have to deal with this evil woman and her issues, and focus on our own family. Any advice or helpful input is welcome. Thank you to those who listen and care.
I'm Bet, 32 years old and a marketing executive in Chicago. Standing at my brother Alex's wedding, I should have been prepared for my mother's comments, but her words still cut deep. "Your brother's wedding was flawless," Mom said proudly, while the whole family laughed at me. "When will it be your turn? You're nothing but leftover material." I just smiled and replied, "It already happened. You just weren't invited." The entire room went silent. If you want to know how my secret wedding became my greatest triumph, be sure to like and subscribe. Let me know where you're watching from in the comments, and I'll tell you how I finally stood up to my family. I grew up in a pristine colonial house in suburban Boston, where appearances were everything. Our lawn was always perfectly manicured, our family photos carefully arranged on the mantel, and our social standing meticulously maintained. From an early age, I learned that in the Walker family, how others perceived us mattered more than how we actually felt. My brother Alex was the golden child from day one. 3 years older than me, he excelled at everything my parents valued: sports, academics, and most importantly, fitting in. He was captain of the football team, class president, and dated girls from the right families. My parents beamed with pride at every touchdown he scored and every award he received. I, on the other hand, was always the square peg in our family's round hole. While Alex played sports, I spent hours sketching in my bedroom or writing stories. My mother would walk by, glance at my drawings, and sigh. "Wouldn't you rather go to Jessica's pool party? All the other girls are there." But I preferred creating my own worlds to fitting into someone else's. My father, Robert, was largely absent emotionally. He worked long hours as a corporate attorney, and when home usually deferred to my mother on family matters. "Listen to your mother, Bet," became his mantra whenever I tried to push against their expectations. He wasn't cruel, just disengaged from anything that might create conflict. My mother, Catherine, was the architect of our family image. A former beauty queen who married well, she channeled her energies into crafting the perfect family narrative. She organized charity galas, headed the PTA, and scrutinized every aspect of our lives for potential embarrassment. Her criticisms were always delivered with a smile. "Honey, that outfit doesn't do anything for your figure. Let me pick something more flattering." Extended family gatherings were exercises in psychological warfare. Aunt Diane would parade her daughter Melissa's accomplishments while glancing meaningfully at me. Melissa just made partner at her law firm. Such a go-getter, that one. My cousins would flash their engagement rings or share sonogram photos, while my mother would squeeze my arm and whisper, "Maybe next year for you." During one Thanksgiving when I was 16, I overheard my mother in the kitchen. "We're still hoping Betty grows out of this artistic phase. Alex, of course, is applying to his father's alma mater. Legacy admission." I stood frozen in the hallway, the plate of dinner rolls in my hands suddenly heavy. That was the first time I clearly understood I was a disappointment. I coped by retreating further into my creative world. The attic became my sanctuary, converted into an art studio for my 17th birthday after months of begging. They're surrounded by canvases and the smell of paint I could breathe. My parents tolerated it because it kept me out of sight when their friends visited. When college acceptance letters arrived, I chose Northwestern against my parents' wishes. They had pushed for something more prestigious on the East Coast, where they could more easily monitor my progress. "Chicago is so far," my mother lamented. "And that art program won't lead to anything practical." But for once I held firm. Moving to Chicago after graduation was my liberation. I found a tiny apartment with a roommate and a junior position at a marketing firm. My parents assumed it was a phase before I'd return to Boston, settle down with someone from their social circle, and finally conform to their expectations. "Marketing is at least somewhat respectable," my mother conceded during one of our weekly phone calls. "Though you could do better with your education." What surprised everyone, including myself, was how successful I became in my career. I had an eye for design and a knack for understanding what made people connect with brands. Within 5 years, I was heading my own team. My parents couldn't quite criticize my career, but they found other targets. "It's wonderful you're doing well at work, dear, but shouldn't you be thinking about settling down? You're not getting any younger." Every achievement in my life came with an asterisk. My apartment was beautiful but a bit small for entertaining properly. My friends were interesting, but not the sort who would help you network. My independence was impressive, but not as fulfilling as family. Nothing was ever quite enough. By the time I turned 30, I had learned to limit my exposure to my family's toxicity. Monthly phone calls replaced weekly ones. Visits were scheduled for long weekends rather than extended stays. I built a life that brought me joy regardless of their approval. What I didn't expect was that finding love would force me to confront the family dynamics I'd been carefully managing from a distance. I met Jordan on a rainy Tuesday evening at a gallery in Chicago's River North District. I was there covering the exhibition for my company's blog, camera in hand, when someone tapped my shoulder. "You might want to adjust your aperture for these lighting conditions," a voice suggested. I turned, ready to be annoyed at the unsolicited advice, but instead found myself looking at a tall man with kind eyes and paint-splattered boots that seemed wildly out of place among the gallery's polished concrete floors. "I'm Jordan," he said, offering a hand. "Sorry for the intrusion. Professional hazard, I'm afraid. I'm a photographer." There was something unpretentious about him that made me smile instead of retreat. "I'm Bet, and I'll take all the help I can get. I'm more of a writer than a photographer." We spent the rest of the evening discussing the exhibition, and by closing time, he'd invited me for coffee. Jordan was everything my family would hate. An artist who valued authenticity over status, who lived in a converted warehouse studio, and who measured success by fulfillment rather than finances. Naturally, I was intrigued. Our first date stretched from coffee into dinner, then a walk along the lakefront. Jordan told me about growing up in rural Michigan, the son of 2 teachers who encouraged creativity above all else. "My dad built me a darkroom in our basement when I was 14, he explained. "Mom used to leave articles about famous photographers on my pillow. They never once asked if I had a backup plan." The contrast with my own upbringing was stark and refreshing. When I shared stories of my family, Jordan listened without judgment. "Sounds like they're afraid," he said finally. "People who need everything to look perfect are usually terrified of what's underneath." Our relationship developed with an ease I'd never experienced before. Jordan's work as a freelance photographer for magazines and his side projects documenting Chicago's changing neighborhoods meant his schedule was flexible. We'd meet for lunch on weekdays, explore street festivals on weekends, and spend quiet evenings cooking together. For the first time, I felt fully seen and accepted. After 6 months, Jordan asked if I wanted to meet his parents who were visiting from Michigan. I was nervous until I actually met them. Martha and David Palmer arrived at our dinner with homemade bread and stories about Jordan's childhood mishaps. They asked questions about my work and actually listened to the answers. When I mentioned a campaign I was particularly proud of, Martha asked to see it on her phone right there at the restaurant. "You've got a real talent, Bet," she said warmly. "I can see why you're doing so well." There was no subtext, no hidden expectations, just genuine interest. By dessert, Martha had invited me to their family lake house for the 4th of July. "No pressure," David added, "but we'd love to have you." I went, and it was a revelation. The Palmer family lake house was nothing like the vacation homes my parents' friends owned. It was small with mismatched furniture and board games with missing pieces. Yet everyone who gathered there seemed genuinely happy. Cousins played cards on the porch. Uncles argued good-naturedly about grilling techniques, and no one asked me when I was going to settle down or do something with my life. When Jordan and I had been dating for just over a year, he asked if I wanted to move in together. His studio had better light, but my apartment had a proper kitchen. We compromised on a new place altogether, a 2-bedroom with large windows and a small balcony where we could grow herbs and tomatoes in the summer. Our careers flourished in parallel. I was promoted to creative director at my agency, while Jordan landed a contract with National Geographic. We celebrated each other's successes without competition. When Jordan received a grant to document disappearing rural communities across the Midwest, I rearranged my schedule to join him on weekend trips. We drove through small towns with boarded-up main streets, Jordan photographing abandoned factories while I interviewed elderly residents about what the places used to be. These trips became the foundation of our relationship, hours of conversation in the car about everything from politics to childhood memories. I told Jordan things I'd never told anyone about the loneliness of growing up as the family disappointment, about my fear that maybe my parents were right and someday I'd regret not following their path. "What if I wake up one day and realize I should have been more like Alex?" I asked one night as we drove back from Wisconsin. Jordan was quiet for a moment, then pulled the car to the side of the road. He turned to face me. "Bet, I've never met someone who knows themselves as well as you do. You've built a life on your own terms. That takes courage most people never find." It was during a weekend at Indiana Dunes National Park, watching the sunset over Lake Michigan, that Jordan proposed. There was no grand gesture, no photographer hiding in the bushes to capture the moment for social media. Just the two of us on a blanket, a simple ring that had belonged to his grandmother, and a question. "I don't care about a big wedding," he said after I said yes. "I just want to be your husband. However that happens is fine with me." I thought about what a wedding would mean with my family involved. My mother's opinions on everything from invitations to centerpieces, the inevitable comparisons to cousins' weddings, the pressure to invite business associates I barely knew. The thought made my stomach knot. "What if we just—" "Don't tell them," I suggested, half joking. "What if we get married our way with just the people who truly care about us?" Jordan studied my face. "Is that what you want?" I hadn't known it was until that moment. "Yes," I said firmly. "That's exactly what I want." So we planned our wedding in secret, inviting only 12 people, Jordan's parents, his brother and sister-in-law, and 8 close friends who had become our chosen family in Chicago. We found a small clearing by the lake that had special meaning to us, applied for the permits, and arranged for a friend who was ordained to perform the ceremony. Our wedding day dawned clear and cool, a perfect September morning. I woke up in our apartment next to Jordan, neither of us having bothered with the tradition of spending the night apart. "Happy wedding day," he whispered, and the simplicity of it made my heart full. We got ready together, helping each other with buttons and zippers, pausing for coffee on our balcony. There was no bridal party, no complicated timeline, no stress. I wore a simple cream-colored dress I'd found at a vintage shop, and Jordan wore a navy suit he already owned. Our only splurge was on the photographer, a colleague of Jordan's who promised to capture the day without making us pose for hours. The ceremony site was a small clearing overlooking Lake Michigan, a spot where we'd had countless picnics and conversations. Jordan's father had arrived early to set up a few chairs for older guests and a simple arch of autumn branches and wildflowers created by one of our friends. As I walked toward Jordan, escorted by no one, I felt a freedom I hadn't anticipated. There were no expectations to manage, no family tensions to navigate, no performance required. The only people watching were those who truly loved us for exactly who we were. Our friend Marcus officiated, beginning with words that still resonate. We are gathered here today, not because tradition demands it, but because love invited us. Bet and Jordan have chosen each of you to witness this moment because you see them clearly and love them authentically. We exchanged handwritten vows. Jordan promised to support my dreams even when they changed, to create a home where creativity was valued, and to choose me every day. I promised to stand beside him through success and failure, to remember that our relationship was more important than any external validation, and to build a life based on our values rather than others' expectations. The rings we exchanged were simple bands, mine with a small inset diamond that caught the light as Jordan slipped it onto my finger. With this ring, I acknowledge the beauty of your independence and the gift of your partnership, he said, words we'd written together. After the short ceremony, we all walked to a nearby restaurant where I'd reserved a private dining room. There were flowers on the tables and a small cake, but nothing elaborate. We ate family-style passing plates and pouring wine for each other. Jordan's mother gave a toast that made everyone cry about how she'd always hoped her son would find someone who appreciated his gentle spirit. Our friends had arranged a surprise. They'd created a book where each person had written their wishes for our marriage and included a photo that represented our relationship. It was more meaningful than any expensive gift could have been. As the evening wound down, Jordan's father pulled me aside. "I want you to know," he said quietly, "that Martha and I understand why your parents aren't here." Jordan told us a little. "Just enough. And I want you to know that you're our daughter now too, if you want to be." I hadn't realized how much I needed to hear those words until they brought tears to my eyes. "Thank you," I managed to say. "That means everything." We didn't have a traditional honeymoon planned. Instead, we'd arranged a 2-week photography trip through small towns in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. It was work combined with pleasure, Jordan photographing for his ongoing project, while we stayed in charming bed and breakfasts and explored places neither of us had seen before. In a small town in northern Michigan, we found a lighthouse keeper who let us climb to the top after hours to watch the sunset. In Wisconsin, we discovered a family-run cheese farm where we spent an afternoon learning how to make curds. In Minnesota, we kayaked on a lake so clear we could see fish swimming beneath us. Throughout the trip, we avoided calling it a honeymoon to the people we met. It was our secret, this new status, and keeping it between us felt intimate and special. In each town, Jordan took a photo of our hands with our new rings, building a collection of images that marked the beginning of our marriage. When we returned to Chicago, we settled into married life without much changing on the surface. We didn't announce our marriage on social media or send out cards. Our friends who attended the wedding respected our privacy, and at work I still used my maiden name professionally. It was our private joy, this commitment we'd made to each other. The only visible change was the ring on my left hand, which I wore proudly in Chicago but slipped into my pocket whenever we visited Boston. The deception didn't bother me. It felt like a boundary, a way of protecting something precious from people who wouldn't understand its value. For 6 months, our marriage was our secret, known only to those who had witnessed it and a few close friends we trusted. During weekly calls with my mother, I deflected questions about my relationship status with vague comments about being focused on work. During one call, she sighed heavily. "You know, bet women your age can't afford to be so picky. The good ones get taken early." I muted the phone to laugh before responding, "I'm happy with my choices, Mom." Jordan and I created routines and traditions that bound us together: Sunday morning breakfasts at our favorite cafe, monthly date nights at the Symphony, summer evenings, tending our small balcony garden. We argued about dishwasher loading techniques and compromised on thermostat settings. We learned the rhythms of life together, all without the external validation or criticism of my family. It was the most peaceful time of my life, until the day Alex called to tell me he was engaged, and our secret became much harder to keep. Her name is Sophia Whitman. Alex told me, his voice betraying more excitement than I'd heard from him in years. Dad's firm handles her family's legal work. We met at the Prescott Charity Gala last fall. The Whitmans were exactly the kind of family my parents had always wanted us to connect with: old money, impeccable social credentials, the right schools and clubs. I could practically hear my mother's triumph through the phone. "That's great, Alex," I said, genuinely happy for my brother despite my misgivings about the circumstances. "You sound really happy." "I am. You'll like her, Bet. She's actually got some artistic background too. Her family has that gallery on Newbury Street." I knew the gallery prohibitively exclusive, specializing in safe investments rather than emerging artists, but I appreciated Alex's attempt to find common ground. "When's the big day?" I asked. "Next June. Mom's already in full planning mode. Which reminds me, you might want to brace yourself. She's enthusiastic." That proved to be an understatement. Within a week, my phone was pinging constantly with messages from the newly created Alex and Sophia wedding family group chat. My mother shared Pinterest boards for everything from floral arrangements to bridesmaid dresses. The Whitman estate would host the ceremony with tents on the rolling lawn and string quartets playing during cocktail hour. During our next weekly call, my mother barely asked about my life before launching into wedding details. "The Whitman's estate is simply perfect, Bet. The gardens will be in full bloom in June. Sophia is considering 8 bridesmaids. Of course you'll be one of them." It wasn't a question. I hadn't even met Sophia yet. "Have you thought about who you'll bring as your +1? She continued. "It would be nice if you had someone appropriate. All the extended family will be there." The word appropriate hung in the air. I thought about Jordan with his artist's hands and genuine smiles so different from the polished Boston men my mother approved of. "I'm seeing someone," I said carefully. "His name is Jordan." "What does he do?" The inevitable question. "He's a photographer, actually quite successful. His work has been in National Geographic." A pause. "Well, that's interesting. Is it serious?" I twisted my wedding ring, which I'd forgotten to remove before the call. "Yes, it's serious." "Good," my mother said, surprising me. "You'll bring him to the engagement party next month then. I've already told everyone you'll be there." The engagement party was held at an exclusive Boston club, the kind with membership waiting lists and strict dress codes. Jordan and I flew in for the weekend, staying at a hotel instead of my parents' house, a small act of self-preservation. Before we entered the party, I stopped Jordan on the street. "Remember, they don't know we're married. Tonight, you're just my boyfriend." Jordan squeezed my hand. "I'll follow your lead. But Bet, are you sure this is what you want?" I wasn't sure at all, but I nodded anyway. "Just for tonight, please." The party was exactly as I'd expected, champagne flowing freely, conversations about summer homes and boarding schools, and subtle assessments of everyone's status and connections. My mother air-kissed me when we arrived, her eyes quickly scanning Jordan from head to toe. "Bet, darling, you look healthy," her standard non-compliment. "And this must be Jordan. How nice." She extended her hand for him to shake, but her attention was already shifting to guests she deemed more important. My father offered a distracted greeting before being pulled into a conversation about golf memberships. I introduced Jordan to Alex and Sophia. My brother seemed genuinely pleased to meet him, asking questions about his photography work. Sophia was polite, but reserved her practiced smile, never quite reaching her eyes. As the evening progressed, I noticed my mother steering certain guests away from us, particularly the parents of eligible bachelors. She introduced Jordan as Bet's friend rather than her partner. During dinner, she seated us at the far end of the table, away from family. The first direct confrontation came during dessert, when my Aunt Diane leaned across the table. "So, Bet, when are we going to see you settling down? You're not getting any younger, you know." Before I could respond, my mother jumped in. "Bet's focused on her career right now, Diane. Not everyone takes the traditional path." Her words seemed supportive on the surface, but her tone made it clear this was a deficiency she was apologizing for, not a choice she respected. Later, as guests mingled with after-dinner drinks, my mother cornered me by the ladies' room. "Jordan seems nice. But honestly, Bet, is this really going anywhere? The Henderson's son, James, is here tonight. He's just made partner at his firm. Wouldn't you rather I introduce you?" "Mom, I'm with Jordan. We live together. It's serious." she sighed. Living together isn't the same as building a future. Look at Alex and Sophia. That's a proper match. The Whitmans understand the importance of family connections. As the wedding date approached, the pressure intensified. The family group chat exploded with details about dress fittings, shower planning, and bachelor party arrangements. My mother called weekly with updates and thinly veiled comments about my relationship status. The save the dates are going out next week, she informed me in January. Your invitation will say, Bet Walker and guest. If things change with Jordan before then, just let me know and we can adjust. Things aren't changing, Mom. Well, you never know. These artistic types can be so unpredictable. When spring arrived bringing a flurry of pre-wedding events, Jordan and I had numerous conversations about how to handle the wedding itself. We could just tell them, Jordan suggested one evening as we sat on our balcony. Get it over with. I pictured my mother's reaction, the accusations of deception, the way she would make our marriage about her. Not yet, I said. Not with Alex's wedding coming up. It would create drama that would overshadow their day. Jordan nodded, always understanding. So we keep playing boyfriend and girlfriend for now. Just until after the wedding, then we'll tell them. As June approached, I flew to Boston twice for bridal shower and bridesmaid dress fittings. Each visit was an exercise in restraint as I fielded questions about when it would be my turn and listened to my mother's running commentary on my appearance. Thank goodness the bridesmaid dresses are forgiving through the middle, she remarked during one fitting. Though you might want to watch the carbs before June. I bit my tongue, reminding myself it was temporary. Soon I would return to Chicago, to Jordan, to our real life where such comments had no power. The final straw came during the last planning call before the wedding weekend. I've put you and Jordan in separate rooms at the resort, my mother informed me. The Whitmans are quite traditional, and since you're in the wedding party, appearances matter. I started to object, but she continued, It's just for 2 nights, Bet. Surely you can manage that for your brother's sake. I agreed, too tired to fight. But that night, as Jordan and I packed for the wedding weekend, I felt a growing resentment. We were being forced back into boxes that no longer fit, pretending to be less than what we were to please people who had never tried to understand us. Are you okay? Jordan asked, noticing my silence. No, I admitted. But I will be, once this weekend is over. I didn't know then how true those words would prove to be, or how the weekend would force a reckoning I'd been avoiding for years. We arrived at the Berkshire Resort on Thursday afternoon, the day before the rehearsal dinner. The property was stunning, with manicured grounds stretching toward mountains in the distance. Luxury cars lined the circular driveway as guests checked in, many greeting each other as old friends. The front desk clerk handed us separate key cards with a discreet smile. Miss Walker, you're in the East Wing with the bridal party. Mr. Palmer, you're in the West Wing with the other guests. Jordan squeezed my hand reassuringly as we parted ways in the lobby. I found my room easily, a spacious suite with a welcome basket containing champagne designer bath products and a handwritten note from Sophia thanking me for being part of their special day. The gesture seemed genuine, making me wonder how much of the wedding extravagance was Sophia's idea and how much was orchestrated by my mother and Mrs. Whitman. I had just finished unpacking when my phone rang. Bet, darling, my mother's voice trilled through the speaker. We're gathering for drinks on the terrace in 30 minutes. Wear something appropriate, will you? The photographer is taking casual family photos. I chose a blue dress I knew my mother would approve of, applied careful makeup, and made my way to the terrace. Jordan was already there, looking handsome but slightly uncomfortable in a blazer, and Chino's engaged in conversation with one of Alex's college friends. My father saw me first lifting his scotch in greeting, but remaining in his conversation with Mr. Whitman. My mother swooped in, immediately appraising my appearance with a critical eye. The dress is lovely, Bet. Though you might want to do something more with your hair for tomorrow. Sophia's hairstylist can help. The family dinner that evening was held in a private dining room at the resort's most exclusive restaurant. Place cards arranged couples together, except for Jordan and me. I was seated between Sophia's brother and an elderly great-aunt, while Jordan was placed at the far end of the table with Sophia's college roommates. Throughout the meal, conversation flowed around status markers, vacation properties recently purchased, children accepted to prestigious schools, corporate promotions received. When someone politely asked Jordan about his work, my mother quickly redirected the conversation before he could fully answer. "Jordan's a photographer," she said, as if summarizing something slightly distasteful. "Betta, did you hear that cousin Jennifer's husband just made managing director at his investment firm?" After dinner, Alex pulled me aside. "Everything okay, Bet? You seem tense." For a moment, I considered confiding in him, telling him about my marriage and my dread of the weekend ahead. But he looked so happy, so caught up in the celebration, that I couldn't bring myself to complicate his joy. "Just tired from the trip," I lied. "Everything's beautiful, Alex. Sophia seems wonderful." He smiled, genuine warmth in his expression. "She is. I think you'll get to know her better this weekend. She's not like Mom and her friends, I promise." The rehearsal dinner the next evening was held under a tent beside the resort's lake. String lights twinkled overhead as servers passed trays of champagne and hors d'oeuvres. I stood with the other bridesmaids, all friends of Sophia from boarding school and college, feeling like an outsider, despite being the groom's sister. Jordan managed to make his way to my side, handing me a glass of wine. "How are you holding up?" Before I could answer, my mother appeared, placing a hand on my arm. "Bet, the toasts are about to begin. You should be at the head table." As I moved away, I heard her say to Jordan, "There's a lovely table of Sophia's single friends over there. I'm sure they'd enjoy hearing about your photography." The toasts were predictably focused on family legacy and perfect matches. Sophia's father spoke at length about the joining of two exceptional families. My father reminisced about Alex's achievements from childhood through Harvard Business School. When my mother took the microphone, she beamed at the gathering. "Tomorrow we'll witness the kind of wedding every mother dreams of for her children. The perfect union of two people who understand the value of family tradition and social responsibility." She raised her glass toward Alex and Sophia, to carrying on the Walker and Whitman legacies. Her eyes found me briefly in the crowd, a clear message in her gaze. After the official toasts, I escaped to a quiet corner of the tent, needing a moment alone. To my surprise, Alex sought me out. "Can we talk?" he asked, looking uncharacteristically nervous. We walked to the edge of the lake, away from the crowd. "Are you having pre-wedding jitters?" I asked. "No, not about Sophia." He hesitated. "It's about you, actually. I wanted to say I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" "For never standing up for you, with Mom and Dad. I've always known they're harder on you, that they don't see how amazing you are." He looked out over the water. "I've benefited from being the favorite, and I've never done anything to change the dynamic." I was stunned into silence. After years of feeling invisible in my family hearing, my brother acknowledged the truth was overwhelming. "I admire you, Bet," he continued. "You built your life on your own terms. I followed the blueprint they created for me." He gave a small laugh. "Don't get me wrong, I love Sophia. But sometimes I wonder what choices I might have made without their influence." "Thank you for saying that I managed finally. It means a lot." We hugged, a rare moment of genuine connection between us. As we walked back to the party, I felt a weight lift slightly, knowing I had at least one ally in my family. The morning of the wedding arrived with perfect weather and a flurry of activity. I reported to Sophia's suite at 9 a.m. for hair and makeup, prepared for hours of primping and posing. The other bridesmaids were already halfway through champagne bottles, exchanging stories about wild nights with Sophia in college. I sat quietly as a stylist transformed my hair into an elaborate updo and a makeup artist applied layers of products to my face. My mother appeared periodically to oversee the process, suggesting the stylist add a bit more volume and asking the makeup artist to do something about those circles under her eyes. By the time we were dressed in the pale pink gowns that had been selected, I barely recognized myself in the mirror. I looked like the version of me my mother had always wanted: polished, conventional, indistinguishable from the other women in the room. The ceremony itself was elaborately choreographed. I processed down the aisle, on the arm of one of Alex's groomsmen, a lawyer friend from Harvard, who whispered stock tips to me as we walked. I stood obediently through the lengthy service, complete with readings from Shakespeare and a string quartet playing classical selections. As the minister pronounced Alex and Sophia husband and wife, I caught Jordan's eye in the audience. He gave me a small, private smile that reminded me of our own wedding day, so different from this spectacle, yet infinitely more meaningful to us. The cocktail hour stretched into nearly 2 as photographers arranged group after group for formal portraits. My cheeks ached from holding a smile as my mother directed various configurations of family members, always with critical adjustments to my posture or position. Turn slightly to your right, Bet. It's more flattering for your figure. By the time guests were finally ushered into the reception tent, the sun was setting over the mountains. Jordan found me at the entrance offering his arm. "You look beautiful," he said quietly. "But I miss you in all of this." "Me too," I whispered back. Our table assignment was predictably distant from the head table placed with distant relatives and Sophia's parents' business associates. As dinner was served, I watched my brother and his new wife receive toasts and well wishes, surrounded by people who reinforced their place in society. The alcohol flowed freely as the evening progressed, loosening inhibitions and sharpening tongues. My mother circulated among the guests like a benevolent queen, accepting compliments on the perfect wedding she had orchestrated. My father sat with his business associates already discussing potential opportunities with the Whitman connections. It was during the dessert course that things began to unravel. My Aunt Diane, emboldened by several glasses of wine, leaned across the table toward Jordan. "So you're Bet's latest boyfriend. She's gone through quite a few, you know. Never seems to stick." Jordan raised an eyebrow, but remained polite. "Actually, Bet and I have been together for quite some time." "Well, don't get too comfortable," she replied with a laugh. "The Walker women are notoriously picky. Just when you think you've got them figured out, they change their minds." I felt heat rising in my face but maintained my composure. Jordan placed his hand over mine under the table, a silent gesture of support. As coffee was served, my cousin Melissa stopped by our table, diamond engagement ring prominently displayed. "Such a beautiful wedding," she gushed. "Makes me even more excited for mine next spring." She turned to me with false sympathy. "Don't worry, Bet. Your turn will come eventually. Some men actually prefer career women nowadays." Each comment built upon the last, creating a pressure that grew throughout the evening. When the dancing began, Jordan and I moved to the floor, finding momentary escape in each other's arms. "We can leave if you want," he murmured against my hair. "Soon," I promised. "After the cake cutting. I don't want to create a scene." But the scene found us anyway in a moment I couldn't have anticipated yet, had been building toward for years. The wedding cake stood 6 tiers high, a masterpiece of white fondant and sugar flowers that must have cost more than our entire wedding. Alex and Sophia performed the traditional cake cutting, feeding each other small bites while photographers captured every moment. As servers began distributing slices to guests, my mother gathered our immediate family near the head table, champagne flute in hand. "A moment, please," she called, her voice carrying across the nearby tables. "I want to propose another toast to Alex and Sophia." Guests turned attentively as she raised her glass. Jordan and I stood at the edge of the family group, his hand resting supportively at the small of my back. "Today has been everything a mother could dream of for her son." She began, her eyes shining with genuine emotion. "Your brother's wedding was flawless," she continued, turning to me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "The perfect venue, the perfect couple, the perfect joining of families." There was a murmur of agreement from the surrounding guests. My father nodded proudly, his arm around Alex's shoulders. "When will it be your turn, Bet?" my mother asked, her voice carrying clearly in the sudden quiet. "You're not getting any younger, you know." Several relatives laughed, a ripple of amusement at my expense that felt all too familiar. Aunt Diane nodded vigorously, wine sloshing in her glass. "Such a shame," my mother continued, her tone shifting to one of performative concern. "So much potential, but you're becoming nothing but leftover material for the men who are still available at your age." More laughter, louder now. I felt Jordan stiffen beside me, saw Alex's expression change from celebration to discomfort. Sophia looked down at her plate, clearly embarrassed by my mother's behavior. In that moment, something crystallized within me. Years of diminishment of subtle and not so subtle criticism of being treated as the family disappointment, all condensed into perfect clarity. I was done protecting my mother from the consequences of her actions, done hiding my happiness to avoid her disapproval. I smiled, not the practiced smile I'd worn all weekend, but a genuine expression of the freedom I suddenly felt. It already happened, I said, my voice calm, but carrying. 8 months ago, actually. You just weren't invited. The entire room went silent. My mother's champagne flute froze halfway to her lips, her eyes widening in confusion. "What are you talking about, Bet?" she asked, a nervous laugh escaping her. "Don't be ridiculous." I reached for Jordan's hand, interlacing our fingers. Jordan and I got married last September. A small ceremony by the lake in Chicago, with people who love and support us exactly as we are. My mother's face drained of color. My father set down his drink, looking at me properly, for what felt like the first time in years. "You got married without telling us." My mother's voice rose sharply. "How could you do something so selfish, so disrespectful to this family?" "It wasn't about you, Mom," I replied evenly. "It was about us creating a marriage that reflected our values, not a wedding that reflected your status." Aunt Diane gasped audibly. Several cousins exchanged glances, clearly savoring the drama. But to my surprise, Alex stepped forward, placing himself slightly between me and our mother. "Congratulations, Bet," he said loud enough for everyone to hear. "And Jordan, welcome to the family officially." He extended his hand to Jordan, who shook it gratefully. "You knew about this?" my mother demanded of Alex. "No," he replied calmly. "But I respect Bet's choices, as we all should." Sophia moved to stand beside her new husband. "We're very happy for you both," she added, her smile appearing genuinely warm for the first time that weekend. My father cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable but making an effort. "Well, this is unexpected." He nodded at Jordan. "We should talk more later." My mother wasn't ready to concede. "How could you hide something so important? What will people think? That we weren't worth including? That we didn't deserve to see our own daughter get married?" "What people think has always mattered more to you than how I feel," I said quietly. "That's exactly why we made the choice we did." The tension in the air was palpable. Guests at nearby tables pretended not to listen while straining to catch every word. My mother looked around, suddenly aware of the audience witnessing her reaction. "We will discuss this privately," she said tightly. "This is neither the time nor the place." "I agree," I replied. "This is Alex and Sophia's day. I'm sorry for the disruption." I turned to my brother and his new wife. "Your wedding is beautiful. I wish you both every happiness." The sincerity in my voice was unmistakable. Jordan and I stepped back from the family circle, prepared to rejoin the celebration and let the moment pass. But my mother wasn't finished. "How dare you," she hissed, following us a few steps away from the others. "After everything we've done for you, the opportunities, the connections, and this is how you repay us, by eloping with. My husband I supplied firmly, a talented, kind man who supports me completely. "You've always been selfish, Bet. Always putting your own desires above family obligations, but this takes the cake." Jordan spoke then, his voice gentle but firm. "Mrs. Walker, I love your daughter very much. I hope someday you'll be able to see past your disappointment to recognize what an extraordinary person she is." My mother recoiled as if slapped. Before she could respond, my father appeared at her side, placing a restraining hand on her arm. "Catherine, not here." He looked at me, a complex mix of emotions crossing his face. "We should talk tomorrow, before you leave." I nodded, grateful for the intervention. Tomorrow. Jordan and I moved away from the cake table, aware of curious eyes following us. As we reached the edge of the dance floor, I realized I had no interest in remaining at the reception, pretending that everything was normal. "I think it's time to go," I said to Jordan. "Are you sure?" "Completely." We slipped out quietly, returning to our separate rooms to gather our belongings. We had an early flight booked for the following morning, but I texted my father that we would meet him for breakfast before departing. As we drove away from the resort in our rental car, I felt lighter than I had in years. My phone buzzed with text messages from family members ranging from Aunt Diane's outraged, "How could you embarrass your mother this way?" to my cousin Mark's, supportive "About time someone stood up to Aunt Catherine. Congrats on the marriage." Alex sent a simple message. "Love you, sis. We'll talk soon." Jordan and I checked into a small inn in a nearby town, finally able to share a room as the married couple we were. As we lay in bed that night, I curled against his side, processing the events of the evening. "Are you okay?" he asked, stroking my hair. "Better than okay," I replied. "I feel like I can finally breathe." The flight back to Chicago the following day was quiet, both of us processing the events of the weekend. Breakfast with my father had been brief and uncomfortable. He'd alternated between awkward congratulations and gentle reproach for not including them in our wedding. My mother had refused to join us, claiming a migraine. "She'll come around," my father had said without much conviction. "She just needs time." I wasn't sure I believed him, but I was surprised to find that my mother's approval no longer seemed as important as it once had been. The revelation left me both lighter and slightly disoriented, like stepping off a carousel I hadn't realized I'd been riding. Our apartment welcomed us back with its familiar comfort, so different from the opulent but impersonal resort. As we unpacked, I found the bridesmaid dress at the bottom of my suitcase, a reminder of the weekend's drama. "What should I do with this?" I asked Jordan, holding up the pale pink garment. He considered it for a moment. "Whatever feels right to you. Keep it, donate it, use it as a Halloween costume." I laughed, then folded it carefully back into its garment bag. "I'll decide later. Right now I just want to enjoy being home, being us." The initial aftermath was as difficult as I'd expected. My mother didn't call the following week, breaking our regular schedule for the first time in years. My father sent a brief email asking for patience as they processed everything. Alex called once. He returned from his honeymoon, expressing genuine support, but also admitting that our parents were struggling with what they perceived as rejection. "Mom keeps saying she doesn't understand why you'd exclude them from such an important day," he explained. "Dad's more hurt than angry, I think." "I'm not sure they'll ever truly understand," I replied. "But I hope someday they'll respect that it was our choice to make." Jordan's parents, by contrast, called immediately after we told them about the confrontation. "Are you both okay?" Martha asked, concern evident in her voice. "That sounds like it was incredibly difficult." "We're fine," I assured her. "Actually, better than fine. It feels like something has shifted, like I'm not carrying their expectations anymore." "You never needed to," she said gently. "But I understand how hard family patterns can be to break. We're here if you need anything." As weeks passed, I began to establish new boundaries with my family. When my mother finally called nearly a month after the wedding, her approach was a mixture of wounded pride and attempted manipulation. "I suppose you think you've made your point," she began without preamble. "But have you considered how this has affected your father? He's devastated not to have walked his only daughter down the aisle." Rather than defensive, I felt calm. "I'm sorry Dad is hurt. That wasn't our intention, but our wedding reflected our relationship and our values. It wasn't about excluding you, but about including only those who have supported us unconditionally. And we haven't supported you. After everything we've done, you've supported the version of me you wanted me to be, Mom, not who I actually am." The conversation ended unresolved, but I felt stronger for having spoken my truth without anger or apology. Gradually, a new pattern emerged. Some family members, like Aunt Diane, maintained a chilly distance. Others reached out privately, with congratulations and questions about our wedding day. My cousin Jessica, who I'd never been particularly close to, sent a surprising email. "I admire what you did," she wrote. standing up for yourself and your marriage. I've been letting my mother dictate my life choices for years, and watching you break free has made me reconsider some things. 3 months after Alex's wedding, Jordan and I decided to host a small reception in Chicago for those who hadn't been at our wedding. We invited his family, our friends, and extended an invitation to my parents and brother. My father replied that they would attend a small but significant step toward reconciliation. The reception was held at our favorite restaurant, the same one where we'd celebrated after our ceremony. We kept it simple, good food, a few heartfelt toasts, and no formal structure. Jordan's parents flew in from Michigan, bringing homemade cookies and genuine warmth. To my surprise, Alex and Sophia attended as well, flying in for the weekend. "We wouldn't miss it," Alex said, hugging me tightly. "Besides, I want to get to know my brother-in-law better." He and Jordan hit it off immediately, discovering a shared interest in vintage cameras that kept them deep in conversation for much of the evening. My parents arrived late and left early, clearly uncomfortable but making an effort. My mother managed a stiff congratulations and even brought a gift, a silver picture frame that was exactly her taste and nothing like mine. It was imperfect progress, but progress nonetheless. As the months passed, my relationship with Alex deepened in ways I hadn't anticipated. Freed from our prescribed family roles, we began to discover each other as adults, with our own lives and perspectives. He visited Chicago twice that year, once with Sophia, and once alone, each time staying with Jordan and me rather than at a hotel. During his solo visit, as we walked along the lakefront, he confessed, "I always envied your courage, Bet, the way you followed your own path despite the pressure." "I envied your ease," I admitted. "How effortlessly you seemed to fit into their expectations." He laughed a touch ruefully. "Not as effortless as it looked. I just got better at hiding the parts of myself they wouldn't approve of." "Like what?" "Like the fact that I hate corporate law and would rather be teaching. Like the panic attacks I had all through business school." He kicked at a stone on the path. "I'm working on being more authentic. Sophia helps. She sees me more clearly than I sometimes see myself." This new honesty between us was healing, creating a relationship based on who we actually were, rather than the siblings our parents had tried to shape us into. My marriage to Jordan grew stronger through these challenges. Having faced my family together and emerged intact, we developed a deeper trust in our partnership. We learned to recognize when old family patterns were influencing our reactions and to communicate openly about our needs and fears. "You know what I love most about us?" Jordan said one evening as we sat on our balcony watching the sunset. "We choose each other every day, not because of expectations or obligation, but because we want to build this life together." A year after the confrontation at Alex's wedding, my relationship with my parents had reached a new equilibrium. Not perfect, not always easy, but more honest than it had ever been. My mother had begun to recognize grudgingly that my life in Chicago with Jordan was successful by any measure, even if it didn't match her vision. During their first visit to our apartment, I watched her taking in the art on our walls, the books on our shelves, the evident care we'd put into creating our home. "You've done well for yourself, Bet," she said finally. It wasn't effusive praise, but from her it was significant. My father, in his quiet way, made more progress. During that same visit, he asked Jordan to show him some of his photography work, listening with genuine interest as Jordan explained his current projects. Later, he pulled me aside. "He's a good man, Bet. I can see why you chose him." The greatest freedom came from no longer measuring my worth by their approval. I had built a life filled with love, creativity, meaningful work, and genuine connections. Whether they fully embraced that life or not no longer determined my happiness. Looking back, I realized that my secret wedding wasn't just about avoiding family drama. It was an act of self-definition, a declaration that I would live on my own terms. The confrontation at Alex's wedding wasn't the catastrophe I'd feared, but rather the catalyst for healing that had been long overdue. I sometimes wonder if I would make the same choices again knowing what I know now. Perhaps not. Perhaps I would have found the courage to include my family in our wedding day, setting boundaries around their involvement rather than excluding them entirely. But I don't regret the path that led us here to this hard-won peace. In the end, I learned that true family, whether by blood or by choice, is built on acceptance rather than expectation. That love which requires you to diminish yourself is not really love at all, and that sometimes the greatest act of love toward yourself is to stop hiding who you truly are. Have you ever had to stand up to family expectations to be true to yourself? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below. And if this resonated with you, please like, subscribe, and share with someone who might need to hear that they deserve to celebrate their authentic life, surrounded by people who truly see them. Thank you for listening to my story, and remember that sometimes the most beautiful beginnings come after the most difficult endings.